Live that breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Marley Caden, live from Chicago. We're tracking market movers, earnings reactions, and what traders are watching next. Stream Schwab Network live at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. We're counting you down to the start of trading. We've already had some volatile days this week, and we got an ADP print. There's going to be no jobs report. Oh my goodness, I was waiting for that on Friday. That's not happening, but luckily the partial government shutdown made it through. That's finished. Sam Bonas is with me. We have a lot of earnings and a lot to watch here.
Yeah, certainly it's been a bit of a dramatic start to February, hasn't it, Nicole? And so we have got the futures a bit soft this morning, pointing to just a slight implied gain here, certainly off the back of what we saw yesterday. We're looking across, obviously, the middle space as well. That's been a really good story with some of the volatility. We are seeing a bounce here for gold and silver. We've recouped that 5K mark on the yellow mantle. Obviously, with gold, it's been the biggest two-day sell-off since 2013, followed by the biggest two-day gain since 2020. So some wild swings there. As far as 60 is concerned, we're at 97. So we've seen some firming up off the back of, obviously, those four-year lows we were talking about last week. Now, as far as the headlines we're tracking this morning, as Nicole mentioned there, we're not looking ahead to the Jobs Friday, but we have got some private information from ADP putting on 22,000 jobs. But that was less than the market had been anticipating, of around 45,000. The education and healthcare jobs really holding up, being a primary driver there. So a bit of an update on the jobs market. We continue to see this low high and low fire kind of environment. On the geopolitical front, we are seeing that Xi and Putin have held a phone call. Xi and Trump have also reportedly held a phone call. So everybody is no doubt keeping their Truth Social tab open at the moment. Looking for any update on that as to what has been discussed here. I'm just looking and it doesn't seem like we have had anything from President Trump just yet. We'll keep an eye on that. The software sell-off. What a story. We saw those global jitters really rippling across the European and Asian equities overnight. Nicole, I mean, take a look at some names like SAP over in Germany, Relics over in London, I mean, Fujitsu over in Japan. These both smoked overnight on all the AI fears really threatening this sector, and then obviously with respect to Anthropic launching their new AI tools as well. That's the narrative we're seeing at London down 10% this morning. This seemingly continues today, but obviously we're on earnings watch. Some of those that are down post-earnings, AMD, Chipotle, Uber, Mondelez, we'll talk about Uber in a minute. Those that are up, Momentum, Eli, Supermicro. So a very mixed picture, but of course the big one is going to be from Alphabet, which is going to be getting later on today. So a bit of the macro, a bit of the micro to work with today, but let's see, because obviously we had some reaction also to the geopolitics yesterday too.
Yeah, and Amazon tomorrow, Google today, Amazon tomorrow, Uber I see down arrow, but some news within it.
It's a mixed quarter for
Yeah, a little bit, but you know I can't stand here.
At 71 cents. Guidance was also below the analyst forecast.
Your whole entourage is going to show up.
Revenue. They saw revenue from ride hailing up 19%, delivery revenue up 30%. That's where the strongest growth came from, and a lot of that coming from other parts of the world. The Middle East, Europe, and Africa, they saw record cash flow generation up 65%. Shares initially fell off the back of the numbers. They did recoup losses throughout the analyst call. Down this morning. Some of the concern appears to be around that softer forecast, Nicole. There is some news also that the financial chief officer is moving on too, so that could perhaps be weighing on shares a little bit today. But there have been worries also about the challenge posed by Waymo and Tesla. But it wasn't a bad quarter. It was a mixed picture, but it just looks like it wasn't good enough as far as the street was expecting this morning, perhaps because of the earnings and particularly the guidance. They're worried about the competition out there too.
All right, Sam Bada, thank you, folks. Here is the opening bell on Wall Street.
What? Yeah.
We have Citi here today to celebrate Black History Month. To honor that occasion, Mark Mason, Chief Financial Officer of Citi, is ringing in the opening bell, celebrating Black History Month. And there they all are, clapping, kicking off the trading day. And right now you are seeing some up arrows, 3 and the 4 with the up. S&P right now up 6 points at 69.24. The Nasdaq pulls back about 100 points there, 25,235. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 195 points at 49,416, and the Russell gaining right there 1/3 of 1%. It was interesting to see the metals bouncing back. Right, we're seeing gold gaining today $115, so that is indeed a big deal. As far as sectors go here, just quickly, I mean,
I put some vegetables on the stove.
And every other sector's in the green. Energy,
I already
materials,
finished
real
them. I
estate,
took them off already.
Leading the way. All right,
early.
joining me right now to talk about some of the stocks to watch and moves. Diane King, always with me. And first up, Diane,
I was just listening to music.
And it was running, right?
Oh my goodness, eye-popping move here. I wasn't even expecting it to be this high out the gate.
I was just listening to music. That's it.
1% off the back of its quarterly results. Let's go through the numbers for Enphase. Adjusted earnings per share came in at 71 cents. Street was looking for 54 cents, so that's a big beat there. Revenue coming in at $343.3 million, also a beat there. It was down 10% year over year, but investors are focusing less on the decline and more on signs of
market starting to look
stabilizing
bearish.
here. Their guidance is reassuring to Wall Street. They're guided for their current quarter revenue to come in between 270 to 300 million. The midpoint of that range, well above Wall Street estimates. Analysts say that the revenue
Stuff is falling on my shit.
here. There's optimism that the new product cycle
I got my call finally.
Clear interest rate
I
visibility
couldn't sell shit yesterday
here. That's what some of the
because
analysts
of good faith.
There was a demand spike before the tax credit expiration, so we know that there's been this tax credit coming up, Section 25D, where it expired. They say homeowners rush to install solar battery systems before the expiration of that. Sell-through demand jumping 21% in Q4 for Enphase. You're seeing a rally across the sector, lifting the broader solar space. It's been a really beat down sector, as you know, Nicole. But again, this is a sign to investors that the industry is stabilizing after a really brutal year when you think about policy around the group.
Yeah, nice to see an up arrow here in what has been such a volatile week, folks.
Of course, having a drop.
GLP-1's really helping things along.
Yeah, so Alex Coffey was talking with me about this earlier and pointing out that in this sector there are clear winners and losers. Eli Lilly, the winner here, because you can put that in perspective. Think about Novo Nordisk. It's been losing in this space. For Eli Lilly, adjusted EPS coming in at 7.54. Clear beat there. Street was looking for 6.67. So again, a big beat there. Revenue 19.3 billion. Street was looking for 17.9 billion. Another beat there on both the top and bottom line. So they've also got bullish guidance here. It is the weight loss drugs that are driving the story when we're thinking about Zepbound, Mounjaro. Those have been blockbuster performers for Eli Lilly. They're seeing full year revenue now as high as 83 billion. That is ahead of Wall Street forecasts. So
Apple going through the roof.
Demand for the obesity treatments is
Apple
still
going to
strong
300.
and expected to be strong throughout the year. Now, investors are watching Lilly's pipeline. They've got this experimental weight loss pill that's aimed at, addressing the
breakout right here,
in this space. but it's clear that Eli Lilly's still the market leader here when it comes to the weight.
Oh! Oh! Come on, Apple, you up almost 2%, baby. Come on, I see you. Shit, I'm rooting for you. Somebody, some angel gonna send me an Apple phone in the mail. Shit. Motherfucker, good person done sent that motherfucker in the mail. We root for Apple now. Shit. Hey. You did too? I love you, man. No, I didn't. I did not forget. I did not forget. No, bro. I did not forget. I remember it. I never forgot like elephants. Damn, bro. Let's go then, bro. Let's fucking go. Let's go, man. You know what? Come on, bro. Apple, you know how I'm doing with it. You know what you need to do for me, Apple.
It is the fourth quarter in a row of a decline in traffic for Chipotle. Same store sales falling 2.5%. Not as bad as what
that should be pissing a little John off, boy.
Don't look good for Chipotle. And the question is, Jenny and I is this an issue just for Chipotle? Is this an industry-wide issue? What do you think about traffic and people eating out?
Oh my God. Oh my God, bro.
Investors are going to watch this one and see if that is the case, Nicole.
It was such a darling.
Oh my God, bro.
It was definitely the fast-paced place to go.
Bro, oh my fucking God.
So down 2.2%. We'll keep an eye on
no
Texas
fucking
Instruments
money,
with that
boy. I gotta take money on this shit,
purchase
boy.
of Silicon Labs, which
What
is
the fuck
jumping
is going on?
50%.
Let me hold 100, bro.
And right now, Apple and Boston Scientific and Advanced Micro
Oh, you
are
always
the three
saying that, bro.
on the S&P 500. Diane King Hall.
Where you think Apple going right now? Check your analysis.
The market action here, looking at the
Well, hey, come look at the charts. Come to my stream, look at the charts.
The AI build out. People are trying to figure out how to play AI in many different ways, and this could be one way you may want to consider. Opening bell. We'll be right back. Stocks are higher.
Oh my God, bro. As soon as I try to sell this motherfucker and move the strike, boy, I got filled. As soon as I try to hit sell, boy, I be fucked up. Ah! What is that talking about? That motherfucker made $60-something, boy. What is that talking about? And still red on the day. Still red on the day. They got me fucked up. See, we got to find another one on Apple, bro. What are they talking about? That shit was crazy, bro. I'm gonna find another one on Apple's. Apple still want to go, but I had to secure profits though, bro. I only had one contract. I can't let that one contract sit away. Trey got me in these bad setups all day and shit. That's all good though. Like Apple trying to go hard too.
Hey Bob. Hey Andrew. Last year, my dad had a
Hey, good morning,
big
man.
shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize.
Oh, my girl is amazing, bro.
He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Yeah.
Jim, my financial consultant, I program managed 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions
say
you
what?
ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Live insights, actionable
Hey,
data,
look.
and market-leading
What did you
analysis.
say, bro?
Schwab Network
Bro, this
connects
shit trying to go
the
hard
headlines
too,
to the
bro.
walk in real time.
I left some money.
24/7 at
No, I didn't understand
schwabnetwork.com.
exactly what you said, no.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. Right now,
Apple.
the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 274 points, and pretty much every sector is higher with the exception of tech. So keep an eye on this market. We're getting very used to some volatility.
I reached my hand right here where the mouse was, and the mouse
Let's
was in
talk
there.
about some other ideas for your portfolio. Nancy Friel's with us, Co-Chief Executive Officer and Senior Portfolio Manager at Essex Investment Management. And you're still feeling somewhat optimistic about 2026. We've had
Bro, I sold it at 60 cents, bro. That motherfucker at 90 cents, Kiba. What's going right now, bro? Yeah, this is Apple, bro.
We have all of the ancillary build
Apple up 2.5%, so they don't give a fuck about none of that shit the market was talking about.
increasing defense spending, and we think that bodes very well for both revenue and earnings growth across many industries. We
Okay. You learn this thing.
So unlike the market that we've seen with just a handful of participants,
No,
we
it ain't.
think this would be a year that we see not only small caps participate, but also a much broader range of industries.
Talk about the broadening of the market. So,
Oh, no
you
way,
know,
like the
look at
last man.
market breadth.
You
We're
better
not
cut
trying to
yourself
look at
up.
just the Max 7 anymore. What do you think is working?
So we think industrials are
No, I'm really listening. He's trolling. I'm listening.
yeah, driven by many of the mega
Damn, he
trends
actually
that we
got mad
talk
at
about
low.
all the time. The build out of data centers for AI, the
Damn,
build
bro.
out of the power grid, not only for the data centers, but
Why
also
you
for
being
the
so sensitive?
electrification of everything that we're seeing in the world and the need to improve our power grid. The reshoring of manufacturing in the U.S., and that's not only technology, that's
Those
healthcare,
techies.
that's consumer goods, that's automobiles. We're seeing that broadly. That all drives a lot of downstream spend. And then when you look at government spending and you look at
Bro, I
defense
wasn't trolling him.
spending
I
in
was trying to
today's
hear. I was listening to
dangerous
him.
world, that also has a big
I'm over
multiplier
waiting for.
effect. It's
I
particularly
was over
good when
waiting
you
for
look
the
at the
fucking
new
answers.
suppliers into these industries, which tend to be smaller cap companies.
Yeah, understood. I mean, your year-end target right now is what? Because you do talk
Yeah, I
about
thought he
some
was
of the
gonna say something.
tailwinds that will move us forward.
He just quit saying that.
Right, so our year-end target on the S&P is probably about 7,500 or
Oh wait,
thereabouts. So a good year.
that was the crazy
We're
thing
different
about it.
certainly, but we're not in
No,
extraordinarily
I'm
good
not even in the
position.
trade.
Gains
I
that
already
are
sold out
possible
that trade.
in
What
the
you mean?
small cap
I ain't in the
space
trade.
could really be quite
I'm not in the trade.
potentially 20 to 25%
I was just
in
trying to
that
see what he was
sector
talking about.
overall. As
I
these
just be
earnings
waking up in the
trends come
morning. I told
through
y'all
and
that.
as small cap earnings growth outpaces that
I
of
just
their
be waking
market
up in
cap
the morning
peers.
and, you know what I mean?
How do you play the AI cycle? How much more is left, and what's the best way to play it?
So AI is
I just know I'm just trying to have a really
market
good
for
green day
this
today because I
really
took a
big
loss
sixth
yesterday, folks.
industrial revolution. I think we don't know
Yeah,
yet
bro.
how big it will be and how it will play out and how it
I
will
don't even want to talk
permeate
about it either.
every factor
Because
of
today's a new.
life as it rolls
No,
out.
they didn't tell you
What I
about it,
mean
bro.
by
They
permeate
gaslighted it.
things like this
But I don't even
is
want to
we
talk
want
about
to
it, though.
find the suppliers into the industry
Sometimes I just gotta do
advantage
my
for
own
that
stuff, though.
overall
That's the
growth
problem when I start
overall.
listening to other people, though.
To use the gold rush as an analogy, we want to
Trading, I
provide
also didn't tell you the full
support
story,
to the
nigga.
gold
Uh,
miners who are trading every day. We want to
no, we
provide
was in calls at the
supplies to
beginning, bro.
consumables where it doesn't
That's why I
matter
said I
if
didn't want
you're
to talk
in
about it
one
anyway.
gold
Because you just
gold
trying to gaslight.
corner or the other. It doesn't matter who's going to
Yeah,
win,
you is.
but you have all of those people out there mining essentially for that gold, which in this
I
case
took
is
3 full losses fucking around.
that can
And
be
none of these trades is my
directly
trade.
involved in
Yeah, none of these
construction
trades is my
of data
trades.
centers. That could be
You
companies
know how
that
we
are
listening to him and shit. He wasn't even
presenting
sure
the
and shit.
semiconductors that are the building blocks
That's
to
why I
these
say,
systems.
like, the
And
more money you got, the more
unfortunately
trades you
today,
really
we
can
know
make.
in the long run there'll be winners
But when I'm
in
sitting here
that
over trading, I'm over
layer
trading. You feel
of
me?
those software and services companies that use
Motherfucker can take a loss
AI
all
to
day and
get
have enough
results
money
for their
to make it right
customers,
on one
to
trade.
increase efficiency
That's what you
across
don't
the
hear
board.
about. You hear about the gaslighting.
So at this
That's
point, you
what
talk
y'all.
about the
No, y'all hear
industrial
about the
revolution.
gaslight.
When it
That's what
comes
y'all
to
want to do.
AI,
Y'all want to hear what y'all
maybe
want
look
to
at
do
the
and say what y'all want to
electronic
say,
industry,
control
which is
whatever
a
narrative y'all
small
want to
cap
control,
stock that fits
and say
into
what
that
y'all want to say.
story.
That's just what
So
y'all.
Plantrek is a
No,
play
I'm
on
telling you the truth, bro.
improving consumer
I
sentiment,
work with the media. I record the whole damn day and can replay you back with everything that was fucking said in the whole day.
creation of
And you
new
can't tell
roles,
me
as
no
well as
different when I'm sitting here telling you exactly what I've experienced in my own life.
it is very much of a positive trend.
The market go down $10 a week in calls. Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about?
Small players, and this is like
Alright then.
and then they've
Shit.
done a wonderful job of creating
Don't ask me how I got liquidated.
companies and roll them in, including with mergers. The
But I didn't
themes
get liquidated. I
driving
took
this
small
aggressive
losses
growth
everywhere, but
are these cycles
it's
that
just,
tend to swing, and we think that what's coming through in terms
No,
of
I didn't. My count alright. It's alright. It's
growth
alright. Dang, Apple. Oh, look at Apple.
will play very nicely into the manufactured housing segment, which is another big segment for us.
Yo.
And what about Sterling Infrastructure?
So Sterling Infrastructure
You
is
said what?
certainly a play on AI as we see it develop.
Hold on.
Used to be called Sterling.
What'd you just say? You're always 20% on calls. Bro, look at Apple, bro. Bro, look at Apple at 3% though, bro. I just sold too early on Apple. That's what I thought, and it just bumped up a little higher. My contract down there at 150, boy. That was a $20 contract. That motherfucker rolling. Did they? Is that why Apple's going up like that? Man, soon as Apple, I had earnings last week, I thought. But I hope they do pull all the way back down to the ground, because I'm still in my put from yesterday. I'm about to get out of it, though. Yeah, I'm going to take a loss in that. We'll see. It depends what we get. If Apple give up right here, I think the market going to go too. I might hold it because the weekly look treacherous, bro. Come to the party, bro, or send me a party invite. I told him to be trolling me neither. Send me a party invite. Well, you better stop being so sensitive too. We'll smack one of these niggas. Alright, I feel the same way, bro. I feel the same way, bro. I talked to my bank today, boy. I asked them, where the fuck is my money? Because my check was short. They talking about they ain't gonna put the money on my account till April 10th. Bro, you know what I snapped on that bank, whoever I was talking to on the phone. Because I already halfway didn't understand what she was telling me, bro. Hey, good morning, Trey. I had just sold out of the Apple position I had from the day before. Bro, that contract is at 120, bro.
At 25.
25?
Yeah.
At 685?
Yeah, 684, 684 puts at around like 25.
That's where my foot from yesterday at, bro.
25.3.
You know I got liquidated yesterday. That's where my foot was heading at yesterday for they did this crazy ass bounce, bro. Bro, quit bringing that up, bro. This is a new date. We don't talk about yesterday's. We talk about today's. Today's a new date. Today's a new date. Y'all like talking about the old days, don't y'all? Yeah, bro, I keep telling this nigga I don't want to talk about it. You see how this nigga want to keep talking about it for like... He want to talk about it for... Yeah, Rick. Bro, I already sat there. Bro, I don't want to argue about that shit all day. Like, that's what women do. I don't get in here to want to trade and argue at the same time. Bro, you literally want to argue about... Bro, it's yesterday, now it's today. You want to talk about the same thing, bro. You don't have nothing better to do, bro. Nothing better to talk about but some drama, negative shit. Right. It's been hours, bro. And a new day. What else you want to say? I don't say I couldn't sell on a good faith. What you want me to do? Sell on a good faith? When I asked that nigga at the time, he didn't even fucking say nothing. Anytime I need this nigga and I go to reach out for this nigga, ask him questions, he don't answer, bro. That nigga. And everybody want to laugh and shit. That shit is, bro. We almost 50 years old. Niggas want to just laugh at each other all day. I told this nigga, AB and that niggas yesterday, bro. I said, bro, like, I'm raising kids. I don't got time to act like a fucking kid all day. You don't see me playing no damn game. I'm trying to get to my kids and feed a family. But every time I got in that shit, bro, I got to go in the money and got pulled back twice. I'm not touching. I keep saying that. I get paid once a month. So why you telling me gold and silver went up? I just now bought them shits last week. No, I said, bro, when it went back 20%, nigga said, should he buy? I asked you for somebody else. He said, should he buy? That's all I said. It was 2 days later, bro. He uncalled me on the stream because I ain't got back to the dude. Bro, Tucky, get in here. The only thing I lost yesterday was like $100, but then I'm like,
I thought you caught all.
nah, the put, you know, that put took all the profits away. Good morning, Joe. Bro, what the fuck? Look at Apple. What the fuck? I said your entourage wasn't coming. I'm not doing that. Yeah, talk about what you want to talk about. I don't care. I just don't want to be arguing and, you know what I mean? Like, get out of here with that. Gotta explain myself for hours and shit. I explained this shit yesterday, then gotta come back and explain it again. I'm a grown ass man. I don't have to keep explaining. And niggas wanna laugh at you and shit out there. That shit's childish. No time for that. I ain't gonna do you like that. I'm trying to see this pullback. My put is suffering though. I might have a strike. I might have the position because my strike is way down there. It's like $5 away. I need another $2 drop. Let me see. It's coming. If this breaks now, we're gonna get a retouch right here. Just waiting.
Continuation today, at the very least, looking at some of the software names: Intuit, Salesforce, Oracle, Palantir, all continue to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, I was just reading about the Wall Street Journal said how the Dow opens higher, but software jitters reverberating, and how yesterday's AI's disruption actually, with the sell-off that we saw in software stocks, are actually to the tune of about $300 billion.
They try to embarrass me this morning.
Really shows that those software companies, you have to pick and choose.
Ain't no embarrassing me, boy.
Yeah, good to see you guys. I mean, building on what you guys are discussing, you look at information technology so far as an S&P sector in this earnings season. 32 of the 70 names that make up that sector have reported earnings. 31 of them were 96.9%.
I think this breakout the other day.
Almost 97% of them have beaten expectations for earnings. And the aggregate that they've beaten the estimates by is almost 9% above the estimate. That said, the one-day price movement on average is a negative 1.2%. So even though all of them but one have beaten estimates so far, the vast majority of these names have been pressured post earnings, which goes to show the fundamentals are still delivering. Look, the
left who
market,
was there.
whether it's
He got
institutional,
salty.
retail, a combination of both, is questioning whether or not they're too expensive at these prices and using these opportunities to rotate out. You look at a name like
No, bro, that was
Microsoft,
him, bro. I was
it's
listening
basically
to you,
back
bro.
to its 5-year average for a forward PE. Well, we know the market itself is like 20% above its
I love him
5-year
too.
average.
What the? I was on
Look
this. I
at
said the same
the
thing.
S&P's forward earnings up in the 26, 27 range, and you look at the kind of the long run average around 21, 22. So
I literally had just said the same
becoming
thing.
repriced. The question is it because there's doubt on the sustainability of the fundamental story? The numbers don't suggest there is, but the price action does.
You know what I can't believe? No one has come on with a doom and gloom outlook.
Yeah, at least not right now.
Everybody still thinks that the way it is today, there's monetary policy.
This bounce right here, I didn't like that.
The one big beautiful bill, and maybe it won't be the years past of 20%
He probably couldn't talk. He probably comes right
still
back.
have higher targets. I mean, Nancy Creel, for example, just had a $7,500 target.
Nah, bro. You know what I'm saying? He don't care about them dudes as much as family,
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, I think in the context, the overall markets want to go higher. It's just we're having trouble breaking
Yeah,
out
this ain't
of
nothing but
this
some
range
money,
we've
bro.
been in the
Like,
last 2
we gonna
months.
make some money or we gonna lose some money. If I lost some money, I'll let somebody
That's
know,
just
bro.
how I describe
This
it.
ain't,
Just every day there's movement back and forth within stocks. There's a consistency. That's what I'm trying to say. But nonetheless, there's obviously defensive rotation going on. It doesn't necessarily mean the market will go down tomorrow or next week, but there seems to be some cautious, outlook when it comes to trading. The volatility index, I think, is underrepresenting what's happening here. So keep in mind that volatility may inflate. But it doesn't mean in 2 months from now we're not at 7,500 on the S&P, because that's certainly a possibility too.
yeah, I was
Considering
trying to get more forward to my strike. My strike rate
Google's
is
been
full.
reporting. That's an important barometer for tech and AI communications and advertising.
I had it from
And
yesterday.
NVIDIA coming up, when they report their earnings later on this month. So all these factors, keep in mind, can go in either direction. But overall, right now, the market seems to be rotating into defensive areas.
George Sillis, Alex Coffey, thank you both so much for our market meetup panel here. You're seeing right now that the S&P has turned negative. You still have the Dow with the up arrow. It's materials, consumer staples, and energy. Each of those categories are up more than 1% today. Also, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Charles Schwab CEO Rick Wooster will join me here live.
Did you have a better night
tonight?
I get some sleep.
He's been on board for about a year now, and his role as CEO.
How was your birthday and
Looking
stuff
forward
today?
to our conversation about record quarters, younger folks on board at Schwab. Keep it right here.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions. Designed for investors like you. With
Bird cycle right now. Everything is bloody red. I think that's why the drop. He left his puts early. I left Apple early. I want. We did yesterday, but we still bearish in the weekly.
Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moves to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage
All these to break.
strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the mind of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance and not the same rate of change in their PPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. The show comes for action.
Trey going crazy again. It's the punch right now.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial planners. Streaming live on
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere.
Well, we was talking about yesterday. Puts the weekly chart looks ugly on plays. So they had got a good bounce at the end of the market yesterday, which pissed me off. Best believe it did. They still can bounce somewhere off these. They couldn't down bounce yesterday off these supports. But they could bounce on one of these supports. I need them to be bearish.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream.
I want to see them go down at least 1%. Before they start to recover. I'm waiting for a pullback on Apple, and I'm gonna try to get back in. Yeah, I left like $100 on the table on Apple too. I gotta quit doing that. That's becoming a bad habit. I gotta quit doing that, leaving cheese on the table. What'd you say y'all did for your daughter's birthday party, bro? If they went out to eat. Oh man, all my kids' birthdays in June, bro. What am I gonna do now?
So here's a look at what is coming up. We'll examine the state of the tech trade as earnings season rolls on. What's next for software stocks after a really rough start to trading week? And over the next hour, we'll have some trade proposed.
What is wrong with Trey? Trey's like, he's hysterical right now. Yep. My put was down $50 and it's damn near about to be a break even. Trey go crazy. Yeah, man. Told you I need to. We was talking about this yesterday. That support like it done broke and shit. We need them to come lower. And Apple might come lower now that they got overbought. I'm already in this shit.
It's not a complete sell-off here. It's just really a rotation out of technology that we have been seeing. We've got most of the main seven down supporting, but Apple and some of their stocks are getting hit hard mid-trade this morning as well. So let's take a look at how foreign markets are faring right now. A bit of a mixed picture over in London. We're up 1.5%. We're seeing some softness out of Germany right now. They're around 0.5% as we approach the final trade here.
I'm trying to see it go to 84 where it was going to go. It came down here to 85 yesterday. And it could go lower. Well, why am I reaching for my vape? And I just remembered I quit smoking vape. So. Hang on there, we're up 1.3% as we have now rebounded across the metal space. Crude oil is lower at $63 a barrel, and of course, Bitcoin being a big story for us with this sell-off accelerating. We are down 3.5% right now at levels of 74,000. We're going to be discussing what some of that means along with stablecoins throughout the rest of this program. All right, let's get Kevin Green now, who joins me for the data download. So we've got some S&P Global and ISM Services PMI data, which carries a lot more weighting than the manufacturing, obviously being a services. So what do y'all think the trend is right now?
What is it telling us?
Well, until we break tomorrow, still, we've seen the trend is basically but if you're like for this industry, like overall trend in the market, you're still in the higher time frames. Like intraday trading time frames, like the 30 and lower is the best time frame. And if we break those days, people are screwed, bro. You can believe if we break those days. You know to break those days.
That was vicious movement. It don't look down on this 15 either. It does not look down on this 15, boy. This just stops a bullish activity. Just I would wait for it to bounce somewhere. As soon as that rejection happens, they're gonna go lower.
But interesting with the prices paid, the input costs as well.
Just gotta see how powerful the bounce is. I don't think they're gonna have much of a strong bounce. 10 o'clock, we supposed to have some news, right? Right here at 10 o'clock. So if nothing on spec, we could just go lower.
Information and an update on the job side of the equation too. Obviously not getting the gold standard stuff this week, but private jobs, the ADP, 22K on the headline, lower than the market's expectations. What's your read on that?
Oh, man.
You are still seeing weakness pretty much across the board outside of healthcare. Healthcare has been the only sector that has been able to add jobs at a significant rate, and then factory jobs continue to
Good
be lost at this point.
explanation.
And we're kind of looking at this report. It's really not surprising. The January, February report releases are usually actually down months or a little bit more conservative than the street's expectations. There's a lot of regrading that does take place in December, a lot of layoffs in order to clean up the balance sheet, and that could also fuel that sharp reaction to the downside or that lower than expected for ADP just in December. And if we were kind of looking at the totality of 2025, we did not see the job growth that we saw in 2024.
I'm gonna be leaving the Nevada out.
Healthcare
That's
once
how
again
bad
has been shining bright.
I'm leaving like
The light
11,
spread has been
11,
this overall
11:45,
economy.
12, and an 8.
Just given the trend that we see so far.
Am I gonna be in the meeting?
Let's get to some of these earnings, and I'll give it to you, Casey. I didn't have to give it to you because you talked about this change yesterday. You said we could perhaps see a big
Well, I was
move in
prepared
this.
though.
Just
I was
talk
up
us
all
through
night.
the
I had my stuff. I
an
got
increase in jump we're seeing today,
yeah.
and why, what they told us in these
I wish you
earnings.
the best of
Obviously, you
luck.
and I
You
were
that
breaking
wasn't
down
your
these
meeting.
numbers today,
I
but then
appreciate it.
just talk us through the reaction here.
Things that are fun,
Oh my god. Yeah.
Filet, bro. Market was shite nigga, I was predicting like 17% anytime. We had like 10, and then shit dropped and just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I know. I was looking the other way.
I called it 30 years.
I was already in the same place, but I was watching the money go up. But I was looking at another position, watching that money move around.
Oh my god. Just a call position.
You're absolutely having a moment in the sunshine there. Look, we are obviously keeping our true social tab open this morning, and if there's any update or confirmation around this phone call with President Xi Jinping, with Trump, obviously he's already spoken that Xi to Putin. We've had this drone strike yesterday, a lot of moving parts, which could impact
See if they can get a rejection right here.
particularly crude oil. What do you want
But if they get a rejection, this should not go lower.
What'd you just get in, Drew?
Nothing. That's just a notification.
My nose took closer than this. Hey, girl, okay.
Let's see what the fix is doing.
You said what? Like I said, after that, it's only reason is they don't look bad. The only reason is market is looking like it's trying to recover.
But these bounces be wild too, don't they?
Yeah,
Boy, this is like a $3 bounce.
that bounce is crazy.
All right, thank you so much, KG. Really appreciate
I'm
you
not
providing
tracking.
the
I'm
update
taking
for us
push ups
this
and
morning, getting us across the data and some of the moves today. All right, coming up, we will examine the role of stable coins in it. What role they may play in 2026 when it comes to the larger financial sector and more when Morning Trade Live returns.
the next day. This thing looks like, ooh, this might feel like the plastic 5 or joint gonna be good. There goes a nice play. Here you go, baby. It's just cause the knife. It's just cause the mom got y'all just children protected. It ain't serrated enough. And it's missing a piece. Alright, cut it. Watch out. One more.
Apple getting a reaction right here.
Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at sheldronfrost.com.
Do I think they can? I think they can. Be careful, but catch yourself.
Oh, so it's looking kind of weak too.
Be careful.
Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab. No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com. We're back here in Morning Trade Live. Eli Lilly is moving high this morning after earnings beat and issuing strong full-year guidance. Fourth quarter revenue rising 43% year-over-year, while Mounjaro and Zepbound revenues more than doubled. So we are up 7.3% right now on Eli Lilly, trading at 107.4 and change. Let's take a look at some of the other winners on the session and check out what is moving here, because we are seeing a very earnings-driven type of day once again, as we see Supermicro really up there trading higher by 11% almost off the back of its report card. We've got MGM Resorts also up around 12% right now, Fortis up at 9.5%, and Johnson Controls up 7% at this stage. All right, look at the losers board, and among those, a couple of software names, Lovin trailing by 15% as we continue to see that sell-off. Lots of names here. AMD selling off big, 13% right now off the back of its earnings, which didn't look too bad. It seems like there were some distortions around the expectations, obviously, related to some of the China numbers, but we'll continue to track that. And of course, the React Director and Partner Performance at Trusted Capital Partners. Thank you so much for joining me today. Okay, so we're talking about stable coins and the banking industry. Obviously, foremost, the state of the banking industry right now and the financials. Given there's been a lot of optimism around the regulatory side of the equation, M&A, etc., and just how they're faring right now.
But really, it's a tale of two industries. On one hand, the overall banking sector is doing well, but there's a divide between the largest companies and the 4,000 plus other companies that make up the rest of the industry. So if you look at EKX, which represents the largest 25 company, this posted a pretty good return over the past year, well outpacing Standard & Poor's 6,500. But smaller indexes like the RX, Nasdaq Bank Index are below 10%. So there's lots of good value in smaller companies, but right or wrong, there's concerns of lower growth potential and the inability to harness efficiencies. The good news is across the board,
kind of trust this downside
down.
today.
Capital levels are very strong.
I could be
And
wrong, but
credit
I'm gonna
seems to be
believe in this
held in
downside
this
today.
for a very, very long time. So assuming the economy remains strong, credit goes up. Banks
Price
continue to
action is
do
so
well, but the gap between
Latest
large
price
and
action is
small
so
will remain in place unless the smaller banks can be a little more assured about
every
their
day.
performance. Many of
Yesterday,
these smaller companies
opening up
will
with a
truly
50%
create great value
ROE and the
propositions.
HUD
So
getting
there's a
today,
value opportunity.
200% value.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been quite favourable on banks, particularly given the steepening yield curve as well, likely to benefit them too. So let's talk about the stablecoin adoption here and just how it's being accepted into this sector and sort of some of the responses as to how it's being discussed right now within these banking circles.
Seeing how fast it's
Yeah,
dropping.
everyone is trying to understand the ultimate impact of these new technologies.
But I
Some
was
would
gonna
say
say,
it's going to be catastrophic for the internet banking industry. Others believe it's kind of a flash in the pan. I mean, so to speak. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. The fact is, stable coins, tokenized deposits, blockchain technology, smart contracts, that's the future. Love it or hate it. The question is, who's able to offer those technologies in the most compelling manner, willing and able to embrace the technology as an entity?
yo,
Part of the issue lies, and that's where we kind of have this breakdown again between larger and smaller companies and how they might be addressing it.
Right, and so who is better positioned then to sort of capture some of that demand and that adoption then, Bart?
Yeah, I think right now the larger companies have the war chest to be able to invest in this and do what's right. I think what's going to happen over time, though, to serve these smaller companies, there are going to be vendors to these companies that emerge that fill the need of smaller bank space, and they'll be able to engage in it just as well. So there's still a lot of what people are feeling out. There's still a lot of people who have to enter into this process and really make it work for banks across the board. I do think there's a long-term answer, and banks, large and small, are going to be able to participate. Right now, though, it's
be careful. A lot of people move like that and try to sell it to be exhausted, bro. They push
Does it
market
work
price
without the
higher
Clarity Act?
because they push it down
So
again
the Clarity Act is
because
a
they believe
big,
the
big
seller's
deal.
exhausted.
I think of all the
You
things
see
going
that
on,
with
the
the chop
Clarity Act is
before they
fascinating, and it really represents
decided
the
to push it
fight
down
between
again.
traditional finance and crypto. Call it Clash of the Titans, maybe David versus Goliath, who knows? But
That
think about
chopper
it.
hurt me.
Clarity Act is on the verge of
Yeah.
being passed, and
That's
yes,
why I was saying
it's
be careful.
significant regulation that helps all of this
Yeah.
crypto activity
Be
move
careful.
forward. But at the last minute, they put amendments in to close the yield loophole in that data stack. And then on one hand, you have the right pointing out,
And
CEO
on
of the
banks
American
like this
warning
too,
that unless
like
these
the biggest,
changes
not the
take
saying
place,
thoroughly
the entire
because of
banking industry is
situations like, do I think
situated
the
where
market's
they're
gonna
going to
settle
deposit.
down again?
On the
Yes,
other
I
hand,
do.
you have Coinbase CEO Brian
But it's about
Armstrong
who the traders
in the
really
face
believe.
of all
It's
these
more or
major
less
headwinds that says
about.
no,
It's not really about.
banks should compete
You
on
think
a
the
level
market's
playing
gonna
field and customers should have
it's a
the right
50%
clarity
chance you
about
get it
central
right. It's
banking.
more about
That's pretty
me
gutsy
and
whether you like him or not.
you know what I'm saying?
But
Because
it
when you buy
stops some
securities, you're
legislation
not buying
happening.
time. So when people bring things up that's
So,
tagging them,
to be
like
clear,
time
I
against
am and our company
tagging
are
our thing.
champions for the
You
banking industry.
understand?
I think there are
That's
many,
why.
many
That's why
reasons
we
why
need to know
in
when
which
is the
once
start to
reserves for actually
not
pure
where.
banking to keep deposits and
You see
loans
what I'm
in
saying?
banks. But it's pretty amazing that Coinbase
That's why I say be
alone
careful,
shut that
bro. Be
legislation
careful
down
with
before
certain
yesterday. So
positions.
over
Yeah,
the long
you're
run, it's
probably
my personal view it's going to be nearly
chop you up
impossible
real
for the
bad.
banking industry to move forward. Stablecoins where it's standing. Banks need to be thinking about how they can embrace
See,
the
bro.
technology
That's what I mean.
and
That's
use
one
it to
thing
their
about
advantage going
when I
forward, not
started, bro.
necessarily
It's like
stablecoins.
I would wait till
Legislation,
just
but that
push
was just an
days,
amazing,
right?
amazing
You
set of
know,
news
like
that
they
came out from
can
Toronto.
every day is
Yeah,
good.
certainly hit a
You might
snag,
have
but
2 days out of the
absolutely. I
month.
mean, the industry very much
Yeah,
looks for that clarity.
exactly.
Mark, really appreciate your insights today. Thanks so
The
much for
thing
joining us
is,
here.
tomorrow
Managing
is
Director and
gonna
Partner
be
at Corporate
another
Charles
day
Capital
coming
Partners.
in. You get what I'm
All right,
saying?
coming up
It's
next,
always every day is a good
Peter with
day.
the team over at Charles Schwab. Morning Trade Line. Be right back. I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are
That's
live with
exactly
analysis that matters. Watch
that's
now, only on
one of my biggest things, bro.
SchwabNetwork.com.
I used to have the biggest FOMO, bro. Wait to see a market go one way, and then I'm like, man, bro, I'm not in those swings.
Sometimes
But
you
then when I
gotta
realized, like, nigga,
try to get
if I would have just stopped lost yesterday, and I withheld my money for today,
Same goes for
and then
where you invest.
I got 200% plus that money. So I chased yesterday, and I lost a bunch of money, and I had to make it money back.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you want to
I
get
lost
the
just $200.
latest market action on morning
You know what I'm
movers
saying?
with
And that
me,
was like,
Diane
okay,
Hall,
cool.
live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only
That's
on
the
Fox
biggest
News.
thing about the trade. Don't nobody do that. I'm like,
Trading with Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more
always appreciate
specialized
trade.
trading support.
Promise you.
Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex.
That's good though.
Plus, get 24/7 live help
Getting over that,
and
I
access
had to
support
figure it
by
out
phone,
myself. Whether I mean, like, my mental
and in
because
platform
nobody
chat.
can really like explain it to me.
Trade
Nobody can
confidently
translate the
with
concept or
Schwab.
like understand that. Hey, bro, it's okay to miss a trade because you don't always get the money. Like, yes, okay, that's safe, but to underpin
From first
says
shocks to second rotations, we're tracking the catalyst that moves markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders
they got
guiding the
I
action.
seen my first
And
day,
in
I seen
Chicago,
my
we
first
break
$10.
down
I'm like,
data,
bro, I ain't never
technicals,
been
and
able to trade
trades
like
deep
this.
sea forecast.
Nigga, a week later,
Live coverage
dropped
of the close
$32.
every
Like,
single day.
once I see that, I'm like, okay,
Market on
now I
close,
know
live weekdays 3
that
p.m.
anytime
Eastern,
you will
only
always
on
lose
our
some money.
network. Back morning trade live shares of AMD are falling despite a beat and raised order. The chipmaker says fourth quarter revenue total $10.3 billion with day seven revenue topping $5 billion. AMD says revenue for the first quarter will come in between $9.5 billion and $10.1 billion. But as they put some big names in the sector, we are seeing AMD getting hit hard. As you mentioned, up 14%. But obviously it's not a good time for tech. We're seeing this rotation into other parts of the market. So all the names are down. Single as far as
I told y'all I was stealing it.
sharply in AMD this morning. The Nvidia trailing by almost 2%. Qualcomm down around 2.5%. Around 1.3 right now. So
Yeah.
continue to monitor these moves.
Like 3-year-olds, yeah.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. So let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. We've got Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives Analysis, Schwab Manager of Research, and Kevin Gordon, Head of Macro Research and Strategy
Ah.
Center for Financial Research. Kevin, I want to start with you because
Yeah.
certainly this is not as sexy
Yeah.
or interesting without the participation of tech, but it's not a sell-off. I mean, the rotation remains intact. Is that healthy and can it continue?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday is a sort of perfect example of it, where you had a down day for the market, for the S&P 500, at the index level, but Brent was actually positive. We moved off the lows for the S&P, but it was still a pretty rough day if you were just looking, at the index's return. But under the surface, there was a lot better, of a participation story. So I think it is sort of part and parcel of what the market has continued to look like, not just year to date, but over the past several
Just be
months,
trolling,
where
bro.
there has been, as you mentioned, this rotation.
You know where it came from,
Within
bro?
the S&P, within other sectors outside of
I'm
tech,
gonna tell
which is
you, bro.
considered
I'm
a
fucking around
traditional
talking to
AI,
some of
mega
these
cap
women,
oriented
bro.
trade. The
You know
tough
how they
part
be
about that,
texting,
and
bro?
why
They
it
don't
doesn't
even be
feel as
using
interesting at the
like
index
words
level, is
and
because
sentences and shit.
tech communication
Yeah,
services and
bro.
consumer
Like they,
discretionary make up
you know what I mean?
55% of the S&P 500. So if you don't
Saying the
have any of those
craziest shit to
sectors,
me,
or
so
all three of them in the
I
worst
started
case,
reading it
are
out loud.
participating and rallying
I'm
and
just like,
really
bro, these
leading,
people is really
then
funny
even though
for
the
real.
rest of the index could be doing well, your overall index gains won't look as strong. So I think it's it's sort of another, I think, sort of additive to the argument about diversification across some of these sectors, where you could be
Why
benefiting
don't
a
you
lot
invite
from
me,
some of
bro?
the moves that we've seen.
Feel like I'm not a streamer that plays
Outside
games,
of tech
bro.
communication services, just as an example.
Yeah, I mean, the S&P 500 equal weight is up almost 1% right now. We certainly continue to see that rotation into areas like materials, for instance, financials as well gaining today. Energy is up. Nate, just beginning to you, obviously, what do you make of some of this rotation?
It's tale of two markets. I mean, if you're kind of painting the picture, both Kevin and you, Sam, in terms of the S&P going up 1%, it's really this deep sea movement for software as a service. You get these the frequency of these announcements where AI, whether it's Claude or Anthropic, whatever company that's out there that's able to swiftly create some type of a comparable business model to some of these types of services that have been out there for a while. If you look, let's look at the IG
software ETF. We hit an RSI of 16,
Time
so
we get a
the
bounce
real
on
history
everything.
index, the threshold for being oversold is 30. Earlier this morning, we were at a 16, which is the lowest that I think since 2001. And that just gives you a sense of just how much persistent selling we've seen within these types of large cap, software related type names. Now, having said that, we might be putting in a bounce today, and that just might be because we are so oversold. However, the problem is, I think even if we do get a nice mean reversion type of bounce here over the next couple of days or the next couple of weeks even, is that I'm not so sure that we can answer a lot of these questions around just how disruptive AI is going to be. And if AI cannot replace your business model, you would think at a minimum there's going to be potentially some competitive pressure towards your pricing power, your margins.
All you gotta do is send me an invite though.
Because of this competitive threat that's coming into place. So, look at the S&P 500.
All you gotta do is send me an invite. I'm ready though.
Just below our 100-day simple moving average.
Y'all don't never
This
send
has
me
been
no invites.
support. It looks a little suspect. So it might. I'm not sure how long we're going to have this play out in terms of the concerns around AI. But the economy looks strong, and if you go to that relative safety play, they're going to industrials, power, memory, whatever the infrastructure play could be, that money flow is going to the relative safety.
Yeah, I mean, this AI software story in the market right now, I mean, Anthropic hasn't
Market
necessarily
bounce,
come out of nowhere. I mean, but some people still refer to this sort of deep-sea type of moment, and stocks ask questions
It done bounced all the way to today's high though.
This morning. But I mean, getting back to you, Kevin, let's just talk about the earnings scorecard. I know you pointed out that actually the beat rate now has slipped to about 77% from above the 80s. And I was actually speaking to Lizanne last week, who made a really interesting point that relative to other quarters previously, in fact several of them, where you've seen beats that subsequently a sell-off in the first day of trade, what is that telling you?
Well, I think just, keeping in context the beat rate is important, because for the earnings beat rate, it's actually looking a little bit better than the revenue beat rate. In the context of the broader history, the earnings beat rate is still relatively elevated. It's just that when you have both of those moving, sharply lower, and if that does persist throughout the quarter, if we start to see that in the next earnings season, that has been consistent sometimes with more weakness in the market. The last time that we saw that phenomenon was in 2022. So it's a little bit of an interesting thought experiment and exercise, because 2022, that bear market was disproportionately driven by the mega caps, and particularly the Mag 7. If you took those components out of the market, the drop actually wasn't that severe. So it's a sort of a similar backdrop to today in terms of those bigger companies that are weighing on the index. If you take those out, the index has actually looked relatively solid, as you were just showing with the equal weighted. So I think that's something to keep in mind for this earnings season, especially because, as you mentioned at the opening of the segment, there just hasn't been a lot of excitement for companies in terms of their share price reaction, even if they're beating on earnings or revenue or both. So I think that's where that trifecta, adding in the guidance piece, really comes into play, but also some of these external factors around, whether it is the rotation trade that's being, sort of more in the driver's seat, but also anything in the AI space in particular in terms of CapEx spend and what the return on that investment eventually looks like. I think that's where you're seeing more of a sharper microscopic focus for a lot of investors.
Feels like it's getting harder. Investors certainly asking more questions. Gents, we've got to wrap it up there. Thanks so much for joining me today. Really appreciate your time. And Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives Analysis, and Kevin Gordon, Head of Macro Research and Strategy. Schwab, Head of Financial Research. Coming up, it is time for morning trade. We'll take a closer look at Super Micro, which is rallying after its trade line. We'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, SIBO, and beyond. matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com.
Gotcha.
Whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term
Yeah, I
investor?
stay around.
Our
I
monthly
stay around
webcast
that
series
that
breaks down key for investment
delta.
strategies, including
I'm talking
relative
about the delta.
value,
Yeah, what you said, the
and
4-5 years good.
less than all
Your
the
ask price, but your deltas try to stay around
the
that
interactive learning
2.7
and
to
deployment. Tune in live
.3-ish
or on demand at schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Uh-huh. Yes. So I'm gonna tell you why the reason I don't look at it like that. Is that a way that people look at it? Yeah, it
From
is.
the most
But the
iconic
reason I
trading
don't
floor
look
in
at
the
that is
world,
because
this is
what that
opening bell
is
with
really
Bill
telling what that
Wiggins.
really
Live on the
means.
floor
It
view,
tells you how
stock
much money
exchange,
you
the
make in
countdown, the
dollars
setups,
in the
the
market
stories
on your
that the
contract.
market knows.
So for
Minute-by-minute
$1,
breakdown
you'll
of
make
the
30
biggest
for each
headlines,
contract.
earnings,
$1
and global movers.
a
Just the
ticket,
trades
you
that
make
matter.
it'll say
As the
$30
bell
or something.
hits and the
You'll make
markets
$30
react
on
in
those
real
contracts.
time,
And then
opening
off
bell,
the $30
Monday,
off that
live
$30
seeing right
gamble
through
is
your
after
house.
the first dollar, the second dollar is added to your delta.
We're back with Morning Trade
You know what I'm
Live. Let's
saying?
move
So
on
when
to
they
the micro. The
as
stock
the
is
lost
moving
prices
higher
go
this
up,
morning
the
after earnings.
they get
Looking at
more
three-year
expensive.
charts, today's move
The
is just
contracts are
a
going to get
drop in the
infinitely
bucket.
more value. And
This
as
name
prices go
traded
up,
as
it
high
makes
as
your delta keeps you more
120 bucks
gamble
just
off
2
of
years
it.
ago and has
You
been
get
a
what I'm
multi-year
saying?
higher since the
That's what it
name
really
didn't take
means.
base.
Now,
Shares
people
up
look at it as
2.2%
percentages, but
off
I don't look at it as
last
percentages
February's
because,
52-week
nigga, I
high.
take out of it,
You're
I
trading higher
always
by
trade at
12% right now on
0.3,
this
0.4,
day. But
and
that's
it
the
goes
focus of the morning
into the
trade.
other
For a closer
a
look
lot
at
of
this
times.
now is
You get what I'm
Marley
saying?
Hayden.
Yes, sir.
Hey Marley, obviously this is a big
More than
move, but not
30%.
quite moving in
You get what I'm
tandem
saying?
with
So
the rest of the tech sector as
I
we're
don't know.
seeing today.
I don't look at
What
it
stood
as
out
what it
about the
really means. It's
report
just telling me
and
how much
seeing
money
that
I
the
make on
analyst
my contract.
response and reception is actually quite mixed. Just talk us through what you're seeing there.
Right, Sam. Yeah,
Yeah,
very
people
mixed.
just
But
look
let's
at
go
it
through
kind
the
of like,
earnings, some of the numbers. And a little surprising, this reaction, how strong it is to the upside. We're up more than 12.5% right now. Now, they did log record revenue demand from AI demand. We are seeing the stock surge because of that. Their revenue is $12.7 billion. They saw a lot of these delayed orders finally materialize. So that was 128% year-over-year increase, far better than the $10.4 billion that was expected because those delayed orders did materialize. For EPS, we came in at 69 cents a share for the quarter, and we're looking for 49 cents. So pretty considerable beats there on both the top and the bottom lines. However, the company is experiencing what they call some near-term margin pressure due to customer mix and supply chain issues, but they say it's focused on enterprise
No, that's not what I said, bro.
higher growth and net margin going
That's
forward.
not what I said.
Their margin for the December quarter was a razor-thin 6.3%.
Yeah, I didn't say
down
that,
from
dude.
9.5%
I'm right here. I
previous
didn't
quarter,
say
and
that.
it
I
was
said
lower
that.
than what management had even guided
I
for
said
on
you
the
got
previous
the amount of
earnings
money
call.
you can
So
do
with all of
anything
that
to it
said,
to where
here's some of the
during
analyst
your
estimates
work
we're
day
seeing
you
right
won't
now.
have to really
Shares are
watch
trading
it.
at
You can really put it into a
33.33.
safe position. That's what I was
Zillow
saying.
raised its price target from 31 to $33.
But I was thinking like once you
Maintained a
send it
neutral rating, so
and then
still
I
lower
get
than
it,
where
then
we're
I have to
currently
sell it
trading. They said
or
they
at
reported
least move
strong
it from
results with competition and
my
margin
crypto to
pressure
my
remain
wallet.
challenged. That's
I was
Matthew
thinking it
said.
might have to
And
like
Needham
it
price
would take
target
like a
lowered to
period to
$40
settle
from 51. So
into
that does
it.
imply some upside still, but a lowered target. They have a buy rating. They said their earnings beat is attributed to major customers' data center
I
deployment,
was like, I don't know.
but their data center building block
Because
solutions gaining
want
momentum
it
across
today,
key customers,
and if I
adding
like
that the reduced
a
price
process
target
where I
does
get it and
reflect
can't
the
use it,
multiple
then it'll be a
compression
waste.
in the AI hardware sector that we've seen of late. On Barclays, they've also lowered their price target to 38 from 43, so still above where we're trading right now. They maintained an equal
No, I was
weight rating
saying like I
shares,
felt like
saying
it
that
was
their revenue
somewhere in there.
doubled quarter over quarter as
They was
those large
probably gonna
customer
make
deployment
a day for
accelerated,
me
but
before the
they
money
cited that gross margin pressure
way before I
that
could use
came in.
that
They
shit.
said as expected, even though it was slightly lower than what analysts were saying. Also important on Monday, before this report, Dan Ives got ahead of it, saying that these recent surges in memory prices could represent somewhat greater headwinds for Supermicro relative to the peers because of the company's opportunistic sourcing strategies. He said additionally, while AI boom has fueled record demand for NVIDIA chip clusters, this high-volume business yields thinner margins in Supermicro's legacy enterprise server segment. Now, that was Monday ahead of the earnings, and he was on and right on that because those thinner margins ended up being even thinner than what everybody was expecting, even what the company guided for, Sam.
Great stuff. Thanks so much for getting us across those numbers and mixed performance in the analyst commentary. Marley, I'll speak to you a bit later on. Let's trade it now with Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. A very good morning to you, Scott. So a nice pop here for SMCI off the back of its earnings, but still a very mixed reaction from the analysts. Just talk us through an example trade and approach to this one.
Sure, yeah, and I really don't trust this pop. The stock did go above the 50-day moving average, which is pretty significant, but I don't trust it. So I'm looking to fade this move to the upside here, and I'm just going to do that by selling a simple call spread. Going on a couple weeks, February 20th, and I'm just going to sell the 35.37 strike call spread, $2 wide. I'm looking to collect about 90 cents, which is where it was when the stock was a little bit higher, just a short while ago. If I do that and I collect 90 cents, my risk is only $1.10. I really think that the stock is going to back off, that there's a little bit too much hype, a little bit too much euphoria in the results and in the commentary of guidance.
You know how you got
okay, certainly an interesting move off the back of this, particularly given we are seeing broadly tech remaining under pressure today as that rotation continues into other pockets of the market. A bit of a mixed performance across our major indexes today. Just talk us through your thoughts today, Scott.
The market is on edge a little bit, and I'm not saying it's on edge because we're looking for a big sell-off, but it's on edge in terms of tech, AI, and this rotation here. This rotation has happened pretty quickly. I don't think it's going to last very long, quite frankly. I think that some of the big players
I did it too many times with my margin, so I didn't want to start doing it in my cash account. Because once I mess this one up,
start to get in, and quite frankly, I really like Alphabet.
Because I think it's just they give you a strike.
Yes, that's obviously going to be the
yeah, I think you can get 3 of them. I had to look it up. So that's why I was asking him yesterday.
Scott, thanks so much as always. Scott Bauer, CEO
you
of
got.
Trading Academy, joining us. All right, well, coming up.
So I think they were saying something. You just can't. Everything has to be with settled funds.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For 12 months.
Yeah, that makes sense. For 12 months?
Y'all funny as hell, boy. A year punishment? That's why I was just like, bro, I don't want to get on their bad side, you know. Rob Hood said, I wish you the best luck in your endeavors, though, bro.
Nah, you should have sold that. And I wish you would have told me when I said, hey, cuz, you get out of those puts, instead of saying, yeah, cuz, no.
I was holding that shit.
You should have said, nah, cuz,
I'm still holding it.
I'm going to violate my good faith. And then I would have been like, hey, cuz, go ahead and violate it and lock in your profit. And, because good faith, like I said, you don't want to mess up good faith, but at the same time, you don't want to mess up money either. Because if you mess up your money, then good
Morning
faith will
Mover,
serve
you
your
the first to
purpose.
find out what's shaping rolling market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus. Technical analysis, Morning Movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in.
Why can't you just say it's going to go to 670 today?
Because I don't know.
Which way y'all say it's going to go up? Who just said that? I think somebody just said they thought the market was going to go up. Oh, like a bounce coming.
But I don't think anytime, wherever you are. He said if it goes up, he's going to be mad because he had calls earlier.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Hayden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable content. From inflation data to sector rotation, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage, straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
It's just choppy. It's not. This isn't safe.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage.
Bro, I'm getting out, bro.
I don't know if you've ever heard of market conditions, cuz, but market conditions are so market conditions are
get inside the minds of
give you
pro
a lot of
traders.
favor
What is it? They're getting
right? It'll give
a
you a
higher
lot of
rate of
favor
change in
setup.
sales
And
based on
market
their guidance,
conditions
but not the
shift.
same rate of change on the ETF.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
Yeah,
Shows
it can.
and
And then the thing,
break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play on a risk-defying way here going into earnings. So
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
So I don't watch volume. So what lets me know how market conditions are the setups, the look of my setups. I'm able to tell by how the setup looks or how my trades have been going. If market is just invalidating my trades, and I know like market's kind of doing some weird stuff. You can ask my like I be telling my wife like, hey, something's coming up.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Biden,
Like
coming
the
to you
market
live
is
from the New York
just
Stock Exchange.
invalidating my
It's time now
trades
to take a look
because
at the
of
sectors that are moving
you know what I'm
markets this
saying?
morning.
And
Alex
you can
Lockie
kind of
joins me now, and
gauge
I
market
suppose we
conditions.
can guess which sectors
You
are
see what
doing
happened?
what. I mean, it's just a complete sell-off across chips. I mean,
And I
AMD
believe it.
goes
I
down
believe
by
it. See,
14%.
like I said, I'm
I
not
mean,
up on the
Sandisk
news
is
or
getting
nothing like
hammered. I
that.
suppose
So
nothing to
my
write
what
home about,
lets me
given
know that
triple-digit
something
gains
is either
there.
about to come up
Just
or
talk us
market
through what
conditions
you're
are
seeing as
shifting
far as that
is
rotation.
my
It seems
setup.
to be a
You
lot
get
of
what I'm
what we
saying?
saw
Like my setups
yesterday.
let me know like, hey, something's
Yeah,
coming.
it's one of those
You know what I'm saying?
days,
Like when
Sam,
I'm
where you
trading,
just looked at the S&P 500 quote and kind of called that good as sort of your market
pound,
assessment. If you're busy throughout the day, you just wanted to see, hey, where are SPOOs trading? Well, they're down to like 1.5 points,
I can't
which
believe
seems like a nothing day.
bro, that's
But
about to
under
be
the
big, bro.
surface, that is not the story. You just talked about IT
Small, bro. That's
at
big,
one
bro. You
point
know
go
how
down to
nigga, you know how
1.5%
much
or
Yo,
thereabouts.
my dog,
You
yo.
look at sort of the
Daddy
blue
Powell, you
chip
said Daddy
traders
Powell
to
finna
the
get out of there?
side.
He
It
said
kind
Daddy
of
Powell is
tends
crazy when I
to the
said Daddy
upside.
Powell,
Apple,
boy.
I know.
Microsoft,
You know what's crazy
together
though? I
they're
said it's
contributing
crazy
almost
because
25
they
points
just
of
call him that
upside.
though.
You look at
Traders call that
Nvidia,
dude Daddy
AMD,
Powell.
and
He
That's
come through with
Broadcom,
big
which are
shit,
both
boy. He come
large
here and
parts of the
correct a little
space.
bit, but
You're looking at
it's
about
crazy.
20 points of downside in real time.
Yeah,
So this is really
yeah,
a
motherfucker said,
big,
whoo. But he
battle
come through and
between some of the
correct and
biggest
thick
companies on
shit,
the
boy.
planet. And you can
but like I
see,
said
for the
though, that
most
nigga
part,
Powell, bro, that nigga
a really
Powell,
red
niggas
day, or a
love
really
that
green
nigga,
day,
bro.
I should say. About 70
Yeah,
to
they know what I'm talking
75%
to. They know what
of
I'm
the
talking
S&P
about.
500 components are higher. But these
Daddy
big
Powell, they know what
mega
I'm
cap
talking
tech
about.
players are going in opposite
Like I said,
directions
I've
and
only been
throwing
trading for
haymakers.
3.5 years, but I know
Yeah, and
my
obviously the
mentor and
next big
them
test
niggas
is
been
going to be
trading for like
Alphabet
15,
later
16
today. And
years,
just
bro.
looking
They
across the
only
My
been
7
trading
right
under
now,
Powell, bro.
Apple have been the only
Dang.
bright spot,
This
but
is like a nigga
Microsoft
who,
is
this
taking a
is
bit
our
of a
nigga,
comeback
like,
off the back of this
with
sort of
good
software
FOMC. Like,
sell-off
this nigga been
Now he
accelerating
trading,
that
trying to
we've
like,
leave
seen
us though.
you know what I'm
in
saying?
previous sessions.
This nigga been
Just
having
talk
the
us
market
through how
cracking,
you're
bro.
thinking about that being some of the positions into this
Market been
report card
cracking
later
when that
today.
nigga
Oh,
when that
made
I
market
think
and
started
Alphabet
lost
falling.
when
He
he
comes
started
in
came,
with
pulling
boy.
a
up
much
his
higher
nigga.
bar
That nigga
than a
touch that
name like
podium, nigga,
Microsoft,
and
but it
start talking
also
through the mic. And the
probably
market
has
went
the benefit of being
stupid,
compared
nigga.
directly against Microsoft, and so if it is able to
That nigga
continue
is
to show
tired, bro.
tremendous adoption
Hey,
and
I
growth
ain't even
within its
mad at him,
AI
nigga. He
work, particularly Gemini,
probably
as
gonna
well
charge
as
me for that.
its cloud products, then it could
But I'm
potentially
not.
continue to be that winner amongst the Mag
Yeah, nah,
7.
I think he like
Just
to
look at the
retire, bro.
IT
I'm not even mad
sector
though.
heat
It's
map. Is
time for that nigga to
really
let
the
go.
two biggest weak
But
points have been software as well as some of those chip players
yeah,
as of late. Microsoft, though, starting to show signs of
speaking for
fatigue
the
to the
United States
downside,
on
could be a
interest
good
rates and tax
critical
rates, and nigga,
moment
they get
that
mad
maybe
at
we
him
look back
like
on in
he's the
a couple
weakest.
weeks and say,
Nigga,
hey,
he's just the
maybe
one
that was our sign.
they
Microsoft
come to
maybe
an
let
agreement
us
on it, and
down,
he's just the
but
one that
perhaps
says it.
stabilizes and
Mm-hmm.
perhaps leads us up as
Nigga,
well.
all these years people get
All
mad at
right,
you,
we'll
he
be
happy
watching.
you're
We're
happy.
looking at a bit of a mixed bag across our My 7 members today, but we continue to see very much software and tech falling under pressure today. Thanks so much for that, Alex. That US software meltdown spilling into
I think
regional
it's
markets
they
today
put
as
them
well,
like
with
it's always
European and
it's all
Asian
niggas
stocks
are
in the
always
sector
gonna
getting
pick the
hit
nigga that
hard.
says it to
Shares
say
in
it.
German
They ain't no,
software
you know what
maker
I'm saying, the
SAP
decision
and
makers, bro.
London-listed Relic
Like
tumbling in the
it's
session, while
niggas
out in
make
Asia, shares
niggas
in
make
Japanese
the
software
decisions but
firms like
never be
PIS
hated,
and
bro. It's
Fujitsu
always the
also
person that has to
plunging.
deliver the
Sticking
message
with
or the
Japan,
message.
shares in Nintendo
It's
plummeting
always
over
they're
10%,
always the
the
messenger,
most
bro.
in
That's how
18
it's just
months after
time. That's
weaker than
just how it
expected
works.
earnings, which
And it's
highlighted
like
some margin
but
concern
the
and the
thing
impact
is,
of those rising memory
not
purchases this year for its Switch console. In other corporate news, shares in Novo Nordisk selling off sharply in the European trading session. The stock falling 17% after an ugly session for the ADRs yesterday. We're seeing follow through right now down 3%. It came after it forecasted a bigger drop in sales as the company faces an intensifying price war in weight loss drugs. The shares in Chinese solar companies having their moment in the sunshine today. It came after a report Elon Musk had sent delegations to visit some of the local companies, including Jinko Solar, and then saw its shares pop 20%. Musk is now talking about building out solar capacity in the US. And just quickly, we have actually had President Trump taking to Truth Social in the last few minutes, saying that he has had an excellent telephone conversation with the President Xi of China. They talked about trade, the military, his trip in April, Taiwan, Russia, Ukraine, Iran, the purchases of oil and, of course, additional soybean purchases as well. All very positive, so we'll continue to track that relationship as it chugs along and any more confirmation as to what they spoke about. All right, well, coming up, it's time for Inside Out. We'll take a closer look at Alphabet ahead of its earnings report card and bring you an example trade for that may win one trade line.
You know what I'm saying? I'm so out of touch, but like I didn't even know. You have to ask me. You the one that told me, and then I went and looked it
Hey,
up, and I was like, there
investors,
he is.
you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help
What's
you
that
move with it. So,
Nah,
whether
that's
you're
crazy.
buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're
This
ETFing
week,
or
bro, it's gonna be
401k,
it's like a new
saving,
wrestler
spending,
coming down. I don't know
or
who. I don't know
your
none of
retirement,
them.
you can
Nah,
count
nigga,
on
that's like when
Schwab.
it's
Market
like when
insights,
even
live
though niggas
reports,
crazy Hulk Hogan.
powerful
That's
trading
like when Hulk
platforms,
Hogan
and
retired.
Yeah, like what he's
all
doing
in your
guns
savings.
out here,
Hard.
boy.
You can
That's like
invest
Jordan
your
and Ron
way.
retiring. When them niggas
Sounds
retired,
nice, right?
them niggas retired
I
like
don't
that.
know who Shay is, bro. Like,
You know what I'm saying?
if
Like,
Shay didn't come back to Kentucky, bro, who is Shay though, bro? Like,
nah, I didn't think Shay was gonna be as good. I'm gonna be
From
the
tech
first
to
to say that.
energy,
I didn't think
crypto
he
to
was gonna be as
consumer,
good
this
as
is
he
like
is.
who is that?
investor sentiment right
That
now.
nigga baller,
Clear
bro.
analysis
Yeah,
and
face of the league
MSCI
though.
market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break.
Oh, he got a mirror machine, bro.
That could certainly be a
Yeah,
short
they
to
got
Okay.
medium-term catalyst.
You know,
And investing
if
one
you can
PM
create your own site, bro,
nigga be
that mirror ain't, bro, he can ball, bro.
Whether you're an experienced investor
like I
or
said,
just
He
getting
can ball,
started,
bro.
I give it to
Charles
you,
Schwab
nigga.
offers a webcast
He gonna take
right for
some
you.
bums to
Are
find
you
out
a
some money.
long-term investor? Our investing
I
webcast
don't care who he
breaks
played
down
against.
insight
He don't got him a
Give the
chip.
nigga his
including
credit.
growth,
Yeah, he don't got him a
value,
chip though.
income,
That's
and
crazy.
more. Best of
They can
all,
always say what they
you
want to say about him.
start by chatting
And you
directly
know
with
what's
Charles
crazy though? They
Schwab.
really not that
It's
weak, bro.
interactive
That nigga
learning,
No, they play
personalized
very
coaching,
good,
and
bro. They
live
play
niggas
defense.
still winning.
It's
on-demand
like
training.
a hundred.
Go to
It's like 100
schwab.com
people that play on that
coaching.
team, and they all play.
Start
You know
learning
what I'm saying?
today.
Together. They play defense. That's what it is. They play together and they play defense. And then they know they roles. Everybody know they role. They know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, those markets be
Real-time
chopped.
access,
Like that trade
data-driven analysis
that
from
I went
U.S.
down with, I made
equities to
100%.
global
But
macro
look at the
matters.
market, bro. We got
Schwab
chopping.
Network
It's
connects the
chopping.
dots.
It's literally
Watch
chopping
live.
between
Subscribe free at
690, 689,
schwabnetwork.com.
75 and 688.40, bro. It's literally just chopping. I think we go down, but we more
Well, that's
considered
the morning
chopping.
trade
We a
line.
ETF
Alphabet
though.
will be in
Nobody
focus this
considered.
afternoon when the mega cap tech Titan reports
Nobody
earnings after
considered
the closing bell.
chopping.
Analysts are expecting adjusted EPS of $2.64, a profit revenue of more than $111 billion. Shares hitting an all-time high on Tuesday and are up more than 65% over the last 12 months. So let's go inside out on Alphabet ahead of earnings. Joining us now is Jawad Hussain, Media Entertainment Director, S&P Global Ratings. And Jawad, thanks so much for joining us. So obviously there's a lot to pack in here for this name. Just give us some of your expectations as far as the numbers are concerned.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Like you mentioned, Alphabet continues to do very solidly across the board. It's double-digit growth. It's been accelerating growth in its core businesses, in search, in YouTube, in cloud. We've seen in excess of 30% growth in cloud and margins expanding. So we're expecting more of the same. I think they've been hitting on all cylinders. There was a lot of worries kind of with the AI and all that, but I think they've shown that there's a reason they're the best in class in technology. They have the resources to invest, and you've seen some of that kind of come to fruition with some of the announcements they made on Gemini, and all of that kind of is flowing through. So our expectations is for continued kind of that mid-teen type of growth on the top line, and for that to continue.
What are we gonna do now,
Obviously, it's been
bro?
an interesting quarter. We've been talking about sort of the changing of the guard, as some people like to call
What
it,
we gonna do now,
particularly
bro?
off the back of a lot of praise, as you mentioned,
No,
for
he
Gemini.
him.
Also with respect to
Not
the
him.
TPUs, the developments there.
He him.
Is this
The rest of this
likely to
trading day. I
continue
know
to
you probably
confirm
done for
that?
the
And what
day.
do you think the likely reaction
Done
is
for
going to be
the
from the
day,
street?
bro. You get me? I'm done.
Yeah, it's always tough to predict what the street is, what it's going to key in on, right? But I
Not
think
done
all those
yet.
trends from a fundamental basis are continuing. I think you've
You
seen
said
kind
what?
of the strength in the ad market. I think that's back on a lot of the investments that they
Yep.
made
Give
in
me 1
AI,
second.
in
I
the
got
technology stack.
3 minutes.
You're seeing the deals that they're doing where they, with a lot of these large AI
I'm
players
good.
on the
Well, I don't
TPUs,
have
kind
it.
of
Y'all
getting
got
into
it.
that market,
No, you
expanding,
got it.
showing that they can expand into different areas. And I think that's been the strength of Alphabet historically, right?
I do like how
Just when you
I
think they're kind of
wish I
they're Z.
I like how
They
Apple's
show that they can find new markets to grow in, whether it's
Apple's
cloud,
moving
whether it's
good.
GPUs, whether it's just AI
I
investments, and how that's powering things. And I think
probably too early.
that
That
is,
motherfucker going.
one of the things that is expected to
I'm not
continue.
gonna
And I
lie.
think
I
that's
want
why
to get back in
things
it
have
today.
been doing quite well over the last several months.
Even though I don't, like I said, I'm a
It's a
happy.
tricky
I'm a build a
balancing
long
act
term
between the
portfolio.
capex
I
and
just
then
haven't started
obviously
yet.
the
But I
proof of
do.
all the spend, as
Apple's
we've seen
definitely in
with,
the
for
list to
instance,
get
maybe the
in.
Meta report last time around, the Microsoft report
Yeah,
this time
that's what
around.
them long term shares.
Obviously, the market sees Google, Alphabet as having the sort of spending discipline that might be a little bit better than the others. But do you anticipate that we're going to see some sort of reaction like we saw with this one? Where's the sweet spot for this name?
Yeah, it's hard to say because every time that I thought, wow, this is a lot of capex spending, the next quarter is even more, and they up it again. And I think we saw that with Meta as well, kind of with the guidance that they put out. And so, I stopped giving projections on that because I think I've always been undercounting. Clearly, they have the resources, and I think that's the difference, right? So, in this game of land grab, getting resources, AI, you have to be able to invest. You have to, it's probably better to overspend than underspend because you want to make sure that you're the winner in this massive market. And so, I would not be surprised if the capex numbers come in a little bit higher, but I think in this marketplace, given the dynamics, it makes sense for Alphabet to be aggressive, right? And I think they've shown that they're making progress. So the money is being well spent. They show they have the capabilities, and so I wouldn't be surprised if it's higher capex, but it makes sense given the environment that we're in.
I remember when I was
Yeah,
first
I mean,
trading
it's one
apples
thing to
2 years
throw
ago,
out
bro.
those sort of
And
double-digit
Apple
eye-watering
was
sums. It's another thing
$4
to
for
show that,
that was a good
you've
deal.
got proof of that
10 is
monetization as well. We'll be watching.
that joint
Really
is
appreciate the
ridiculous.
preview, Joanne. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Apple's
That
a
is the
great
Media
long term
Entertainment Director,
investment.
S&P Global Ratings. Let's trade it now with Tom Wang, as always, the host of Fast Market. Very good morning to you, Tom. All right, talk us through an example trade for this next.
Yeah, this is a dicey one here, Sam, just because the bar's so high in this report. And we've seen that repeatedly out of tech where the bar's high going into a report. Maybe they beat on EPS, top line revenue, maybe even guide a little bit higher, but the stocks still get punished. Maybe there's some profit taking going on there. So you got to be careful with this one. The option market pricing in about a plus or
I would say
minus
down,
$20 move either
but
way, about 6%
it would have been
in the shares. The
what
stock's
I
just
told you
below those all-time
I would
highs.
get it
We're
when it got
focused on
in.
I
cloud
would say
growth. Is that still
damn
above
near put it on
30%
Apple, bro. Apple
level?
finna break the
The
fuck
YouTube
out.
advertising, search advertising is
Apple
still supposed to
spies
be
gonna
over
be
double digits. So
chopping them
My
there's
up.
a
little
lot
couple
of
dollars
negotiation
on
with this
Apple.
report. So we got to be
Just
careful. It's
chopping them
savers
My,
up.
to
my,
find, I think, is
my
the
Take
key.
that
But
$38
look at
and
something that
put
takes
it
advantage of if we do see a
chopping them
pullback in
up.
the shares, and maybe it's
Disgusting.
not on the fundamentals, maybe it's just on profit taking. I looked at a bearish put diagonal here if you think the stock's going to maybe sell off about that one standard deviation. So I went out to the February 20th monthly options that expired 16 days and bought the slightly in the money 340 strike put. That's got the higher negative delta, right? It's bearish. And then against it, the near-term
I had to go
February
see if
6th
my wave
weekly
jump up
options that
again, but
expired
them
just 2
stack
days,
beans and the
we're
air
going to
fryer
sell the
look good.
320
yeah.
strike put. So a bearish
What's
$20
that?
wide put diagonal to the downside. You're going to pay roughly about, I've got a
Mercy.
1060
That's
debit
what I'm
on here,
saying, bro.
probably
It's
trading
just
just over 11 bucks right now. Stock has pulled back a little bit. But the debt you pay is going to be your risk on this one. You can see here from the risk profile,
I didn't even check
anything
it until
below about
Therese said
335 is going to be potential profitability on this trade. With the apex of what you can make your max profitability is going to be at or near that 320 strike, which aligns with about that one standard deviation move that the option market's pricing in. Now, one of the key reasons of a $20 wide bearish put diagonal, you're only paying almost half of the cost of the width of it is because of those volatility levels within the option series. So in the February 20th monthly options where you're buying that 340 strike put, you're buying about 48% implied volatility on aggregate. And then in the near-term February 6th options where you're selling that
yeah, that's how
320
that
put,
works.
you're selling about 100% implied volatility on aggregate. So
Me
that
and Trader made a
spurs
mistake
you lower the
yesterday.
entry point price on this, but you definitely need a slight move to the downside to start getting into profitability. And you'll have that potential to roll that short option a couple times, creating more credits,
Me and Trader, bro,
increasing
we
potential
was in a trade
profitability, but
yesterday
just
and I
slightly
went
bearish
up 50% and
outlook
got
here on
greedy
Google
instead
Alphabet
of
in this
taking my
example trade.
profits.
Okay, and obviously trailing lower today along with broader tech sentiment and risk what we're seeing there. Thanks so much for the example trade. Ahead of these earnings later on this afternoon, Tom, and obviously Alphabet is not the only one that's going to be reporting as far as the next cab off the rank. We will be hearing from names like Qualcomm, ARM, Elf, Snap, and a few others across various sectors, so we'll be watching. But as far as the performance today, obviously we're seeing this rotation out of technology. That very much seems to be the drag. You can see it in the heat map right now with names like Broadcom and Nvidia lower, AMD getting hit hard in double digits off the back of its earnings report. Some concerns around that with respect to distortions on the expectations. And you can see that it's a bright red spot there for Micro as well. We are seeing a sell-off across some of the memory space as well. Some of your names like SanDisk, which are down in double digits, 10%. Western Digital down 8.5% right now. But other sectors very much catching a bid, and that explains why we are actually seeing the Dow Jones managing to hold its head above water right now, 7/10% higher. We've got ADB, the private company read this morning. It looks like 22,000 on the headlines. It wasn't as much as the street was expecting, but we've also had a Xi-Trump phone call with President Trump saying it was a positive one as well. So plenty of moving parts in these markets as we continue to watch this closing out in this space. Thanks so much for joining us here on Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Vardas. We've got Trading 360 up next with Marley Cater.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings. So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years. Through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children, they've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Yeah, Spy's just inflated right now.
I'm talking about Apple.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Come on, Apple, where you at?
Be patient, up and down on it. Yeah, I've been patient. They said some motherfucking.
Some other niggas in the party yesterday too. Some niggas that he said Jerry was like, yeah, my cousin. I guess you got into it. I guess you got into it.
I'm getting into it with all his
Yeah, them niggas was talking about some. Yeah, them niggas was crazy. Talking about some Hispanic lady with this nigga down there. He's about to go down to Mexico and talk about he gonna get a plate. I'm like, you crazy. Crazy shit. Nigga, women are women. Women are crazy. Women are
minutes into the trading day, and welcome to Trading 360. I'm Marley Casey, coming to you live
Just
from our
married
Chicago
though.
headquarters. Here's what we have coming up for you in today's show. In our 360 Spotlight, we'll be joined by the head of investor relations from AT&T to discuss last week's earnings, its growth it's seeing, and its 5G customers, and more. Today's disruptor is Qualcomm ahead of its earnings after the bell. George Tillis will give us a preview and also have an example trade for us. And then in our 360 round, we'll dive into Uber's earnings. We see shares lower after it reported mixed results with some disappointing.
That's what I said
Lots to get
yesterday.
through this morning, already a very busy day. But
People,
let's see how the
you know,
markets
it's
are
feisty.
shaping up. Mixed picture here as we see some rotation out of tech this morning. The S&P trading down more than a tenth right now, 69.0794. On the Nasdaq, we're lower, more than a percent lower. In fact, 25,048.43 right now. On the Dow, 49,005.90. We are 7/10 higher. And on the Russell, 2632. That puts us down about 0.6% so far this morning. The 10-year holding strong from mostly where we left off yesterday, 429. The $1.97.54 on gold. We're at 49.42.70, slightly higher on the day, but still far off those records we saw last week. Crude oil at 63.36 a barrel. That's about 0.25% higher today. And Bitcoin trading even lower. We're now below 75,000 for Bitcoin. 3% lower, 74,250 for the cryptocurrency. I do want to welcome in Alex Coffey, our guest this morning,
Bitcoin
co-host
falling
of
lower.
Investing. We're already seeing this morning. Super Micro reported
I'm
some
gonna have
very
to
strong
sell
earnings.
Western
Seeing a
Digital
double-digit move to
because
the
I have to
upside
deal
on the
with
heels of those results.
fucking
Yeah,
shit
big
in my
move for a
bank.
company that needed. It's been under pressure recently.
And Western Digital is
As
just
you
falling
mentioned,
back.
trading higher
I
by
actually
quite the
think it's
margin so
actually
far
on the
today,
bad though.
especially given that many of its peers within the broad chip space struggling a bit today. But adjusted EPS 69 cents, better than the 59 cents a year ago, and then also better than the estimates as well. Net sales 12.68 billion, way above last year's numbers, and quite a bit above the margins that were expected by the street. Adjusted gross margin, speaking of 6.4%, did come down quite a bit, a little bit below the estimate, but the street seems to be shrugging that off. Operating expenses, a little bit better than expected, 240.6 million, was less than the street expected. Looking at current quarter, they see net sales of at least 12.3 billion. That was way ahead of the street's guess, around 10.25. Adjusted EPS of at least 60 cents, better than the street's guess of around 52. Year forecast, at least $40 billion for revenue. Had seen 36 billion in revenue prior, so over a 10% hike to that full year guidance. And the street wasn't looking for that. They were looking for maybe a 3% or so jump, so quite a bit better than expected there. Analysts excited. KeyBank saying that the results were solid, with revenue exceeding expectations and guidance, and gross margins largely in line. So demand expected to continue. We'll see if the rally continue up 13% here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a huge move to the upside here, and it's somewhat surprising too, because we've seen what a margin story this quarter has been, and 6% margin, those are razor thin and came in lower than expected, but the numbers seemingly good enough. As far as analyst revisions, have we seen any come across in terms of price targets or the ratings that they're holding?
Well, I would say the one thing about this particular company is that it's still a little bit plagued by some of the accounting uncertainty. You're going to have your believers, you're going to have yours that are still kind of waiting and seeing. Rosenblatt, for example, a believer. They have a buy rating with a price target of $50, and they frame it as, hey, this revenue soared due to a blowout production ramp. If you look at JP Morgan, they're at a neutral rating with a $40 price target. They even say, hey, it was remarkably robust, better revenues and disciplined OPEX drove robust EPS beats. So it's going to just depend on the different analysts and how they feel about this sector as well as this company in particular. But for the most part, analysts on board with the results.
Well, Alex, thanks for being with us to break down this move we're seeing to the upside in Super Micro following its top and bottom line beats. I do want to broaden things out, though, and talk about the World Economic Forum and Davos from some observations from someone who was there this year. Joining us now, Per Hong, the global lead at Kearney Foresight and a partner at Kearney Strategic Operations and Performance Practice. Per, great to have you with us. Now, I'd love to start with you were in Davos this year, and you noticed some differences this year in tone and some observations you've made. Could you take us through some of your key takeaways?
Well, I'd be happy. Thanks for having me, Marley. You know what struck me most, in Davos this year? Davos wasn't about a crisis. It was really about constraint, and it was in some sense, the widening disconnect between performance and perception. markets, even with today's sort of results, are broadly functioning. Growth hasn't collapsed. Leaders, however, in conversations are increasingly feeling boxed in by geopolitics and policy risk and fragmentation. And that tension between performance on the one hand and the constraints about where the degrees of freedom to operate, I thought was a really interesting dimension in many of the conversations coming out of Davos over this last period, certainly.
Certainly, I mean that distinction between crisis and constraint here and the fragmentation that you were observing, I have a twofold follow-up here. Why do you think that distinction and that different tone really matters for the markets this year? And also, you mentioned growth hasn't collapsed. The markets are still functioning. Why do you think the mood felt more uneasy for those who were there than what the headlines were suggesting?
No, on the surface, all the traditional indicators look stable. As we've talked about, companies delivering results, but underneath that stability are strains, unresolved debt dynamics, widening inequality, geopolitical risk, the lagging effects of trade and trade policy and what implications that has for supply chain and fragmentations. And so a lot of what I think companies and conversations we're having that looks like a strength today is potentially an early signal of some longer-term vulnerabilities. Trade policy risk being treated as permanent. Economic security issues around securing critical minerals or access to certain markets outweighing efficiency in decision-making. Investment being staged or even deferred from a long-term basis as a way to start to manage that. And while all of that is happening in concert, the risk or some of the uncertainty is mistaking some of that short-term stability for longer-term viability in a more reordered world. In isolations, all of those feel prudent, but cumulatively, they are risking potentially eroding some longer-term competitiveness or decreasing degrees of optionality that many of our business leaders have in order to take actions before they realize what's really happening.
So if those actions do prove to be counterintuitive and the actual adaptation is becoming a risk here, if every company is, for supply chains, for example, regionalizing supply chains to try to get ahead here, staging investments, what does that mean for long-term growth and productivity?
Well, and I think that's at the heart of much of the question here in terms of what are the long-term implications that this starts to have. Businesses are adapting admirably. Supply chains are a strength. We've seen the rewiring. We've seen companies adopting AI being embraced, decisions being kept reversible, all in the face of many of these headwinds. But if volatility is no longer episodic and now it's structural, decisions around capital, around footprints, around platforms are being locked in much faster than some of the clarity that's required to do that. And so what concerned many of the CEO conversations we were having wasn't the volatility, it was how quickly many of the workarounds that we're having in today's environments are very quickly becoming constraints for future decisions going forward. And that collectively then starts to narrow some of the longer-term optionality that weighs on future growth and potential future productivity.
And Per, are there specific sectors or assets that you're noticing are doing these faster workarounds that may eventually become constrained? Who's the most exposed here?
I think the conversations and what that we were having were cross-sector in where the implications are starting to manifest, and there are questions. Clearly, there are certain sectors that are benefiting from inflows of further innovation, of investment. The tech sector, very clearly, defense sector, security, but that's and some of the industrial policies in energy and some of the resilience pieces are important, and that's what we're watching really closely. Investors should be watching where security and policy really starts to override the economics. And that probably means tracking defense spending, industrial policy in Europe, energy and supply resilience, how quickly regulatory divergence starts to show up in costs and executions over the next 12 to 24 months.
And another key takeaway that I thought was fascinating, you highlighted in the notes you sent over, was that state power has now become an explicit market force. That was one of your observations from Davos. How are you seeing that show up in real economic decisions?
Yeah, I think this is also another big shift emerging. State power is now much more of an explicit market force, and I think we've all been experiencing that to a degree. It's no longer in the background, it's actively shaping economic outcomes. In Davos, and certainly the conversations this year felt shaped less by what was being discussed inside boardrooms and much more around what was happening outside. Geopolitics wasn't just a topic, it really defined this atmosphere. Conversations around what is the future role of Europe? How does sovereignty extend beyond borders in technology and energy and data? Thinking about how governments are starting to much more project power directly into supply chain flows, securing critical minerals, capital, corporate strategy. And so this old assumption that markets operate independently from the public state is starting to blur and break down. And industrial policy and governments as state actors is definitely shifting much more into an area where it's pulling private industry and firms into national strategies around energy and critical minerals and defense and tech. And that is a shift and one we should be watching very closely.
And as far as shifts you're watching and expectations because of what you're observing, do you also expect to see more capital start flowing less towards efficiency or need and more into political safety?
Without question, and this is where I think we should be watching this, certainly from an investor point of view, and where capital is starting to move, tracking critical sectors like I mentioned in energy and tech and defense, and also watching perhaps some of the capital discipline. Companies that are delaying or staging investments are also perhaps signaling more caution beneath strong earnings. And this key isn't volatility, it's whether those constraints really start to grow on the growth and margins and productivity, and that's another aspect we should be carefully observing.
There are some really keen observations. There's such a fascinating talk. Thank you for being with us to share some of your thoughts from Davos and also some things for investors to keep a close eye on. That's Per Hong, the global lead at Kearney Foresight and a partner at Kearney Strategic Operations and Performance Practice. We've got plenty more for you today on Trading 362. Of course, Big 3 coming your way. We got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Rick Ducat taking us through the technicals. John Kaufman will take us through the trades for Caterpillar, the 20-year bond ETF, and ExxonMobil next on Trading 360 on Schwab Network.
Trading floor in the world. This is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers. Just the trades that matter. the bell hits and the markets react in real time, opening bell live at the NYSE right when it counts.
You've got your smile. Carl. Yep. #1 brokers here to welcome you. Actually, we invest with Schwab. We have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up for a college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies. Schwab helps me generate retirement income. All this Schwab has everything we need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap? Invest your way.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Hayden. It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades for you. Richard Cat will take us through the charts, as always, here to take us through the trades. One of my favorite bears, Don Kaufman, co-founder of CO Trade. Don, great to have you with us. Checking for it here. We've got a mostly down day. The Dow's still hanging on here. We got some earnings from AMD. The market's not wild about, but pretty happy with Supermicro despite those margins. Here, what are some of your thoughts this morning?
Probably the biggest thing we're looking at is what I can only describe as just manic rotations that continue. In fact, some of the trades we're going to set up today are part of those manic rotations. You know, if you were to look at the S&P 100 and you're looking at an advanced decline line, we have 70 stocks trading to the upside, and yet the S&Ps are down. We're seeing, again, manic rotations, just capital being shoved into places and forced into places because right now it's not about tech.
All right, not about tech. I usually start with wondering how many of your picks are going to be bearish, but you helped me today and your nose has been over and you called them your 3 little bears. So we already know the big 3 are our 3 little bears today. The first one, Caterpillar. Take us through this one.
Yeah, let's start with one probably the biggest calls over here, Caterpillar. Look where it is on a year-to-date basis. I mean, at that point, 18% year-to-date basis, this is overbought, it's overhyped. It's an overcooked turkey at this point. And this has absolutely nothing to do with fundamentals, the earnings. This is exactly the epitome of one of these, again, kind of manic rotations that we're seeing in the marketplace right now. You really feel like fund managers just, look, I can't put money into NVIDIA, it's not moving. I can't put money into Microsoft, it's actually some sell-side activity. So what are we doing? Well, apparently we're buying Caterpillar since the beginning of the year and buying Caterpillar in a big way. Again, this is, to me, it's less about the technicals, it's more about this kind of rotation. This rotation will cease to exist in the very near future. I mean, either we start to buy tech and sell stuff like Caterpillar, or we see a rather large breakdown in the entire marketplace and then advanced decline line kind of crushing everything. Nevertheless, it's a bearish trade inside of Caterpillar. Now, I'm going to give myself, though, the gift of duration here. I'm going all the way out to the April 17th expiration. And I'm doing that because I'm going to buy a nice big $10 wide out of the money put spread. I'm going to be buying the 670 puts. Again, buying the 670 puts, selling the 660 puts against it. So a $10 wide spread. This one's done for a $3.10 debit. It's a big out of the money bearish put spread looking for Caterpillar to, I'm not even asking for like a wild and woolly pullback over here. Just some of the rotation to kind of cease and again, markets to return to some degree of normalcy.
Certainly seeing that rotation into Caterpillar just since the year began, up about 24% so far for Caterpillar. So significant move to the upside, which we can see highlighted here in the technicals. Rick, take us through.
Remember, too, even a modest pullback can feel pretty bad if you happen to get in near those highs here, which we are experiencing today. Once again, 723.16 is where we've topped out so far. But if we were to perhaps pull back 656, so pretty close to that 660 level Don highlighted, that's about right here. That's the red line on my chart. That's the reason I put that on there, is because it marks some old highs. So if we do get some kind of pullback, I had my eye on a pretty similar area targeting for a potential downside move to perhaps start to find some support there. But other areas of interest, 627, old highs here, subsequent lows after the breakout, another prominent set of old highs there near 586. But those are pretty far off at this point for now. Price still traveling within this very narrow, very steep
upward channel type shape here. And remember, the steeper a price movement, the less sustainable it is, generally speaking here. So we have an upside breakout from this wedge shape, which was already kind of more of a bearish setup here. Not a guarantee it's going to be bearish, but we did push to the upside beyond that gradually rising boundary that you could draw across those highs here. So that could be another area to watch for. Support would be this old line here, perhaps around 680 or so at this point. But our 5-day EMA, our weekly EMA in dark blue, 685 or so. That lines up with our new trend line here, our shorter term channel line. So that could be another breakdown point. RSI still overbought, which is a bullish signal here. Look for the bearish signal, which would be the crossover back below that overbought threshold of 70. Finally, our volume profile study shows that some of the key trading concentration areas, the closest one we have right about here, this pocket of volume near about 640, 650 or so, that's the standout area for potential solidification, once again, near 650 or so.
Yeah, and like you mentioned today, another record high for Caterpillar. They went up to 723.11. We pulled back slightly from that right now at about 699 for Caterpillar, but you know, at the top of the top, as high as we can be there. This next one, we're talking about ETF TLT. Walk us through this bearish trade.
All right, so yeah, again, another bearish trade. I'm just setting him up to knock him down over here. Okay, in TLT, look, nobody wants to buy treasuries right now. That's just the bottom line. So we can look at some of the technicals over here. We can look at the S&Ps backing off in the last couple of trading sessions, and nobody's rushing towards the bonds. They're rushing towards metals. Like, when, okay, in history, have the bonds not necessarily been a safe haven? So again, I'm actually going to go with trend right now. And in this particular position, I'm actually going to be purchasing a rather deep in the money put. What I'm doing is what's termed a synthetic stock replacement strategy. But this is actually a short position. That is, I'm actually buying a deep in the money put, to, if you will, simulate a short stock position on an underlying for a period of time that I think is actually going to stay on trend. As I said, we are seeing a little, if you will, panic at the disco inside of tech, but nobody's rotating into the bond market. Now, instead, right now, what are we doing? Just doing nothing but buying metals. I mean, we can talk about debt piling on, we can talk about fiscal responsibility till we're blue in the face, but this one can be easy as trend. So the trade here in the TLT, again, I'm going to go out to the April 17th expiration, and I'm going to buy a 90 put. Now, give everybody heads up, that 90 put, again, it is an in-the-money put trading for $4. Buying an in-the-money put is actually giving us almost a one-for-one, as if we were actually short this TLT.
All right, so Rick, as we look at the technical setup for TLT, and we know obviously what Dom is just saying about the rush to metal certainly being true even with this like pullback.
That's what I said.
You know, what's the technical
I was
setup?
thinking I had to get Tucky out of here, but he over being weird. Some people over there think they important and stuff, trying to talk about their criminal activity, but nobody really listening to them, bro. Yeah, somebody over feeling weird because they want to talk about whatever they didn't want to talk about, but Tucky wanted to know about it, so they want to talk about it anyway. But they was feeling uncomfortable. Yeah, they said, I don't even know who on that phone. I can't even talk about it. Who on that phone? He felt the way. Nah, he felt the way and left right after the person said that. I don't know who was over. Ain't no but family over on here.
Keep on your radar as well. When we look at our moving averages to assess the overall trend here,
I'm thinking about his, but
toward the downside.
Yeah, that
Are all diverging apart from each other.
They wanted to harp on that shit yesterday, bro.
Look for our short-term 5-day weekly EMA in that dark blue.
Nah, they cool. Yeah, you need to join Discord, bro. You should join Discord. It's cool. I'm trying to get some people in there.
Giving us a bit of a mixed picture here.
Yeah, but he was drunk yesterday. But they mostly be trying to just talk about the market. He was ripped yesterday. That's what it was, bro. He was out of character yesterday. That's why, you know what I'm saying, he was just fucking laughing hysterical and just fucking saying a bunch of weird shit that he don't normally say. Because he usually just be dropping information and gems and you know what to listen to too. But he was just having a good time type shit.
If we do start getting too far below this point, very light volume.
Especially once I told him he was live.
You could see faster moving trading.
Nah, he had actually, matter of fact, he didn't know he was live. He was drunk, he was feeling himself,
we have
and
to
then I
talk
told him
about
he was
here,
live,
Don,
and he
is
kept going.
Exxon. Another move
He
kind
was
of
like,
similar
fuck
to
like 25
Caterpillar that we're
companies
seeing
that
on
he
the
like.
year. Really strong
And
year to
fuck
date.
Michael
Had
Seller,
a
he
good
like him
earnings
too.
reaction
I
here,
said,
but
bro, what
is
is
this
going
another
on with you?
rotation play?
He said, yeah, Michael Seller gonna, he said he's gonna kill himself. I said, what?
And it actually fits
Didn't
perfectly.
say that.
We're talking about, look, trade right now
Couldn't
doesn't
find out
want
when
for
there's some shit
capital
like that
into
happen. That
trades.
shit
No,
crazy.
instead, what do?
Market trying to bounce right at the bottom, but I still think it's bearish.
Absolutely explosive to the upside.
They don't touch the low. I could have grabbed some of this money,
on a year-to-date
but
basis.
it's
This
all
is
good.
about as manic as a move can possibly get. Look, you're not going to be able to cite oil here as supporting. You're not going to be able to cite Venezuela, as ExxonMobil themselves have actually said it's uninvestable. What do you got? What do you got to actually support here besides fundamentals? Okay, any of the technicals are almost out the window. I mean, but the chart is amazing. If you look at like a 3-year chart,
I had got a
this is
call on
stock,
Microsoft,
okay,
and I
for
got a
2.5
call
years with a nail in its foot. It did
on Apple.
absolutely nothing
Yeah.
for 2.5 years. Literally in the last, 4 or 5 months, explosive move to the upside.
So
Really,
I'll put a
most
taste of
explosive
time on
in
it
the last
though,
couple of
on
weeks,
both the
right?
positions.
Again, from the
That's
beginning
why I
of
was
the year,
gonna ask that
like money
dude how much
managers,
did he
they
put
don't see
time on it
anything,
as he
but
was
ExxonMobil and Caterpillar at this point, again, some really manic rotations. Once again, I am going to take a degree of a bearish position in here. Again, that bearish position this time, well, I'm only going to go out to the March 20th expiration because situations are coming to a head here. So
with Apple, Microsoft, I happened to break
buy
out
the 140
today.
put and sell the 130
Kill
put
some
against it. I love to use spreads. Spreads are going to define your risk. In this particular case, the risk is $2.60. That spread's going to define your risk, and it's actually going to curb some of the volatility exposure in this marketplace. But ExxonMobil, again, you have to look at this and think to yourself, wow, 19% year-to-date.
That's how I am with
on
my
borrowed
kids, bro.
time.
Them songs
And
be getting me
these are the kind of setups I love, where I'm taking, again, a measured risk of $2.60 with some big upside potential.
All right, Rick, so is it looking like we could possibly be on borrowed time here for Exxon?
Bro, I had the 277.5 strike on Apple 2 days ago at 18 cents, bro. That thing printed, bro.
Pullbacks in the short term here, despite the longer term trajectory remaining to the upside. Just speaking kind of more theoretically, but indeed, a very sharp, very severe upside surge here. New highs.
I had the 277.5 on Apple 2 days ago, bro. Printed.
So our trade that we just looked at, our example trade, had a break even right around 137, 138. That's this level I highlighted
Well,
here.
I ended up getting a call like right there.
Would be the other boundary for that trade. That's right about here. So it'd be targeting a pullback to this area. The reason I
got like 3 calls back to back.
Is they represented brief stopping points on this big push to the upside.
So I do got doctors for the next week.
So just trying to find areas like that can help make you more of an informed decision.
Hey,
if you are planning on a potential
no, next
pullback,
week on the 9th I got one.
such as this here. So when we do look at our moving averages, again, when we have a stock,
Tell that person they ain't that important. Hey, hold on.
They're not quite as helpful because they are indeed lagging indicators. A short-term 5-day weekly EMA like this one could help provide some clues about potential support. It comes in near 142. Meanwhile, our monthly 21-day EMA is more like 134 or so. So a pretty significant degree of catch-up needs to be played here still. RSI showing a bit of a question mark here because we are seeing our trend line has been broken, but we are still seeing a bullish push above that overbought area. But we're also seeing bearish divergence now. Notice that RSI is not really on pace to make a higher close along with price here, so the momentum is starting to wane as we push into those new highs. That's a mismatch you wouldn't necessarily want to see if you were bullish in this game. So now when we look at our volume profile study, finally, the heavy volume concentration areas, one of them is right here near about 140, and one of them is here near about 130 or so. So those would be the shorter term areas to be on the lookout for in this game.
And for ExxonMobil, we're up about 32% in the last 12 months. 20% of that has come just this year. I want to thank you, Rick, for walking us through technicals. Rick Ducato, lead market technician, and also thank John Kaufman for bringing us his 3 little bears to the big 3 today, co-founder over at TheoTrade. Always great to have you, Don. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight
for fiber to home business. That's next. Stay with us.
What happened? What happened?
You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Invest smart with Schwab.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, technical analysis, morning movers, plus it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Kick off the morning with the data and decisions moving markets. The morning trade live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, always live from Wall Street to your street. Morning trade live where the markets meet the macro weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network. Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are. Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters. It's time to spotlight AT&T. Joining us now, Brett Feldman, Treasurer and Head of Investor Relations at AT&T. Brett, great to have you with us this morning. You know, we're on the heels of earnings from AT&T. Came out last week. Really strong report. Would you take us through what you thought some of the key numbers were?
Yeah, thanks for having me back, Marley. Our fourth quarter results were a strong finish to a strong year for AT&T. We met or exceeded all the full year financial objectives that we had laid out at the beginning of the year, and that was really driven by sustained growth in our core customer categories. It was our fifth consecutive year where we added 1.5 million or more postpaid phone customers. That's one of our primary subscriber categories. It was also our best year in a decade for consumer internet subscriber growth. And this is all driven by the investments that we've been making in our fiber network and in our 5G wireless network. We have been investing at the top of our industry for the last several years based on the financial outlook we gave. It seems like we're probably going to be the leading investor for the next several years. And if you know the history of this industry, what you know is that the companies who invest the most in the best technologies typically have the strongest customer franchises. But what I think is really exciting about what you saw in our fourth quarter results, and really over the course of last year, is we're not just doing a great job adding 5G customers and fiber customers, we are increasingly adding them together. So we are really winning them home. The portion of our customers that get both a full internet product from us and a mobile internet product has never been higher, and that penetration rate has never grown faster. So we are really seeing proof that the investments we're making in these leading technologies are leading to consistent and really strong results. I think that's the key takeaway from our quarter.
All right, Brett, so let's talk about that. It's up 42%, and then looking at your numbers of fiber households that now bundle that wireless and their internet. That's the fastest convergence that AT&T has ever seen as far as I can track. How important is that convergence strategy in both retention of these customers, but also for long-term growth?
I mean, it's really where the industry model has gone. It's something that we saw coming several years ago. That's why we have really been leading in this convergence-driven model. And I'll
Bro, who's Schwab, bro?
We've given ourselves the plan to really accelerate the execution of this strategy as we go into 2017
Dr.
and
Disrespect
really
is
over the
better than
next
Schwab.
several years.
You're
And that's what
smoking
kind
crack,
of
nigga.
reflects the long-term financial outlook that we gave the market. We didn't just say that we think we can keep this going. We said that as we look out over the next several years, we
Mr.
think you're going
Dr.
to see
Disrespect plays.
improved
Dr.
growth
Disrespect
in
plays.
our business
Gets
as
shroud
a
in the
result of
tournament
these
and got
investments, and in particular as a result of increasingly growing our business by selling both of these products together.
And part of that acceleration plan likely includes this recent acquisition of Lumen's
Yeah.
mass market fiber to home business.
Yeah, he's funny, ain't
What
he?
immediate
Bro.
strategic benefits do you expect from that?
No, Schwab is like superhuman.
Closed that acquisition essentially in record time for AT&T earlier this week. And it brings in a great opportunity for AT&T and really a great opportunity for the customers in those markets. Lumen, as I think you know, is predominantly focused on connecting.
Bro, we talking about Schwab and Dr. Disrespect, bro. You can't bring up somebody we don't know, bro.
Regional fiber home internet.
You gotta say like Ninja or something or Summit.
The purchase price that we paid was at a valuation
or Ninja's bum man.
paid to build on our own, so we got a great price on the asset.
But who's Brody that you said, bro?
Business. Right now, this asset on the day we acquired it only has about 25% fiber.
To me, like,
that means only 1 in 4 homes in that market that could be a fiber customer actually have the service today. To put that in context, in our own footprint, we have 40% fiber penetration, and our business plan is based on getting to 50. So we're buying an asset that seems underpenetrated because the previous operator was focused on other opportunities. On top of that, our analysis is that very few of those fiber customers also have AT&T wireless service in those markets. It's somewhere less than 20%. That's considerably lower than the convergence rate we've typically been able to achieve in our footprint. So we're picking up an asset where if we just run the same plays that we have historically run in our own fiber operating regions, we have a really compelling opportunity to help more of those customers get rid of their cable TV internet, which we see as an inferior product, to upgrade to AT&T fiber, and then get the benefits of adding our wireless service to it. And one of those benefits is they get free wireless backup in their home. So if there's a contractor on your street and they cut the fiber and it takes us a little bit to get a crew out there to fix it, those customers who take advantage of our wireless product also will immediately fall back onto our wireless network and it'll bridge them. So we really are quite excited about the amount of growth that we can generate in that market just because we're bringing something so much better into that market.
Brad, we appreciate you being with us today to talk through AT&T's recent earnings and also your recent acquisition. Thank you for being with us. Brett Feldman, the head of investor relations at AT&T. Coming up next, we've got the Disruptors. We're going to preview Qualcomm ahead of its earnings. Stay with us.
Give me like 30 minutes and then I'll hop on the show. Like 30 and then I'll be able to. I'm done with my meeting, bro. Quick and then I'm ready.
Who?
Yeah, but that's not gonna disrespect the song, bro. That nigga not gonna disrespect me making songs,
Tune in
bro.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks?
Yeah, he do.
But he's silly, bro.
Breaks down different charting techniques like trend
Nigga be
analysis,
making hits.
price patterns,
But he's stupid, bro. I don't know what's wrong with him, bro.
Best of
nigga's an
all,
entertainer. You know that nigga was a developer for Call of Duty. He developed a lot of the OG maps, bro.
Hey, this is pulling back on Apple.
Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I put time. Did you put time on this or just a 0 DT?
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time now for the Disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, here with today's company, Qualcomm, ahead of its earnings later today. George, what's the street expecting from Qualcomm?
Well, I think if you look at Qualcomm, I mean, first off, I just looked at the chart. Over the last 5 years, Qualcomm, absent the dividend they pay, hasn't really done all that much. I mean, it's up about 2 or 3%, and it's down in the last year by about 13%. So I think going into this earnings announcement for Qualcomm, if you actually consider the EPS numbers, they're around $3.40. They're expected to be just down fractionally about 0.3%, and then sales are expected to be slightly higher by 4.4% at $12.1 billion. I think if you look at the overall context of the earnings growth and sales growth, it's rather modest. Somewhere between mid-single digits to, of course, the high single-digit range. And that's to be expected considering that the company itself is still a licensing-based business for its CDMA technologies. The growth of that particular area of the business hasn't been too robust. Exposure to Apple, which is actually still quite meaningful for Qualcomm, is lessening over time as of course Apple is starting to use their own chip technologies. But nonetheless, I do think that analysts will be carefully scrutinizing Qualcomm when it comes down to not just the handset business, which actually may be a growth area for the overall semiconductor stack. I mean, look at Apple; it's been actually moving in the
you can actually print off that though.
But at the same time, the data center business has been an underappreciated element of Qualcomm's potential growth going forward.
All right, and as we take a look at Qualcomm, knowing we have this earnings announcement, there's only modest growth expected here, quite a bit of exposure. How do you set up an example trade, George, and how long is the duration?
They're going to bounce somewhere at this top and go
so we're going to go a narrow time frame
towards 277 again.
And one of the things I'm going to do is in the context of what's happening with earnings is earnings adjustments have actually come down slightly for Qualcomm. And like I mentioned just a moment ago, estimates for earnings and sales are quite modest, somewhere in the mid to high single digits. Earnings multiple right now around 12 times this year's earnings. So in that light, I think the price actually we've seen year to date down about 12%, maybe a situation where the stock is already coming into this earnings at a low level. So with that said, I'm going to go out to 2-day expirations Friday because the implied volatility in the options are quite high. Looking at the market maker movements around $9, and also looking at the price action relative to a 200-week moving average, the $9 market maker move also corresponds to potential area of support on the 200-week moving average. So I'm basically going to sell a cash secured put at the 141 strike. Altogether, you could harvest around $1.75 in credit for $175 a contract. So the whole premise behind the trade is if the stock goes higher from earnings, that's fine. The stock can also pull back towards that market maker move of $141, and that would essentially cause the premium to erode to zero if it holds that level between now and expiration on Friday. But by structuring this trade, you have to be willing and able to take ownership at $141, but your cost basis, if you do, theirs is $139.25. So it's a bullish to neutral trade. But you have to be willing and able to take ownership, like I said, of the stock in case it does breach the 141 area between now and expiration in 2 days.
All right, right now we are at 149.93 for Qualcomm, trading up almost 2% higher so far this morning. George, thanks for being with us to break down the expectations for earnings later today and also for that example trade. George Tillis, coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. We'll take a look at Uber. Shares under some pressure this morning following earnings.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
That could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
This 277 strike looks
I have a question
beautiful
for
on
you.
Apple now.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every sector.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market, weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
How would I know that this support gonna break? Supply demand class I teach all
Schwab
these
Network
things.
delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com. Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time now for our 360 round. For that, let's bring in our panel to discuss Uber. Shares under pressure after the company reported weaker than expected earnings, right now trading down about 3.75%. Joining us now to help us break down these numbers, David Clement, North American Affairs Manager at Consumer Choice Center, and Jamie Myers, Analyst at Laffer Tangler Investments. Thank you both for being with us. Jamie, let's start with you. What were some of your key takeaways from the report we got from Uber today?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me. Key takeaways are that things are still going well. Uber is a member of our Best Ideas portfolio. We also own the convertible bonds in that portfolio. But, overall gross bookings accelerated. They were up 22%. Trips were up. Mobility was up. Delivery was up. And, I think we've learned something over the last few years, and that's people want delivery, whether it's Uber, Walmart, McDonald's. That's what they want. But, the important thing is that management sees things accelerating in 2026, and it's going to be broad-based. Advertising continues to compound. That's a $2 billion business now. And the important thing remains that, management is optimistic. The fears being driven into the stock are from the AV market, the autonomous vehicle, and, we think that those will be dispelled over time.
And David, Jamie just mentioned that we saw the bookings and the EBITDA beat, but we did see EPS come in light. We saw guidance come in light here. Do you also view things as going well, like Jamie does?
Yeah, to be honest, I do. Trip growth, even if you look at the rural growth, which is relatively new, and I think what's the most interesting about the projection moving forward is the subscription base in Uber One, and some of the metrics on the number of Uber users who haven't yet used one of the delivery services available through Uber. And so there's an immense potential
to tap into consumers and make more of those consumers dual users. Obviously, there's higher profits associated with that, but the kind of subscription and member model, if that continues to grow, I believe it's around 36 million or so. If that continues to grow, what you do is you just have significantly better retention across the board, across the full platform of not just mobility, but what the other things that Americans are going to want to order to their houses.
Jamie, you both agree things going well for Uber, but I'm looking at their chart and they're near a 9-month low despite beating on some of these very important metrics. What is the market missing or misreading here?
You know, it seems to us that, and it's not just Uber, it's other parts of the market that are being threatened by AI in terms of software. You know, it's the risk of disruption, and it's high. We'll be completely honest. But the risk of disruption for people like us at
I
Lateral
was
Anglers,
coming.
long-term investors, creates opportunities to get into the stocks lower. We do think that the AV concerns will be dispelled over time. We don't think it's going to be a zero-sum game. What we're seeing right now is that these first-party vehicles, the companies that own the vehicles, they're underutilized, and unfortunately, that's a losing proposition for them. So putting on the Uber platform makes sense. We also think that it's going to be a relatively slower transition than people might be expecting. You know, things are going well in cities like San Francisco for Uber in terms of autonomy, but every city's different. So, you know, in terms of the fear, it's being driven in the stock, but when you look at it, going out this year or even next year, it's trading at a PEG ratio of less than half times the stock price. And so we think it's relatively cheap. But, you know, our president of our firm, Arthur Laffer Jr., likes to call this an economy in transition. And unfortunately, things get muddied in transition.
And David, you highlighted Uber One in your answer, the first answer. They now have, I'm looking, 46 million members. It's nearly half of all their bookings here. Does that fundamentally change Uber's long-term margin structure? Because there seems to be a lot of concern about margins when I'm looking at some of the commentary post-earnings.
I think it does, because the margins and profitability are going to be higher when you don't have consumers kind of bouncing between competitor apps. Like if you look at grocery delivery, if you have gotten someone on a subscription and they're in Uber One, and let's say they're traditionally having maybe dinner delivered once a week, and then you introduce the option of having something like groceries, and then you enter that rather competitive space in terms of grocery delivery, the opportunity to generate more revenue per member is obviously significantly higher. And so I think if we see that growth long term and the ability to retain those subscriptions, you're going to see higher revenue per user just by virtue of members using Uber as kind of a multi-purpose platform, right? It was once thought as just a way to get around, and now it's becoming so much more than just that.
And they're certainly reflecting that too in just the app updates. They're no longer Uber Eats separate from Uber. It's all encased in one location. But Jamie, you know, let's talk about this delivery perspective here. It's a $100 million run rate business in grocery, retail, Uber Direct gaining a lot of traction here. Does delivery quietly become a profit engine that's being underestimated right now for Uber?
We think so.
You said what?
Absolutely.
I'm about to roll up and listen to y'all.
We sort of expected
I don't even know
delivery.
what y'all talking about.
That's not what's happened. We found that people want delivery. They want it fast, and they're willing to pay for it, importantly. You're seeing it at Uber, where people are willing to pay more for delivery. You're even seeing it at companies like Walmart, where a third of people are paying for extra-fast delivery. So we think the penetration continues. Likely it'll be driven by international, where you see that they're only about half the areas that they are in terms
They're talking
of
about way
mobility,
out of
so
money
there's a lot of
place.
room there. You know, grocery retail, we expect to continue. Uber Direct has been
Some of
a
these
very
out of
big
the
hit,
money
and
plays
it's
gonna
really
be
only
rich
smaller
though, bro.
companies that use it.
They move a little bit, but
Earnings calls. So,
this kind of fear,
you know, we
bro.
think the business continues to scale. In the short term, it'll be driven by the narrative. The bears are loud. They're
Auto
hard to
plays,
do
bro.
through in the
Those
short
normally
term,
take them at like the
but the
end of
fact
the day.
remains that the
You know what
fundamentals
I'm
are
saying?
strong.
Take a little lotto at the end
And
of the day.
David, last question
That's
coming
about to
to you.
expire
The
real
other
quick.
headline we're getting out of
That's
Uber
what I
earnings
was
is we're getting
saying.
a new
I was saying that the
CFO.
other day.
Does that matter at all for this stock, or is this still entirely about the narrative and sentiment here for Uber?
Around 12, yeah, they'd be cheaper than
I'm not sure.
right
It
now.
may play some role. I think. I mean, we're seeing some of the pressure today based on kind of investor expectation. But I agree with what my colleague here has
I'm
said.
gonna trade on Wall Street one day.
The general
Bring
optics
out one of the
are
chairs
great, and just going back on the delivery side, I mean,
I think
this
you
is
can
an
rent out a chair for
anecdotal
like
example, but
20,000 one day.
this will give you some light
You know
in
what I'm
terms
saying?
of
One
when the
day,
light bulb goes off for consumers.
probably like next year.
My daughter's now 3, but when she was younger and in
I'm
diapers,
used to the
the
noise.
Hey, look
ability
at
to
Microsoft and
relax.
tell me
Oh
what you
my
think.
God, I forgot to pick up
What
diapers
y'all think about the lotto
yesterday,
play on
bring them to
Microsoft?
get them, but to then have them
You think
delivered to my
you
house
think it
in
can go
20
to two?
minutes, and then applying that across the various different
Yeah,
aspects
I think
of
it can go to
the
260.
average
I mean
the average
460.
American's busy life.
460?
The opportunity there on
Yeah.
the delivery side is just so
No,
immense
not today.
beyond what we
Oh.
maybe traditionally thought
Maybe like four.
as having
Maybe like
you know,
420
delivered for
today.
dinner. It's now so much more than that, and I think
Market can, I mean, like I said,
as
market
that
can
plays
still
out
break out, bro, but it has
throughout
to
the
break
remainder
above
of
this.
2026,
Like,
we're going
that's
to
why,
see
so
a lot of
market
expansion,
it has
especially
formed a base. If
in
you look at
traditionally underserved
Microsoft's
areas like
15-minute
rural
time frame, bro,
and suburban
it
areas.
has formed a big
Oh,
old
all of us
base,
parents
bro,
have been there when we
between
need to get those
417.96
diapers, and that delivery is collecting those
and
moments. Thanks for highlighting that and reminding me of something I'm
416.35.
grateful not to be in
It's a
anymore.
big old
Thanks
box
to
right
David
there.
Clement and Jamie Myers for joining us
417.96
today. Also want to
and
thank all of you for
416.35.
being with
It's
us
formed
on
a big
Trading
old base
360.
there.
I'm Marley Caden. You can
Price
download the
breaks
free
down
Schwab
below
Network
that base
app in the
back and
Apple App
touches
Store,
it,
but stay
price
with us.
starts to
Fast
break
Market
down.
with Diane King Hall is coming up next.
So if before price breaks out, it has to close above on the 15 for me. It has to close above 417.96. If it closes above 417.96, it can go higher. But it has to close above that. And then the Apple, same thing, right? Apple has a base too.
Schwab Bank
For base
Investor
to break
Checking,
out,
the
for
checking
Charles to break
account
out
built
on
for
the
investors,
Apple,
named
bro, it
highest in
has to
client
break above
satisfaction by J.D.
277
Power
before
for
you get
7
it.
years in a row. With
277.49,
Investor
bro.
Checking, you get the
277.50.
award-winning
You know what I'm
features
saying?
of
It
our checking
has to break
account,
above that,
plus
bro.
cash
If
management
Apple
solutions,
can't
all
break above
designed
that
for investors like you. With
277.48 or
unlimited
49
ATM fee
area,
rebates
it's
for
going to
cash
reject it because
withdrawals
it formed
worldwide,
a base
no
right there.
overdraft
And there's
fees,
a lot
and
of, and
enhanced
it
security
forms a
features
base
to
and breaks
keep
to the
your money
downside.
safe.
That means
Also,
that there are a
because
lot of
your investor
sellers
checking
sitting
account
in
is
that
linked
base,
to your
which
Schwab
can
One brokerage account,
bounce off
you
of
can
the base.
manage your
If
checking
price
and
forms a base and
investing
then
in
breaks
one
above the base,
convenient
that means
location.
when price pulls
Moving
back
funds
to the
between
base,
your
there
accounts
are
is easy.
buyers sitting
Cash
in that
moves to
base
your
that will
brokerage
keep
account
price
is
to the
available
upside.
in
You know what I'm
seconds.
saying?
That means you can stop waiting and start
And that's
investing in
why,
stocks,
yeah, that's what,
bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for
I like the
investors.
balance because it almost shows you your projections and support. It clearly shows you a broad range of them too. Like it shows you
Welcome to Schwab Network,
multi-spectrum.
where real-time market
yeah.
coverage meets expert strategy.
So
From the opening bell to the
that's a part
closing
of my
bell,
strategy.
we've got you
Price having
covered.
to, like, making it a requirement for price to like break
Get
above my base
inside the
before I
minds
take
of
calls.
pro
So I'm gonna
traders.
break
My
above
point is
my
that they're
base
getting a higher rate of change in
before
sales based on their guidance, but not
I
the same
take
rate of change on
call
EPS.
position,
Follow
so
the
I can
biggest
ensure the
headlines,
breakout.
live
You know what I'm
analysis, breaking
saying?
news,
And
and
that's one
sharp
thing
trade ideas
and that's why I
minute
don't.
by
That's
minute.
why I'm not a
With
breakout
shows built
trader.
for
I don't
action,
really
we break
trade
it all
just
down in
because
real
price is
time
going in one
with
specific
speed,
way,
accuracy,
right? Like
and
eventually
precision.
price is
I
either
think
gonna
one
have
of
to
the
pull
most
back or
important things is you're
eventually
making
it
a
has
play
to
and a
respect technicals.
risk-defined way
You
here
know what I'm
going into
saying?
earnings.
Eventually
So
price
that
has
would
to
be a
respect
further
technicals. So I
downside
just
area
wait
to
for it to
watch.
Smart
wait
insights,
for a
actionable
technical signal,
data,
bro.
veteran traders,
Instead of just
and
waiting because
trusted
price
financial
broke out one
journalists.
direction.
Streaming
Oh,
live and
okay,
on
well I'm
demand.
taking calls in that
Schwab
moment. You know what
Network,
I'm saying?
streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere.
Man, you teach me a lot of stuff, bro.
That's good to know.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
You should be able to defend your trade. You should be able to break your trade
Now we're
down
in the
to
car
little
together
kids.
almost daily.
You
I
can't
started to
break your
realize,
entry
what
down
can I
to a
pick
little
up
kid
from my
that's
dad?
supplied.
He's been with
You
Schwab
get
for a
into
long
this play,
time.
you should be able
Jim,
to.
my financial consultant. I
Like, I should
met
be able to
20 years
explain
ago.
to the team
Jim's
like
really
why
been
I
there
got
to
in
answer
right
any
here,
questions I ever
why I'm in
have.
this
Makes a
trade,
huge
what do
difference
I
when you have
expect to
someone
happen
that
from this
actually
trade,
cares.
what I expect to make from this trade, and what I expect to lose
Stay
from this
connected
trade.
to what moves
You know what I'm saying?
markets. Download
You
the
should be able to
Schwab
break it all the
Network
way down.
app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Microsoft is going to the 417.
close above it.
Excuse me. It's
Just
going.
because it touches it and it just if it wicks above it, it doesn't count because I mean price pulled back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means there are still sellers in that area. It has to close above it.
Look at the value, Frost. It shows you. It shows you the volume pattern. It shows you the volume and the difference in between. It'll help you with that right there. It'll show you a clear difference on like where the pressure's at.
Welcome
Without
to
you even
Fast Market
having to
here on
look at
Schwab
all the
Network. I'm
candlesticks and
Diane
shit.
King Hall. Noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. Ongoing weakness in the tech sector is keeping momentum in check on Wall Street with stocks mixed so far today. Let's get into a check of your scorecard
Volume move
as
it.
we hit the lunch hour on
Oh
Wall Street.
shit.
The S&P 500 now
Might
lower
move a little
by
$25
just shy
seed
of a
trade
half
one
of
day
a
on there just to see I
percent.
need to meet
You've
that nigga
actually got
Peter
more
Tucker
sectors in the green than in the
and
red,
just
but
go on
where's
about
the
my life.
pressure? It's in information technology, heavy pressure there, followed by communication services
Hell yeah.
and consumer discretionary. The weighting is big there, so you see a pullback. The Dow right now has a gain of more than a half of a percent. NASDAQ 100 lower by more than 1.5%. Russell 2000 small cap getting dinged
As a
today,
matter of fact, I
down
know
more
Hello.
than 1%.
Peter Tucker made a
Here's the
tweet
roadmap
yesterday
for
on
today's show. We'll look at example option strategies for Alphabet
market
Google
meeting
and
yesterday. I want to know how much market cap we lost in total. The market lost in
Hello.
total yesterday. I guarantee you it was over $1 trillion.
Plus,
Guarantee you.
Who?
Hell yeah. It's not uncommon for the market to lose $1 trillion
Master's
in a
calling.
day.
No, they losing the market.
Yeah, hell nah. There's trillions of dollars
Who?
being traded. That's why I say, bro, anybody who you can make $100,000 a day in the market, and the market won't even miss it, bro. It won't even notice that it's
I
gone.
don't know what you're saying.
It won't even notice it.
Assurance Wireless? What are you saying? About what? About what?
We'll focus on the equity market
About
at this
what?
point, not on that hearing with the financial services community, because that was bad television for any investor out there, as it was
Let me
contentious
see.
to say
Peter
the
Tucker.
least. But equity markets, we're seeing pressure in the Nasdaq once
Man, who the
again.
hell be
You
calling
see
my damn
names that
phone?
have been leading the market, whether it's the memory chip names like Micron,
Let's
STX,
see.
Western
Let me
Digital,
actually know.
those
Let's
are
see what we
falling
got
pretty
here.
sharply. Palantir remains under pressure after a
Let me look
blowout
at this page
earnings,
real quick.
and then that's all dragged down by AMD, and we're going to talk about
So
that in a bit. But
yesterday,
yeah, that
You gonna really got
pressure,
me
that
afraid to say yeah
rotation
on the
out of big
phone, boy. I
tech,
don't know who the fuck
probably
calling from you,
stemming
boy.
from some of the
You need to
commentary
tell me your
that
business
AI
when you
is going to
calling.
take maybe a lot of the profitability out of these companies.
yesterday
I
the
think maybe
market
it's just
lost
sell the news
725 billion
and
market cap.
see how it parses out later. Without maybe a sustainable
725 billion,
breakout at this
and we
point, but you
probably
can't deny
going.
the fact that tech
It's
is leading.
probably
As
down.
you
It's probably
mentioned,
down a
the
lot
S&P
today
500
too.
sectors,
Day
only
before it
three
made
of them are in the
300
red, but
billion.
they're the three big ones:
I guess it
information
pumped.
technology,
Yeah,
communication services,
on
and discretionary. That's what you want
Monday,
leading
February
markets
2nd, the
to the
market made
upside,
300
and
billion,
that's
but then lost
why we're
700
seeing some
billion.
weakness
Well,
in
the
the
market is
overall
filling
market
up big
because
ass right here.
three of the biggest
700
segments
billion.
within the
Yeah,
S&P 500
725
are
billion.
weaker at
Market
this point.
lost
You mentioned
yesterday.
that data. Data was good as far as the services
Where'd it go?
universe goes.
Now where
Remains
did it
above those
go?
50
Yeah.
levels, expanding at this point.
Nigga,
But the
I
jobs
don't know
market
where it
hasn't
went.
moved
It
as
gone.
expected.
GG.
We're still in that no hire, no fire type
To
of
zero,
situation,
nigga.
but
To
we've
whoever was shorting it,
stabilized
I
as
guess.
far as jobs goes. I think if you look a little bit deeper in there,
That's a good
manufacturing
question. I never
continues
even
to
thought
be
about
weak.
that.
But remember,
Where does
a lot of what the
huh?
administration is trying to do, build back
Yeah, and that's
America
725
where
billion.
manufacturing plants are coming back here. Well, they're still working on those, so there's no jobs added in that realm at this point. So still, pretty robust on a
He went
historical
fucking
basis
Steel
as far
Pepper,
as the
huh?
jobs goes. But yeah, I think this weakness, a little bit of options trade going on here today, and that's continued this theme that we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Okay, great points there.
It's almost like a bullish panic on Apple. A big one.
Because we thought we were caught up, then we got delayed again. We've got good news. We are going to get the private payroll
725.
report not this
I remember
Friday.
one
We'll get
day,
it
nigga. I remember one day
February
it
What's that
was
with
14th,
trading.
Microsoft?
so it's a little different
One
for
day market
Valentine's
bled,
Day.
bro. Market ended
When
up
you think
losing like
about the big
1.6
picture
trillion, bro.
macro,
1.6
what's your view
trillion in
on the
market cap.
market
I was like,
today?
oh my
I just imagine. I can't even imagine how much we was losing during the COVID. I wish I was like when COVID. I wasn't trading yet during COVID, but I wish I would have seen how much we was losing each day. Cause I remember niggas looking at the market. Niggas spot was dropping like $10, $15 a day. Nigga, everything was just dying.
Now, to the markets. This is one of those fascinating days in the markets where
What do you about? I can't even talk. What do you think about next power?
What do I think about SPY?
Next power. And next heat.
Oh, index power. Let's see.
Next power.
Index power.
if
Yeah.
you look at this market as an entirety of 500 names in the S&P 500,
Let me
that's a really
see.
It
healthy
was
day.
going up, and I had bought a put
Sheesh,
at
it
the
made a
top.
graveyard candle, bro. And I opened the day. Should have known that joint was about to drop.
I had bought a put at the top on it. That's all about no
You bought
puts.
puts at the top?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, you should be up then, nigga.
I'm barely up.
How?
He bought it way after the lowest volume.
I'm barely up.
Even if he
Yeah,
did
he bought
that,
right at the bottom.
how you barely up?
I'm barely up. I'm up like $20. I'm trying.
How many contracts did you buy?
Just one.
How much was what was your ask price?
I don't know. Here, let's see. It was a lot of play. Let me see though. Oh shit. Western Union Leap is printing. I bought.
What was your ask, bro?
I'm looking for it. It's in these all these positions. My ask is. I was
You know
looking.
how?
I was looking for that shit, bro.
Ain't no way you don't know how to read that shit, cuz. How long you been doing this?
No, I
Oh,
got
now you
like.
know how to read your ask price,
I
bro.
know he do. He lying like a
I
motherfucker.
don't. I gotta see where it's at, bro. I don't know
You know
where
how
that
to
shit
read
is.
your ask price.
He
Stop
got an
telling
ass on his
nobody.
ass price and shit.
Is it Eastern time?
No, my ask price is $20.
But how much is it worth now? Still get in and your percentage is up, right? It gets you up and down. But when you buy it,
Mine says up a little bit. It's not that
because you
much.
just bought it.
I had that shit for a minute. It was going the other way at first.
Look, bar was low.
Before
It's
this big ass
showing a
pullback happened.
short-term positive, back above $39 a share. Maybe it's a throw the kitchen sink out the
Um,
But
window.
I
you
have
in
found
calls or
that
Quarter
puts though?
here,
You in
I'm in
calls or
significant
puts?
puts.
increase
I'm in
in
puts.
sales. That's
The
not
big
good.
pullback should
This
have
is
bumped you
opening
up.
a lot of stores, and those are
Yeah,
the
it gave
ones
me
that
some money, but
perform
not
very
enough.
well. If you
I
look
need
at
to
the
go down
weaknesses,
more, lower.
the
What
Uber
percentage
move
is
was
you up?
interesting to me for the most part because if you look at some of the data that came out on
What
that earnings
percentage are you
report,
I'm
it
up
was
like,
pretty good.
what is this?
If
This
you
is
look
5%, bro.
if you look at the Uber
Ain't
Eats
no
side
way
of
you
their
got that
business,
big ass pullback
the
and
amount of
stay
people that they
Cuz,
have on their
what is
platform,
your
the growth
ask,
that they're
bro?
He
seeing,
said 20.
and then see the stock,
20?
fall below $70 a share.
Oh, then you up
And what
100%, up
industry is
$20 on it. That means you
AV?
up
And
100%.
we always talk about,
What are you saying?
will Uber
You
be
can't be
left
up
out in the
2% and only up
cold
$20.
as autonomous vehicles become more consistent, right?
Two.
One thing you have to remember
He
is they
lost
all
about
need a
40 because he ain't
platform
lying.
to kind of use. And Uber's got the
That's
best
20%.
platform,
$2
the
is
most
20%.
data
Yeah, it's
of
20 cent.
anybody
At least it was
within
quiet
this
after
space.
that.
So that's
But
going
they
to
might not
All
stay
right.
say
positive
that.
in the long run. We've got
It's like,
partnerships
what?
with over 10 different
Let me see. It's
auto
21.
companies
Maybe I
across
just got to
the
bring it out.
globe
They
to
go to
expand
1
their
until
footprint. They
70
use
days.
Yeah,
their
you got that right. I ain't gonna
existing
lie.
That's gonna make
software
me
that they have
All
to
right.
Chuck,
meet
videos from
potential
you ain't got a lot of
growth
me,
in
do you?
autonomous vehicles. So that's a bonus.
You ain't got a
And
lot
then
of
the
me
big
because I'm
thing
always
is
trying to
those
help you.
customers, those
Nah,
are the
nigga,
ones
I'm,
who
I
are
ain't
in
stopped
the
You
looking
acting
at
like
the
I'm the
dollar one.
you acting like I'm the Fed, nigga. You acting like I'm the police, nigga. The IRS or something.
valuation of NVIDIA.
Nah, it sound
Their
like he made
growth
a
rate was
fuck
good
nigga trying to
also,
make
but
a
then
announcement.
you
Everybody
start
didn't make
looking
it
deeper
sound
into
like
the numbers, and then the
sound
valuation
like that
starts to
nigga
come
been
into play,
he was trying
and
to
this might be some
ride the
profit
wave because
taking
he already
also
at the top of
on
the
that
wave and
report.
shit.
I'm
Oh,
trying to
nigga,
get
literally.
more of this put,
Hey,
and
look, and I know Cuz probably capping me, Cuz. Hey, this is that nigga funny.
I'm in the red.
I know you capping,
I
Cuz. He
know
said,
it.
I know you capping, Cuz. Nigga, you ain't never bought no puts at the top. Nigga, you buy straight calls. Nigga, you do
That's a
not
big
buy
drop
puts.
put.
Not at the top, you don't.
I saw this stock going up
He just bought a
20%, and I
put.
bought a
He
put.
just bought a put.
Yeah,
So
it
What?
makes you wonder
Oh.
if this is a kind of a bygone
What you
era
got on that stock?
for AMD.
You got that
Your thoughts when you
right
look
there.
across AMD,
you gotta go
Uber,
to a liquidated
Chipotle,
interest
which
contract
one
to
is it?
see it.
Yeah.
I'm not sleepy though.
But I'm always like this with games, bro. You know, I get games packed up for real good too.
Big Cuz said,
Yeah, that was the time to buy some more right there on Apple. I was saying buy more when it bounces right here.
You ain't tripping. You ain't making predictions already. You just said that.
No, I was saying on Apple, like it should be bouncing right where it bounced at. It was the time to buy some more. We looking for it to retest the same spot where it reject from.
I feel you, bro. I understand. I'm supposed to do the same thing,
I
Trey.
was holding it because I got some time on it.
Oh snap!
took a nap, bro.
I'm supposed to do the same thing.
But all these stocks might be going down today because they get less and less
Okay.
volume in the evening until they just break out again.
So, you don't want no cereal? I just gave you some Qdoba.
Yeah, I'm fucking curious. I'm gonna check that one out.
Okay, good points
I wish
there.
you could
Let's talk
update the
about the
game
software
inside of
space.
traders
Tom, you
thing.
brought this up earlier. You're watching a really big sell-off in a couple of the names in particular. Getting hammered, Palantir, that's down 12%. AppLovin down about 14% right now. Got others getting hit in that space. Not by as much.
Western Union is going.
Yes, there are risks when it comes to software and the threat that generative AI, poses to them. But this mayn't be
I'm
too
coming
far
crazy
gone.
towards
What's
this
your thoughts, Tom, when you look across the
early in the
software
morning.
space?
Yeah, the hits keep coming for the sector. If you look at some of the individual names, you got Palantir up there. That's a valuation call. I think at this point, maybe not into that AI space. Anthropic came out with that news late yesterday that they're going to adding new legal tools
There it
with
is.
co-work assistant, the ability to code on some of these chatbots is really starting to expand. But you look at the moves in ServiceNow, down nearly 50% from its recent all-time high. CRM getting hammered. Snowflake, and now it's starting to pour over into some of the cybersecurity firms. CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, these stocks are getting hammered. The IGV ETF that follows a lot of them. Microsoft, remember we talked about Microsoft post earnings. I mean, this stock hit below 410. It's sold into bear market territory. It's in areas we haven't seen since the sell-off that we saw in April of last year. So a lot of these software stocks getting hit under pressure, and it goes back to that monetization of AI. A lot of these companies ramped up spending to kind of get ahead of the mix as far as AI goes. But if AI is going to take a lot of what they do and what they offer to their customers, that's going to be a concern for them as far as growth goes. Now, the numbers might look good. You're wondering why CRM is down so much and ServiceNow is down 48% from recent highs. That's a concern moving
Yeah,
forward
you
for some of these
said
companies. We've talked about this
Yeah.
over the last year. Kevin and I kind of
finally.
hit on this repeatedly was, hey, there's going to be
I was
rising
just
in
sending a
this
text.
space. AI is going to help a lot of companies,
Yep.
and it's going to hurt a
Especially
lot of
what?
companies. You're seeing
Especially the
that
ones
take
that don't
place
have
here in the
control,
software companies.
man.
But at the
But I
same
Me,
need to
time,
try to send some bread so I can trade with it.
valuations where maybe
bro. I
the
tried trading with
headwinds
five
or
yesterday. He
supposed
said,
potential
man, you just
headwinds
make
are
$1,000.
going
You
to
gotta
ease
send it
some
to
of
the
the
cash
market
app, brother.
thanks to this one. It's now
Or
I
through
sent
the
it to
accelerating,
you
Zelle.
selling up and
yesterday.
asking questions later.
Yeah, good point
I
there.
sent it
Speaking of
in
winners
But
and
why
losers,
is
in the
Western Union
morning.
going? Look at Western Union, y'all.
In the
74,000,
morning, I sent it
basically
with the
around
trade.
half
I'm mad at my
We're gonna split
shares.
the
Wednesday.
profits.
You do
We're
have a
gonna
bit
split
of a
the profits
rebound
50-50,
happening in
and
the
then you
metals,
just
but
send
feel cautious
me
because
back
silver's got a gain,
half of
gold
it,
is
and then the
choppy
reason
right now.
that's the
Kevin, what do you
second
think when
half.
you look
We're gonna
across
split
your
the
chart of
profits
metals?
50-50. Send me back the second half.
What? You want me to reinvest it and send you both halves?
No, you need the rest half. I ain't a bad player. But let's just say 1025 and we make 9%. 50, take 50%. That's 250.
price off and not do it.
Even when you got a little bit of money, it's the same shit you would do if you got a lot of money. So when you get more money, you go without trying to spend more. So what I'm doing right now, when they say I took out the last $30 and got rid of that stack out, because I'm just explaining that it's the same shit you do with the little money, but it's
No,
just
I put time on these plays.
nah. See, don't worry about time. Time is on your side.
That's what I end up catching Apple in the money with some
Premium
time.
over time. Premium is too crazy. The premiums change. Premiums are volatile over time.
My Apple Play was $18. Now my motherfucker just went to like $100 and something just now.
The premium really is like a calculation. I was watching how the premiums are set at what they are set at, and that's another reason why I watch the values too, because it lets you, it actually shows you like what those premium rates are looking like as well, and like how they're changing. And if you look at it on the treasury thing, you'll see the buyers and sellers jumping all around on the value. You'll see that shit moving, depending on what your thing on. I just had a few persons. Let me see it. Like I said, today I wasn't able to get to nothing. I ain't on my laptop. I like to have that set up. I can't keep flipping screen to screen on my damn phone. And then I gotta get some money. You know what I mean?
Oh, they'll get all this bag.
I need to go check them lights out. I ain't gonna catch up until probably back 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
What the fuck is going on with Archers? Ever since y'all had wished death on Archers, here you
I
go.
didn't wish death on Archer, nigga. I just read what the chart said.
Ah, yeah, you didn't wish death on Archers.
That nigga said it's some chance.
I just said what the
Yeah,
chart
yeah,
said.
that's it. Yeah. I
That
said
nigga
it.
was one
As
chance.
soon as they read the charts like that wrong, boy, look what Archers did, boy. They had no faith in Archers.
Nah, Archer didn't have faith in Archer, nigga. Archer said, nigga, I'm tired, nigga. It's okay, Archer. Pick her back up, nigga. Archer said she tired, nigga.
Hey, motherfucker is tired, boy. Hell no.
I said, Archer said she tired. This nigga. Okay,
Let me go back to that.
Damn, Archers.
Let me look at my options. I don't even make money on Archer. I think Cuz said something about that night. I made good money. I wish I'd have put more in.
Yeah, him and Starkville was just like, man, the puts is just gonna kill us.
It was puts, I think. I'm scrolling back through the areas and see, yep. I
Yeah,
bought
it was
me.
puts.
It's
It was
down
down
5%
5%
right
right now.
Look,
It
now.
said
look,
buy call.
I put $12 in puts on. He said that January the 29th.
Yeah,
Let's see
that
what
shit
that
been going
is.
straight down.
I put $12 on puts that day. That motherfucker that night or the next day or something. I think it was. It was a year out too. That next day, boy, that shit went up like 200-300%. It was like, damn.
Yeah, nigga, Archer's gonna die. It's
I
over
said,
in
man,
2 years.
I wish I'd have put like 3 or 400 in that shit. Cause I put $12 in it before that shit went up. Shit. I should have kept it,
I
cause
told you this nigga
I
could.
had it a year out like you said too. I should have kept that shit.
Told that nigga, he talking about some. Yeah, Archer been on some bull. I went and looked at Archer. I said, nigga, hell nah.
I've been going to hell. You just looking the wrong way.
Yeah, that nigga read the chart upside down.
Mm.
Well, what are you talking about, bro? I just got in here. What y'all even
He said that
saying,
his
bro?
screen was upside down. Cause I said, cause that is not really happening, cuz. Look, he done made a that was the biggest bear flag I seen in a minute, nigga.
And you said
That was
you said
screaming. Hell yeah. That was screaming downside, bro. Screaming.
that nigga said this motherfucker moved. Hell no, Hunter was hard.
Better stop listening to what these niggas telling you, bro, and read them charts, nigga.
Hunter better stay off that.
Alright, so I just got on this Western Union, bro.
That nigga Akiva was like, man, Archer's going to the moon. I went and looked at Archer. I said, I know this nigga's down. Look, I said, I know this nigga's down on his positions. He got to be. Because nigga, because nigga, what I see from Archer is a bloodbath. Yeah, unless that nigga got in and pulled something.
How do you look at this one before you get into your example trades, guys?
Market is being, bro. And the VIX is at over at 20. The VIX is trying to go higher.
Yeah, that's a bloodbath, bro. Yeah, I see it, man. Maybe I'll take the time. Yeah, for sure. It came out of nowhere.
I was thinking the same thing, bro.
I see.
I was thinking
You
the
supposed to take a
same
nap?
thing. Taking a nap on y'all.
You supposed to take a nap? Why? Naps are fun.
Ah. I was thinking the same thing. Taking a nap on y'all, yeah.
Don't try to take a nap on us, nigga, because if you wouldn't be taking no nap if you really bought them puts in this NXT, nigga. Talk about some I bought puts at the top. You should have known. I should have known that was cap.
I
I know
did,
you ain't gonna
bro.
buy no puts at the top.
I did, bro. I just got the
You
wrong
ain't bought
strike,
calls
bro.
at the top, huh?
No, I got some puts up there, but I had the wrong strike. That's what I do get. So market.
Okay, so let's get into the example trades. Kevin, let's start out with yours. What's your approach today?
So mine will be the bullish paper money trade. And all I'm looking for, the recent high was $349. All I'm looking for is some good earnings. If you think that there might be a good earnings event coming up for Google Alphabet, this is a 2-week call calendar targeting the $350 level. Buy the February 18th $350 call, selling this week's February 6th $350 call. The debit just $2 on the trade, so that's the risk on the trade is the debit paid.
My mama
And then
said, mama
you do
said,
have, if the market allows
mama
you,
said a
the
nigga
ability
prayer
to
better love
extend
kid.
duration on this trade into the next week. So looking at it like this, this is one that just, like I said, the risk on the trade is the debit paid. You do get a chance to extend duration and looking for a move up towards the 350 strike. You're long about 5 deltas, collecting about $177 a day in theoretical
I'm gonna take a nap on y'all, bro.
Why?
Y'all wanna see me on everybody to the game? Which one?
Nigga, you got the game downloaded.
Y'all wanna do that?
I'm out of way up on
Hold on,
there.
hold on, what game we talking about?
Right now. Okay. Okay.
I have to check my list. So we got a lot of days to download.
Okay.
Let me see. That's my Arcus right here. Arcus.
Just tell me you don't hurt. You sleep. Okay, so you sleeping in the motherfucker. Can't even keep your eyes open. Okay. You better be sharp. Nah, you better. Hold on.
Dang. Paul Palantir, bro. How you do that, bro? How you Period Palantir, you just down $20. I wanted you to go up $20, you just go down $20. Like,
I told you stop only taking calls, crap ass.
why these
I love them calls, boy. They take
Palantir?
calls to the death of, boy.
It was earnings play, bro. They beat earnings, bro. How they go down after that? How these people be making these big returns on Palantir? You know what I'm
I feel you, cuz.
saying? How they do it? They go and make these big old returns, like Nancy Pelosi making these big old returns, and
She's inside her
I gotta try to do this strong. What's up, Cable? What's happening?
Yeah, Tom's directional play has a little more teeth than mine does because why? He's putting a vertical spread embedded in his calendar spread, right? He's buying the 335, selling the 315, so that gives him that 20-point move. Now, the trade-off is it costs more to do that. But if
Oh my
Tom's
God.
right
Look
directionally,
at this rejection
his
out of nowhere on
payoff
Microsoft.
will be higher than mine. He's got a bigger delta, about 25, almost 26 short deltas, but collecting data, all the characteristics of something in the calendar spread family, but he's got that embedded vertical that gives that delta a little more teeth.
Big rejection right here. I do feel like this option is pretty good. Yeah, I just did. Come on, Labs. Just 8.
Hey, you need to do some sets, cuz.
I did 2.
Get your sets high, bro.
Bro, you got some ways for
Fly,
sets?
spy, bleed, bro.
I know it.
Fly and bleeding.
We're going right to my strike price on here. I'm about to sell this position.
Trading at Schwab
Microsoft.
is powered by
I'm about to hold through
Ameritrade,
this.
giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access
I
to
need like it on a
verified
big
phone,
time frame, bro.
email, and in-platform chat.
Yes.
Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7,
Yeah, Spike or Apple.
any screen, anywhere at
We need some
schwabnetwork.com.
moats.
Welcome back to
They're gonna break
Schwab
out. They're
Network.
gonna
I'm
break
Diane
out.
King Hall alongside Tom White in our Chicago studio. Time now for our hashtag segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that's Andy Swan, co-founder of Lifefolio, taking a look at Ralph Lauren today. All right, Andy, I'm curious to know when you look across the sentiment, how it's shaping up, especially when you think about the K-shaped economy. What does your data show us now?
Well, it really looks like Ralph Lauren is absolutely on the right side of the K-shaped economy and is leaning into that in a really big way, in a really effective way. Web visits for Ralph Lauren are up 11% year over year, which is a very meaningful expansion from an already impressive plus 5% year over year just a quarter ago, which tells us that holiday demand is really strong, and we're sustaining that consumer demand now into the Winter Olympics, where Ralph Lauren outfits and gear is getting phenomenal reception. We think they're going to have a really nice tailwind from that. And so, this is a company that knows where its customer is. They lean into that. They're going up market in a big way. The average unit retail is up 12%, and that's to 1.5 million new direct-to-consumer customers. So they've got customers that are spending more, and they've got more customers, and they've got a really loyal fan base that is growing and has a new reason for excitement about the company in the Winter Olympics coming up. So everything's kind of going Ralph Lauren's way. As you can see from the stock price for the past year, up nearly 40%, like you said.
Andy, I kind of wish I had my old school polos from back in college. After college, I'd be popping collars right now. I mean, those would be classics
What do they be
across the
doing to
board.
these
Listen, you look
stocks?
at this, it's just an execution thing. Because we always
Everything
talk
is
about retail.
over.
There's trends that come and go repeatedly. Stocks that do really well, stocks that pull back
And being
due to
pulled
the trends
back
and
to the
the
ground.
consumers. But it seems like Ralph Lauren, over the history of this company, has basically stayed in their lane, and maybe that helps where they can execute a lot better if you just stay in your lane, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's great when a company knows who they are, who they're serving, and sticks with that and focuses on that instead of chasing the last trend. Of course, that only works if who you are is popular and people like it. But for Ralph Lauren, that's true. So people like what they do. They like the American, kind of nostalgia of the brand. And so it becomes a situation where, just like you said, what's old is cool from Ralph Lauren, and what's new is cool from Ralph Lauren. That's pretty rare. So in the fashion industry, I certainly think this is a company that's got it figured out.
Okay. When you say you've got it figured out, when you look across your chart, they have momentum. And whose has more momentum when you look on your chart? Is that just because of a timing? Is that timing factor when you think about where we are in the year?
Yeah, I think that's a big factor, and I think the other thing that when we look at Ralph Lauren that we get exceptionally excited about, this is a company that's delivering revenue growth while expanding their profit margins. That's pretty rare, especially in this industry. So they're hitting on all cylinders. I think that their direct-to-consumer initiatives are really starting to pay off. And so, there may be a competitor here or there that outperforms them, on a seasonal basis, but on a year-over-year perspective and from an execution standpoint of the full company, this is one of the best in the industry. And, growing profits while they're doing it and profit margins is extraordinarily impressive, at least to us.
Andy, when you look at this, you're on the chart, it's got the stock right there with your sentiment data. You mentioned the stock's up nearly 40% over the last bit. I mean, when you guys look at the data and that type of chart, you guys get a little bit antsy here at these levels because the stock's done so well going into this report?
Yeah, I don't know about Anson, but it takes us from, exceptionally bullish to cautiously bullish going into a report. I think they've got every reason to be, very excited about what they're delivering. We think that the quarter they're going to report on was phenomenal. We think that their outlook should be very solid. Look, when the stock's up this much, there's always the threat of some profit taking into even the best of reports. So we're cautiously optimistic. We have a slightly bullish lean on the stock going into this earnings report. But if we do get any pullback, I think it would be a phenomenal opportunity for longer-term investors.
Andy, really quick follow-up question to something that Tom was asking about, essentially like with trends, right? I don't want to call it old, it's new again, because I feel like Ralph Lauren just often has classics. But when you look at your chart where, you have, obviously Canada Goose is probably, there's a seasonality factor there, but Tapestry, parent company of Coach, Stuart Weitzman, etc. And then you've got On. The growth looks a little bit more, it's strong, but a little bit more modest. Is Ralph Lauren like kind of playing defense here, or should I not read into it that way?
Yeah, I don't know about defense. I think that they're coming off of some better comps. I think Canada Goose, this is one where we think something really good is happening that is new. And so for Ralph Lauren, I think this is a company that consistently executes. So when you see acceleration in web visits from 5% growth last quarter on a year-over-year basis to 11% this year, it tells us that things are moving in their direction. They had an awesome reaction to the Australian Open. There was Ralph Lauren Christmas was a suburban mom phenomenon, and now we head into the Winter Olympics where they're going to steal the show again. So this is a company that can benefit from a lot of tailwinds that come from a lot of different directions, and they're very good at executing on those in a very profitable way. So comparing them here and there to peers can be tough, but the consistency of their growth and the consistency of their execution is what gets us excited long term.
All right, thank you, Andy. That's Andy Swan, co-founder of Lightfolio, with the latest look at Ralph Lauren and the competitive landscape there. Now, from the trading perspective, in this name, let's bring Kevin back to the fold. Before we get to the example trade, though, Tom, your final thoughts?
Yeah, we forgot to mention, I think it was last year, was the Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift effect also from their engagement programs on that note. But then you look at their organic growth, their omni-channel business is starting to pick up, so it's not surprising that Lightfolio's data has been pretty positive. But Kevin, going into this, this report, the option market pricing in about a plus or minus $25 move, and this goes back to, hey, the bar's pretty high, even though the stock's down about 14 bucks off its intraday highs today. The bar's still pretty high going into this report.
Yeah, 1967 this company started. Think about that track record of putting out good quality apparel. So, Tom, you're right. The stock has run a long way. It's down a bit today with the rest of the market ahead of their earnings report. So what I looked at, Tom, is a high probability short call vertical, just taking in the expected move, which is about $25, but there's no weeklies, Tom. So you've got to go out to the February 20th where that move is $30. And so what I did, I looked at a high probability spread selling the February 20th 380, 390 call vertical. I put that in for around $2.40. It's trading up almost 90 cents lower than that right now, Tom, because the stock has broke since we put enter these trades in. So this is a short call vertical with a probability now of finishing out of the money of 82%. Now it was less; it was about 77% when I looked at this around $2.40. Now it's about 90 cents less, but the probability's gone up. That's the trade-off that you have. You can lower the strikes or keep the probabilities at high number, Tom. But remember, you've got 16 days till expiration, not just till Friday.
Yeah, good point on that one, Kevin. And really wide bid-ask markets on the individual options on this trade. So price discovery most likely warranted
short call vertical might be a buck 50, but at the same time, if you put an order in to sell it at 180 or $2, you might get filled. Price discovery may be warranted because the bid-ask spreads are really wide. But let's break down Kevin's trade. February 20th monthly options, 16 days expiration, as Kevin mentioned. Sell the 380 call, buy the 390 call. Collecting, we've got 240 credit on here. If we can collect 240,
Why don't you just give me some smoke, bro?
With about $760 in risk on this particular trade. But that's all the way above 390 on this neutral to bearish short call vertical, with the expectations that, hey, you could be wrong and this stock could go higher.
Yo, Trey.
But if it remains below that break even of 382.40 to the upside, you can still be potentially profitable on this one. You want the stock to go lower, consolidate where it is, or potentially go higher, but just remain below 380 for max potential profitability on this high probability trade. And Kevin mentioned that probability of finishing out of the money on that short 380 strike in this stock, about 88%. So even if it does go down in price, those probabilities start to ramp up a lot. So it gives you a better probability of success. And as I mentioned, the option market pricing in about a plus or minus $25 one-day move in this. Into that series, the option market's pricing in about a $30 move plus or minus over the next 16 days. So keep that in mind when looking at what the option market prices in as a one standard deviation move, either on a daily or a weekly type of outlook on this. But yeah, kind of sets up with, hey, Diane, that this stock is at or near all-time highs, and Lightfolio still likes it, but they'd look for a pullback to get in.
All right, good stuff, guys. Thank you. We've got the breakdown coming up. We're taking a look at Qualcomm. That stock is down double digits on a year-over-year basis. Got earnings coming up. We'll be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network Banking Hall, here live on the floor of the Big Four. Before we get to the breakdown, I want to give you a check of where markets stand. We are seeing more pressure on the markets. They took a dip lower during
It turned a little bit lower. Now it's turning a tiny bit higher. We are also watching the impact of crude oil. Crude oil, West Texas Intermediate, now trading above $65 a barrel. Next in the lineup, Qualcomm's first quarter earnings set to hit the wire after today's close. Wall Street is looking for revenue north of $12 billion and EPS of $3.39 on an adjusted basis. Keep in mind, shares of the semiconductor name are down about 12% year to date. Analysts at Bernstein, JP Morgan Chase, Cantor Fitzgerald, UBS, and Mizuho have all cut their price targets on Qualcomm ahead of the report. Time now for the breakdown. For that, let's welcome in George Sillis, senior markets correspondent for the fundamental look at Qualcomm. We got a lot of analysts saying, okay, it's actually going to get worse for Qualcomm. How do you look at this one?
Well, this one's interesting. I mean, in the context of the market, Qualcomm is trading higher today, but it actually has not been a good month or so for Qualcomm, as you mentioned, year to date. The stock down over 12%. Even in the last year, it's been down about 13 to 14%. And I looked at a fighter chart just kind of zoom out and give me some idea what's going on. It really hasn't budged much in the last 5 years. It does pay a dividend, so you have to be mindful of that. But I think Qualcomm's interesting in terms of the position they're in right now. They've been very much trying to diversify away from mobile handset end markets. They still, of course, generate quite a bit of revenue, about half the revenue in licensing. They're competing quite aggressively with Apple. Apple has actually encroached on the chipset markets that Qualcomm is generally sold into. So their business is transitioning, not necessarily away from mobile, but they're diversifying into the data center ecosystem, but also the industrial space. And I think that's essentially been a challenge for the growth in Qualcomm's business, and that might be reflective of the analysts, which have been adjusting their earnings estimates to the downside in the next year or so for Qualcomm. And as you mentioned, Diane, too, you look at the EPS estimates at $3.40. That's slightly lower by about 0.3% compared to last year, with sales at a rather modest 4.4% increase at $12.1 billion. The reason I brought up what the analysts are looking at is that they continue to move their goalposts down when it comes to EPS for the year. It was $12.10 this year. Going back to last quarter, it's now $11.96, and even next year they're slightly reducing their earnings guidance to around $12.25 from $12.45. But again, as I mentioned just a moment ago at the beginning of the segment, the price action is already reflecting these adjustments in earnings. So for what it's worth, we are seeing multiple compression occur for Qualcomm in the context of these earnings adjustments to the downside, with the stock trading around 12.5 times this year's earnings, and of course about 12 times next year's earnings. So one would say if the growth in the business is in the mid to slightly high single digits, the earnings multiple already reflects that. So for what it's worth, again, this may be an area where the stock holds its position in price, considering that it's already fallen quite a bit in the last 30 days.
Okay, and let me ask you this, George. I'm curious to know your thought. If the bar is lower for Qualcomm, and I ask this in the context, for instance, of AMD, bar was higher going into its results. You think about Alphabet, Google, the bar may be higher for it too, as well, given that strong outperformance. So is it lower for Qualcomm, especially when you think about how analysts are re-rating this?
It is. Yeah, that's my point. It really is a situation where, look, price action is moving first, and the worst price movement in stocks is not necessarily because they miss estimates. It really comes down to either a multiple compression or a multiple expansion. That's where you start to see stocks just move out of nowhere higher. It's a re-rating of the multiple, and I think the multiple for Qualcomm has been re-rated lower. It's not to say it can't go lower from here. You got to keep that in mind. But when you look at the earnings profile, which is still positive, albeit again adjusted lower, the earnings multiple already reflects that. But again, doesn't necessarily mean it can't go lower from here, because it certainly can. But again, in the context of some of these other names, which have been moving just tremendously to the upside, some of these storage memory market companies, CPU companies, Qualcomm has been underperforming. So again, not to say it's going to move quite a bit higher or lower, but it may be fair value considering the estimates have been already adjusted lower.
All right. Thank you, George. That's George Sillis, our senior markets correspondent, with a breakdown on Qualcomm ahead of its results. Let's get Tom and Kevin back in here for example trade.
purposes. So, Tom, this time you've got the example trade in Qualcomm. What's the approach?
Well, you look at this company, it competes in different silos, right? Whether it's against NVIDIA and some others in the automotive and AI, semiconductors with Marvell, Broadcom, Texas Instruments, networking infrastructure, Intel, mobile chipsets. This is going to be big, I think. This is going to be the key because everybody's talking about memory moving up in the smartphone market. So memory prices have moved up. It's supposed to slow smartphone sales into the latter stages of 2026 because of the cost, right? But at the same time, smartphone sales were booming over the last 6 months or so, especially they still have that relationship with Apple. They're probably going to continually wind that down, but they still have that relationship. So that's a positive for this company. It's still about 35% off of the all-time highs that we saw at $230 a share about a year and a half ago. So it has been under pressure. We talk about low bar, high bar. Well, this is a relative low bar going into this report. And remember, they still get most 25 to 30% of their revenue from licensing deals. And how are those playing out? So a lot to kind of digest in this, whether it's automotive, AI, Internet of Things, and smartphone market on this one. The option market in Qualcomm going into the report, plus or minus $9 move either way on a one-day move. That's a 1 standard deviation move that the option market's pricing in at this point. So I looked at something a little bit more optimistic as an example trade. If you think this stock is going to move higher, this strategy takes advantage of it. Stock's currently trading about just about 148.5 or so. So I looked at a bullish call diagonal. Now the stock has pulled back from when I looked at this earlier, but buying one of the February 20th monthly options that expired 16 days, the 152.5 strike call, that was at the money. Now it's slightly above the money. And then against it, about that 1 standard deviation move away from that, sell the 162.5 strike call in the February 6th weekly options that expire in just 2 days. So basically a 2-week wide bullish call diagonal. You're paying roughly about a 430 debit, probably trading closer to $4 right now because the stock has pulled back, as I mentioned. But less than half the width of this bullish call diagonal, you can see here from the risk profile, you want it to go at or near about 162.5, but anything above about the 154, 155 level is going to be potential profitability on this 2-week wide call diagonal. But Kevin, this is one of those strategies that takes advantage of that vol dispersion that we always talk about, that lowers the entry point price on this.
Yeah, $10 wide call diagonal, looking for a move towards 162.5. You know, the debit paid is the risk on this trade, whatever it is. If it's 430, if it's 4, that's the risk on this trade. And because you have 2 weeks wide, if the market allows you, you can extend duration into that next into the next expiration and chip away at that net debit. So this is one that plays for a move toward the 162.5 strike, but because it's a diagonal with a debit, with an embedded vertical spread, you've got like a delta of almost 30, Tom.
Yeah, that option market pricing at about plus or minus 9% or $9 move either way. That break even to get above maybe 154 and start seeing some profitability on this. That's only about 3.5% above the current share price, so well within that 1 standard deviation move. You want it to go at or near the 162 strike, but you've got a pretty good range because you're paying less than half the width of this call diagonal. Anything above that break-even potential profitability, and you've got assignment risk on that short option over the next 2 days. But this is definitely a directionally biased bullish call diagonal where you need a move higher in the shares, Diane. So yeah, bar is low in this one.
Oh yeah, indeed. All right, good stuff, guys. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Kevin Hinks and Tom White. Download the Schwab Network app. It's available in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stick around. You've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking. the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Andrew.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, had a stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant. I programmed that 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at SchwabNetwork.com.
Man, all this stuff was sweet.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey. And checking out markets here, we're seeing right now the Dow really our only modest bright spot, if you could call it that. We're still seeing some weakness persist in the NASDAQ as well as even the Russell today, which is down now about 1.9%. I was watching these markets intraday here, Alex, and I was seeing an attempt of some revival off these session lows and these in the S&Ps as we have bounced again over the last 10 or so minutes, but it's still not really enough to move the needle and erase some of the recent session losses today.
Yeah, what if I told you that, oh, by the way, 70% of the S&P 500 stocks are higher today. Equal weight index is up 0.6%. The value component of the index is up 0.7%. But it's just getting completely overrun by Magnificent 7 down 2%. In the SOX index, the semiconductors, 5% to the downside. That's the story to me.
Yeah, that is the story. And I think that drag is being felt, primarily by NVIDIA today. As you can see, it's our largest name that's feeling the pain, but also names like Alphabet, Meta, Amazon, Broadcom, Micron, all really tied to some of the commentary we got of AMD yesterday after the close. So we'll dive into all of those results at the top of our show today. We'll kick things off there with some of these earnings movers to watch. I will say, spoiler, they're all moving to the downside here. And we'll also dive into the charts and example trades of names like ARM with earnings out after the close, as well as Elf Beauty. We'll discuss Eli Lilly, which is actually And after a real ton of clarity following Novo Nordisk's more downbeat for the rest of
What's
this
your friend B
year,
was talking
we'll
about?
also discuss perhaps the revival we could be seeing in some of these solar names as Enphase Energy saw a nice pop on the back of its earnings. We'll also discuss a really interesting conversation regarding the rise of these prediction markets and how they're playing out into investing and trading in real time. And we'll close things out here with Nintendo, which is actually seeing about 3% contraction today. Overall, still confirming some of the earlier trends of its guidance.
Man, I just sold some of my data vault.
That's not new to look at, but we'll be diving into
Oh, I
more
want to buy some.
so I really have to say that I attribute a lot of the more downbeat tone specifically affecting stocks index.
I'm not that much, so I guess.
Yeah, AMD
I
certainly
almost want to just hop in for a
big move. I mean, it's just getting worse as the day goes on. It's at a $200 a share essentially now, $40 move, over 16%. So a lot to explore there, which we will in just a bit. We'll get through some of the other earnings names for chart and trades. That'll be exciting. And then, like you said, interesting conversation, sort of the disruption we're seeing from the introduction of prediction markets and that becoming a little bit more prevalent in terms of the rollout. But let's get to some of those earnings. Let's start with AMD. We thought Alphabet might be a market mover, still might be. We thought Amazon might be a market mover, still might be. But AMD unquestionably has moved the market today.
It has, and I will say that nothing initially would give you a huge pause on their forward expectations. I mean, the AI bubble that many want to coin it, but the stock has been one of the top performers over the past 6 months. It's outpaced NVIDIA by nearly 36% as far as its overall gains. It was also up more than 40% from its early October close heading into the release Tuesday afternoon, powered hugely by the multi-billion-dollar deal with OpenAI to deploy its next-generation GPUs in exchange for warrants that could make OpenAI own as much as a 10% stake in AMD. But from that lofty position with the AI investment landscape seemingly changing on a day-to-day basis, investors were not in the mood to hear anything but real full-throated optimism and data to back it. Now, CEO Lisa Su
Oh, the
has
next
been
balance
credited
on the
with
market.
trying to
I
close
look
that
at
very
push.
difficult gap with NVIDIA's chokehold on these data center chips processors. Really struggled to bridge that gap as far as long-term projections and some of these lofty goals and then near-term expectations. So she did mention, I mean, tens of billions in annual AI revenue in the next few years, calling out specifically the MI450, which is really an inflection point. That's the group's newest GPU that's expected to challenge things like NVIDIA's Blackwell as well as Rubin. But that revenue will start in the third quarter. It will ramp to significant volume in the fourth quarter, so closer to 2027. And it is in the current quarter revenue will likely rise about 32% from last year. That was strong enough to top forecasts, but not enough to wow. And so fourth quarter numbers a bit thorny as well. 390 million coming from sales to China that may or may not have been repeatable, given again these current export restrictions. That did lift their overall revenue as well as a $360 million inventory reserve release that boosted their operating income. But they were punished by again that close relationship with OpenAI as there's been this increased scrutiny over their spending commitments and capital requirements that is required to be able to meet the bold business outlook, and shares having already been trading as if that was a reality priced in.
Yeah, I mean, this is stuff we talked about when it first
Yo,
started.
Trey.
These deals were very circular, and at some point, it's the same money that's passed around in circles, creating value. That doesn't mean that the stock should be down 16%. Doesn't mean that these numbers are disappointing. But I do think, and we're seeing it in real time, we have to maybe question the rallies that have happened around some of this stuff in recent weeks. You look at a name like Apple, it's still up. I mean, it's given back about half its gains already today, but it's up 1.6%. And it's been the name that's
Oh my God.
a lot. And so it seems to be a shift amongst the
I'm
investor
kind of
base, whether
asleep.
it's institutional money shifting around and taking money
But
out
I'll
of
be
some of these
happy,
winners,
man.
but looking for more prudent names.
Never
And
enough.
I think that's pretty clear today when we see a name like Apple doing well. And even though Microsoft isn't necessarily in that camp, it's already had its haircut. We talked about where its valuation is relative to where it's been, much more in line with 5-year averages. Easier selling point probably for some of those institutional investors that have to explain their positions to their investor base. So AMD, we'll watch it. I think it's going to be an important part of the story
the way that we were seeing price tick up, though, in reaction to these earnings, as unfortunately for Chipotle, they're still seeing this pretty substantial same-store sales drag that has really then weighed on some of the confidence of other efforts to jump on this protein craze and roll out these menu items. So they did say they expect same-store sales to be about flat this year. Expectations were calling for a 1.7% gain. Now, they did say it's very early still in this year. Consumer trends have been very difficult to predict, so they wanted to be conservative in their full-year guide to account for this. But still, they expect same-store sales again to improve throughout the year as they roll out 4 limited menu items this year and relaunch their rewards programs to bring in, more loyal consumers, as well as just, hopefully technology helps bridge some of this gap. But management did say that the interest in these protein menu items has driven sales momentum overall, especially, through really this winter season until Winter Storm Fern last month closed some of their restaurants. But their outlook came in a year that we've seen a lot of these fast casual chains and some signs of these slothful routine really weigh on shares. And right now we're seeing more of this appetite for these fast food chains as well as sit-down chains that are more affordable, like Chili's as well as Olive Garden. But those chains have rolled out more deals to help consumers feel like they're getting a good value when they dine out. So they did call this out specifically. They also did say that they see some of the tax breaks from last year's Big Beautiful Bill help loosen up spending for their wealthier shoppers who visit Chipotle frequently, but did worry about how lower income consumers will continue to be affected by the bill's curbs on public assistance. So revenue rose 5%. We do know that actually their same-store sales were down 2.5%. That was actually better than feared, but still not positive by any means. And earnings were a modest beat, yes, but I think that the fact that they've been able to turn around here in today is actually the most encouraging sign of them all.
Oh, gosh.
So fascinating is I think the lens that you look at this through, maybe the bias that you had leading in. So if you were a little bit more bearish, how you interpret this, versus if you're a little bit more bullish. I'll use 3 analysts to illustrate this. Firstly, the Morgan Stanley analyst Brian Harbour is a bull in this stock. He's overweight. He has a price target of $50, or had $50, down to $49 now. He calls it conservative and beatable in reference to the outlook. You look at Barclays analyst Jeffrey Bernstein, who has an equal weight price target of 40, said that the forecast was disappointing. Kind of a neutral phrasing. Objectively, when you miss, it can't be better than expected. But Bloomberg analyst Michael Halen basically talked about it being underwhelming, and then talked about the plan that they rolled out to boost this being too vast and too difficult to execute. So I think depending on how you were looking at this space and at this company before you got these numbers, you see the same story.
You do. That's also a good point too, because I try and find what did not sit well after these earnings announcements is always difficult. But I also think that there's a broader trend that could be discussed here, and that's that slothful fatigue, which is a term I saw. I did not coin that, but that maybe we're just not seeing the same degree of interest in a brand like Chipotle, which had its heyday for me. When I was in Chipotle, obviously that's my own personal preferences, but maybe we're just seeing competition emerge, and no longer you feel like you go to a Chipotle and get that same great value that once drove that more loyal consumer.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. It's hard to quantify, and some of it is just the emotional attachment and seeing the prices go up over time. But it felt like 5-10 years ago, you were comparing the Chipotle experience to maybe a McDonald's experience and saying, hey, for a few extra dollars, I feel like I'm getting a premium experience, maybe a slightly healthier alternative, whatever you want to rationalize, you can make that. But to your point, how you kind of intro this, I don't know that that's the comparison anymore. I think, if you're going to spend $20 on a bowl, you get double meat and the guacamole and whatever else you get, you're not comparing it to McDonald's. You're comparing it to, if I have a little bit extra time, can I go to a Chili's or an Applebee's or an Olive Garden and get something for a little bit more, but a much more elevated experience.
That is true, and yeah, if you want to be able to dine out right now, I think you're more selective with your dollars, and it's just frankly not cheap to eat, even if you're going into the broader fast casual space. Sweet Green, Kava, also very similar trends that we're seeing, unfortunately, on some of their same-store sales. It's not like the same-store sales contraction has been Chipotle specific. It's been wide felt across these mid-tier.
Let's be fair too. Chipotle might scale out and travel and do decent in, let's say, rural Nebraska as it does in urban Chicago. But is Sweet Green going to be able to build, their stores and be successful?
Bro, don't know how these follow change work.
Expensive salad seems like
We have extremely
actually want to order Chipotle more just because I feel like it's such a better bang for your buck at this point. But obviously, preferences aside, that is something that has been, I think, mentioned where it's a broader trend of finding that value, finding your dollar to really go the furthest when you're choosing to dine out. But our next name today here is Uber, and I mean, talk about a name that has been on a really impressive turnaround story, really regarding its profitability, its operating income. We're not really seeing that play out at all today, as we're down about 4%, but weaker than expected earnings did send I'd say, overshadowed, frankly, some positive signals about their robo-taxi business. We did see, again, earnings per share on an adjusted basis coming around 71 cents. That was below consensus. Revenue also did rise about 19% on a constant currency basis, just slightly exceeding forecasts. But looking forward, we did see that adjusted earnings per share, they do expect to come in slightly beneath the mark, and also gross bookings expected to be slightly better than expected. Cost, though, remains still a pretty central issue for the near term, as we did see Wednesday's print mark the third straight quarter the company's outperformed its booking expectations, but fallen short as far as operating income. In the long run, the race to be a leader in autonomous vehicles, or AVs, dominates the conversation. They do not have their own AV technology. They instead partner with companies like Waymo and Chinese company Pony AI to deploy their robotaxi fleet. So they do have plans for AVs in as many as 50 cities worldwide by the end of this year. But as we know, with growing in autonomy, it's not cheap.
Yeah, and I haven't actually taken any of these AV services. I know in some cities like Phoenix and the Scottsdale area, it's a little more prevalent. It's not here in Chicago, to my knowledge, yet. Well, you do have the little food delivery drone. You're not drone. Little. They almost look like coolers on wheels.
That's exactly what they look like.
And it's starting to pick up some steam. I've long said I think that this race is existential for names like Uber. It seems like there are so many technologies that are so disruptive, that are sort of at that tipping point right now for so many big companies. We've talked about Adobe and Salesforce, some of these SaaS companies, and how they're going to be impacted by AI, and we've seen the software volatility. But the same can be said for these ride-sharing companies like Uber and Lyft. If they're not a part of the AV rollout, which they're trying to be through these partnerships, like, what business is there going to be if this becomes a widespread thing where all taxis at some point are robotic drivers?
I know, and for so long we were talking about the challenges of their business model, like how they ever see profitability really start to surge if they're not able to navigate the rising costs of just taking these ride-hailing services, but also then paying your drivers an appropriate wage, because there was always pushback about the gig economy. They've actually been able to navigate that better than I think.
Way better than
Yeah, right, and like sooner than the street they're expecting. But then there's this next leg of navigating, growing your fleet autonomously while also not weighing hugely on your margins and your income.
Well, especially because once you start returning the shareholders' earnings, and I don't think they're given stock, and they probably aren't doing, maybe they're doing some buybacks, I'm not sure. But once you start showing positive EPS, George has talked about the importance of that moment. You gotta then continue to do it. How disappointing would it be for investors if Uber, which made $3.11 last quarter, down to 14 cents this quarter, went negative at some point in the future on EPS? That's a totally different story again, and it makes investors reconsider whether or not they want to be invested in your company. But at the same time, if they don't make investments and ink these deals with AV, autonomous vehicles, what business are they going to have? So it's tough. I wouldn't want to be in the boardroom at Uber.
I would not either, and that is a great question. And also then you have the major threat of say like being like Lyft, that it could offer some pricing, just competitiveness. Frankly, they have it in the long term.
Last thing on this too, the stock's a good 25% now down over the last quarter and a half, so let's call it 4.5, 5 months. Like, there's some pretty big volatility and movement under the surface in some of these names that is just not reflected if you just key in S&Ps every day and take a look at where the market is. Like, Uber's a big company. It's been super successful the last few years. It's 25+% off its highs in the last 3 years.
Yeah, today's move definitely not aiding any of that sentiment here. And again, like to your point, it's really a lack of growth story, I think, in at least the more mid-term that has been weighing on shares a bit today. Now, our last name today here is Take-Two, which also had earnings Tuesday after the close. We did see they reported a net loss that was 50 cents per diluted share. That was narrowed from a year ago, but worse than expected. Now, revenue for the quarter also did come in better than expected, and improved on a year-over-year basis. While they do expect now fourth quarter losses to at least ease from expectations of between around 70 cents and 54 cents a share, revenue also was slightly ahead of expectations from a goalpost standpoint at around 1.57 to 1.62 billion. They did raise their outlook now for fiscal 2026, also expecting losses to be better than expected and revenue to be an improvement. But both, again, improvements from previous projections. They did call out AI as an opportunity, saying this is not a threat to their business model, but rather actually a positive for their business model, and did highlight that Grand Theft Auto, of course, the key driver of the share price, it seems like over the last several years, that's expected to be released now November 19th in 2026 after two pretty major delays. We're not talking months out, we're talking like it was delayed basically an entire year this past fall. So there is also a lot of waiting on that. It doesn't help that we've seen this pushed back though until fall of next year.
And it almost feels like the question you have to answer, and I don't even know how you go about doing that, is are they going to actually meet that launch date? And if they do, perhaps you could see why there would be excitement in these shares. I'm not going to say it's going to go higher or whatever, but perhaps you could get there. But if it's going to continue to get pushed back, and I know that the fans of that franchise just want the game to be good, but at some point you need the game. And so they keep pushing it back, pushing it back, pushing it back. It's just lost revenue.
It is, and right now also, I mean, like, it's been over a decade since the release of their previous iteration of GTA 5, so you have been indications, I think, especially when you launch, like, trailers, and there's been all this enthusiasm to have it pushed back twice, and even hurts my heart, and I live and play GTA.
It is a game, though, the style of game that I think is going to do very well in the modern environment. And you think about all the disruption that's happened in that last, decade plus, where there's sort of this free-to-play offering, and then it's, buy cosmetic things for your character on the game, and sort of these micro purchases, kind of like what mobile games provide, which has been more the Fortnite model. I'm not going to say that they're going to offer the game for free, but the in-game purchases is where the money is. That's the high margin stuff, and I feel like Grand Theft Auto, if it's anything like the games I remember playing as a kid, is built for that type of in-game purchasing.
Yeah, and so far from what we've seen teased, I mean, the trailers do look like the graphics of these, like, modern video games to me are just outstanding. I mean, it looks like a cinema film at this point. So there's that enthusiasm, but more tepid today. We're down about 6% in Take-Two shares. Now we'll leave it there for the top of our show today. Coming up next, time to discuss the latest technicals and two names with earnings out the day after the closing bell. ARM Holdings as well as Alpha Beauty. Both names seeing a bit of a contraction now over a 52-week basis.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TVs, everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Yeah, Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for the Chart Master, and joining us is Rick Ducat for a fresh look at some of the technicals as we approach earnings in ARM Holdings as well as Elf Beauty. So very different names here today, Rick, but of course earnings being the driving catalyst here. ARM, though, has been in a substantial repricing to the downside, and of course today actually modestly lower, which is encouraging given the tech pressure we're seeing, but not really getting any revival in this narrative, especially regarding everything with AI, and you hear from AMD, not enough to really lift any of this downbeat pressure.
Not enough to lift, but also you could argue that we are holding on at this supported area. What I mean by that is if you backtrack a little bit here, you can see this green line near 102 represents a high point that we saw before we had a gap to the downside, or upside, excuse me. We also had this low point here at about 95. That could be another area to watch going forward if we do break below this supportive point. But what I mean now is 102 is the floor, and about 121 is the ceiling here that we've tested a couple times, both to the upside and the downside recently here. You could also say that our downtrend has moderated somewhat. We had this steeper line that you could have drawn going across our highs. That's been broken here. Now it's transitioned to more of a downward sloping channel type shape with a more modest slope between our two white lines here. So that could be another area to watch for potential breakout activity. When we do look at our moving averages, these are the ways that we can assess the overall trend direction and the outlook for this particular company here. For now, price is below all of our relevant moving averages. They're all pointing downward. They're all continuing to diverge farther apart from each other, suggesting continued bearishness. However, we do have earnings that could be a significant catalyst for change here. So look out for some of those things to change for price to close above these moving averages, for the slopes to shift from down to up. Notice that RSI is also more in bearish territory here. We are more toward the lower end of the spectrum, fairly close to that 30 level. That would represent the oversold area. Notice as well that that lines up pretty closely with our green trend line. So if we do start to push beyond that point, it could be an area to watch. Finally here, when we look at our volume profile study, the key volume areas that stand out are here near 104 to 108 or so. That's about where we are now. So if we do start to move too far below that, it could be a bit of a warning sign. If we move to the upside, this is the area to be on the lookout for here for potential slowdown around 113 to 118 or so.
Okay, and yeah, actually amazing. So as we watch things in real time, slightly turning positive on the session, although no help really from the overall market. So a name that we'll be watching to see if they can rewrite any of this real downbeat tone we've seen regarding some of the AI build and spend. All that to be said now, Alex, as we think we're trading this name, we're also approaching this earnings at a more, disappointing level, frankly, for the bulls, to say leaning into hoping for some optimism or some stability.
Yeah, maybe you think there's something to the fact that this stock is unchanged higher, despite the fact that so many of its peers within the broader chip space are under a ton of pressure today. And of course, we got the earnings coming up. If you're optimistic on what they might say, maybe you want to look at a neutral to bullish strategy. That's what we have here. Short put vertical expiring at the end of this week. So really short dated, really centered around this particular earnings event. And it's a $2 wide spread. It's 198. Hoping that that $100 level may act as a support level. Big round figure. A little bit of downside of about 4% or so. Give some cushion. You collect 65 cents on that $2 wide spread. That's roughly a third the width of the strike. So it creates close to a 2-to-1 risk reward with that break even at 99.35. 135 in risk below 98. So hold on to 100 or higher through the end of this week. This example will have a chance to be profitable.
Okay, now to shift gears into our other name that is reporting after the close, that big Elf Beauty. Very little tie into AI, although I actually am sure I could almost bet that we would see some mention of technology on this earnings call, because it's really white belt, not specific to technology companies. But all that to be said, we also saw a pretty substantial repricing that we're trying to recover here. So what are you watching for technically wise?
Hey, you can use a camera filter to basically put on makeup now. Maybe that's one way to tie those two things together.
It's true.
Yeah, obviously it's not the same as the real thing, but just food for thought that is kind of affecting every area in general now at this point here. So when we do look at this particular chart, though, a big gap to the downside formed on our last earnings event here. This sizable push to the downside downside did eventually solidify near the 69 level. If you were to backtrack here, you can see our green line represented some high points that we saw, then another set of highs before a gap to the upside, then it was our low point here. So this area did come back into prominence. Now a more recent range here between 76 to the downside, 82 to the upside was our range. This area near 82 has been tested once again here. So we have held on to that supportive point. That remains a line in the sand to the downside. Meanwhile, 94, you can see that's about where we had our high point before our gap to the upside. That's about where we had a low point here. That was the high point after our gap down. That's around where we had our best close during our most recent rally. So that really stands out as well as an upside potential boundary there. So when we do look at our moving averages, in this case, they're showing more of a stagnation. They're clustered together. They're moving sideways. After we had our initial big push to the downside, we've seen more of a gradual grind to the upside here. So our moving averages reflect this. We are still a bit more angled toward the bearish side here. RSI pretty much in the middle, near that 50 midline that separates bullish and bearish momentum. So when we do think about our volume profile study and the notable trading areas here, well, we have one right here, this smaller, more narrow node here coming in right around 85, 86 or so. That's where the highest degree of trading is. Our point of control also here near 78, that's the heaviest trading area of all. Things really start to drop off as well below 70. Similarly speaking too, things don't really pick up again until all the way here, up here near about 115. So you could see fast moving prices in the interim if we do move to the upside.
Yeah, and a name that is also seeing actually some improvement here in real time is we're up now about 0.4% in Alpha Beauty. So we'll see if technology and any push into AI is enough to perhaps revive the beaten down cosmetic and skincare industries. It has not been the boom it was several years ago. So all this to be said, Alex, as you think through trading Alpha Beauty, not a huge, market moving event typically, but still could see some big price swings after earnings as we've seen across the board in discretionary names.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. If I learned anything from Rich Charts is that earnings really matter for this name. Maybe it's not going to move the S&P 500 like an AMD, but ELF might move tremendously. And so pick a direction. If you want to be a little bit more bearish with the overall trend, sure, that's fine. You want to be a little bit more short-term oriented, be bullish, that's fine too. I looked at a bearish example for this particular strategy to put calendar spreads centered around basically the low point of that last earnings gap, which was around 75, 76. It's selling this Friday, buying next. So selling the Feb 6, buying the Feb 13, Friday the 13th, for 70 cents at the 75 strike. So looking for kind of an ominous response, maybe a disappointing response, and a company that really plunged last quarter, looking for a similar type move, get it to 75, back to those lows, this would be a profitable trade. But now, that being said, or could be a profitable trade for this example, that being said, though, very customizable, Jenny. You got $7 in risk as it's constructed here. If you're more bullish or a believer in health, you wouldn't look at this. You look at maybe a call calendar, a different strategy that would benefit if it moved higher.
Yeah, and again, we'll to see if earnings continue to bring that volatility, because as you pointed out from the chart perspective, this can be a big mover on the back of sometimes these major catalysts. But we'll leave it there for Chartmaster today. Coming up next, it's time for FOMO, and we're discussing a name that's actually moving to the upside today. Eli Lilly, on the back of real encouragement behind its GLP-1 and various semaglutide treatments, as well as further diversifying its pipelines. We'll dive into their latest results coming up next.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Gaden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are. Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for FOMO, and today discussing a name moving to the upside despite the overall market weakness. That is Eli Lilly, up now about 9%. So joining us now is Sam Babas, host for the Schwab Network, for some more insight into what clearly went right. And I know we pulled back almost 4% yesterday, Sam, so a nice sigh of relief here today. I mean, walk us through these results.
Yeah, look, it's all about the weight loss. It's all about the drugs that they have. They're doing quite well. And as you say, I mean, a pretty good candidate today for FOMO, $1 trillion market cap company. It reached that again today off the back of this, with this move to the upside of 9% at 1093 and change. So Eli Lilly moving higher off the back of its earnings beat and strong full-year guidance as well. The market certainly seems to be very much cheering both of those elements. The fourth quarter revenue rose 43% year over year. It was definitely on Mounjaro, which is obviously for the diabetes, the Zepbound for weight loss, because those revenues more than doubled. This is what's driving the growth here. This is where the strength is coming from, very much from these drugs. As per the numbers, as we've got on the screen here, I mean, you had earnings per share of $7.54 a pop on expectations of 6.67. So that was a beat. Revenue of $19.3 billion on expectations of $17.9 billion. So we did see a double beat there. Mounjaro, as far as this growth is concerned, 110% year over year. In the US, 57% higher. So sales were good, but prices were lower. But Zepbound growing 122% as well. As I mentioned, it was also about the guidance. I does see 2026 revenue will be coming in between 80 billion and 83 billion. Staggering numbers when you look at the analyst estimate of 77.6 billion. Also adjusted earnings projected to be between 33.50 and $35 a share versus the expectations of 33.23. So Eli Lilly has also talked about the number of tailwinds that it's likely to continue to see in 2026 and the factors that it will benefit from. I mean, the Medicare coverage, the demand for its drugs, the launch of this obesity pill, obviously, that we're waiting for. That's expected to come in the second quarter. They're waiting for that US regulatory approval, but it looks like that's bringing in more people to the market, because I was actually listening to an interview with the CEO, David Ricks, and he was saying something fascinating about the appetite for this, pardon the pun. More than 8 out of 10 people who are new to the GLP market are coming in to buy this drug. So it's not necessarily those who were buying the drug previously, but new people stepping into the market for this particular pill. The other thing he said was really interesting was people are paying out of pocket for this stuff. When you look internationally, he was actually saying how surprising it was how many people pay to lose weight and choose a healthier lifestyle. So Eli Lilly wants to continue to dominate in this market, obviously off the back of Novo's demand, which it's seen for the pill as well. In Q4, it controlled about 60% of that overall pie. So it really is a market leader, and it continued to show that in its earnings as well, guys.
Sam, when I look at the contribution and movement in the S&P 500, we were just talking about how ELF in the last segment might move, but probably not going to move the market. Can't say the same for Eli Lilly. It's contributing 8.5 points worth of upside today, actually more than AMD is contributing downside. Now, there's fallout beyond AMD today in names like Broadcom and Nvidia that we don't have to get into, but I think we almost forget how big of a player Eli Lilly really is.
Yeah, I mean, look at healthcare as a sector today. I mean, you know, this has been not performing as well as 2025, but when we really saw things picking up, certainly it's the start of the year. But, I mean, we are up over 1% right now. I heard a trader on the floor today talking about this one, talking about how this was a spectacular quarter in their eyes. Positive momentum being entrenched very much in this name. They talked about the remarkable resilience in this drug, in both of these drugs, in fact. And you know, the fact that also, as I mentioned, healthcare did have a good year. You've also got Merck, which is up on earnings as well. We've got this chart up here. Look at Novo Nordisk. What a tale of two healthcare corporates today. I mean, shares are down after it forecasted a big drop in its sales. And Novo Nordisk has beat Eli Lilly to the market as far as that GLP-1 pill, but both companies are facing an intensifying price war at the moment with respect to the weight loss drugs. And so very much we are seeing a sharp contrast across the space today. But, you know, as far as what the analysts are saying, Truist reiterating buy rating there. expected to continue, particularly in these two drugs, which will partially be offset by the prices coming down. But Bernstein also reiterating an outperform rating with a $1,300 price target. Just looking across the analyst consensus here, I mean, the major cohort is in the buy camp. You've got 10 in a strong buy, 9 sort of sitting on the fence, but no one seems to see this as an underperform or sell. In fact, as far as the price target range is concerned, 1,500 on the high end, 706 or so on the low end, guys. So a good day for shares in Eli Lilly.
Yeah, and I will say, so definitely building on the fact that this was a nice performer. It's last quarterly update, so nice earnings moves we've seen at least the last 2 consecutive quarters, which is an encouraging trend, especially, again, given some of that drag we saw from Novo Nordisk yesterday with its more disappointing sales outlook for the year. But we so appreciate it, Sam Badas, for helping us break down a nice mover to the upside today, Eli Lilly. And so now, as we think through trading this name, we got earnings, of course. We have that, major catalyst behind us here, not as concerning as perhaps the tone we got from Novo Nordisk. But still, a lot of them, I'd say, definitely deliverables they have to execute on for this year.
Yeah, and in some ways, almost a harder decision from a trading standpoint, because you're talking about a stock essentially back to its highs nearly. Big move post-earnings in a down market. How do you go about that? The numbers were strong, the street rewarding it. So looking at a neutral bullish strategy to try to deal with that maybe FOMO aspect of this, but also be prudent given the huge stock price and then, of course, the big-time run that the stock has been on. Really over the last 6+ months, 42% over the last 6 months, really big move for Eli Lilly. 1 month and 1 week moving averages, both around 1,050 a share, so perhaps that could act as a level of support in the next couple weeks. So I looked at a February 20th short put vertical centering around that mark, and it's the 1050, 1045 put vertical. The idea here, trying to take this strategy in a big stock price like this one is almost 1,100 a share, and make it a little bit more bite-sized in the sense of how much you have at risk. To buy 100 shares of this stock will cost over $100,000, but to do this strategy would cost $350. So it's a little bit more accessible. Risk is risk, but if it stays above 1050, you have a chance to make $150 as constructed here on the screen. $350 in risk, and break even of 1048.50. Looking for the stock to basically hold on to the gains that it has today.
Yeah, now it's about 32% over the last 52 weeks. Still modestly only higher on the year, but again, now higher at least by 5% this week. Again, despite some of yesterday's pressure. So encouraging tone from Eli Lilly today. We'll leave it there for FOMO. Now coming up next, we'll discuss our prediction markets crossing the line from forecasting earnings to now influencing them. The subtle signs of manipulation and why regulators are paying more attention. We'll dive more into that conversation now coming up next.
She's got your son. I'm Carl. Yep. The #1 brokers here to welcome your new little dependent. Actually, we invest with Schwab now. We have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up our college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to discuss the latest move we're seeing in Enphase Energy, with fortunes potentially starting to turn a corner as the company did signal U.S. solar demand picking up. But joining us now to discuss more about Enphase's pretty huge move to the upside today is Dan King Paul, the host of Morning Movers Fast Market. Dan, what is driving so much of today's much-needed optimism in Enphase?
Demand, and the sun is certainly shining on Enphase today. That stock up more than 30% off the back of better than expected quarterly numbers, much better than expected. You've got Enphase's most recent quarter quarter, they earned 71 cents a share on an adjusted basis. The street was only looking for 54 cents, so that's a big beat there. Revenue coming in at $343.3 million there. The street was looking for just $334.6 million. So once again, beat on the top and bottom line. Revenue is actually down on a year-over-year basis, but investors are focusing not so much on the decline, obviously, more on signs demand is stabilizing here, and that demand is starting to come back after we know the solar space has been under a lot of pressure over the past year and change because of challenges with regard to tax credits, those expiring, that Section 25D tax credit. They pointed out that homeowners rushed to install solar and battery systems before the tax credit expired, but management called out the demand in this most recent quarter, saying it's the best demand in over 2 years here. Analysts are more optimistic about this and saying that the revenue slump appears to be bottoming out here, so there's improvement here, and there's optimism about new product cycles from this. Citigroup's still neutral on this, but they've raised their price target on this one, so analysts certainly have their eyes on this after this outsized improvement that it had in its most recent quarter. Jenny and Alex.
Yeah, and I think really great summation of what we're seeing with this. I mean, big outsides move to the upside today, so a bright spot in the overall more muted market, or more negative market, frankly, today. So we appreciate that. Dane King Hall, host for the Schwab Network. But now to shift gears and focus on a question that's becoming more urgent on Wall Street. Are prediction markets starting to influence earnings season instead of just simply forecasting? Our guest has been studying how prediction markets intersect with market integrity and what potential guardrails could still be needed to be implemented. So I'd now like to welcome in Asaf Mier, CEO of Solidus Labs. Asaf, thank you so much for joining us first and foremost. But first question here, have prediction markets evolved to a point where they are now, again, influencing rather than just forecasting these earnings outcomes?
Well, thanks for having me, first of all. I'm happy to speak about that. Maybe it's worth, taking a step back and explain what prediction markets are. I think we're using an umbrella term to describe a few different things. Mainly, there are two types of markets that are on prediction markets. The sports market as well as the mention markets. Both operate very differently, right? In mention markets, you see a J curve, a lot of adverse selection, very wide spreads, and very thin liquidity. That kind of already shows there's some type of potential insider trading, and that has to do also with the fact that there's a lot of information variance people are kind of trading on. The information is already out there that just hasn't been unveiled yet. Whereas sports market, all of the information is out there, right? Whether, historical stats, players' injury, and all that. And you can also see that the actual trading looks like an inverse J curve. There's very tight spreads, very deep liquidity. The trading starts early on and kind of subsides towards the end. And so it's a much healthier market. So both operate very differently. And the way they influence also earning calls or any other events is very interesting. Important to understand that the type of access these markets provide to individuals who might have some information about it on an earning call is enormous. It's essentially expanding the attack surface tenfold. Anyone who has any information, not just about a certain number that might be revealed in an earning call, but also what the CEO collar shirt might be, what drinks might be served during the earning call. And so each and every data point like that, it's important to understand we need to shift our entire understanding here of the fact that you can open a market on literally everything under the sun. And so in that regard, you are expanding the attack surface, and with that, you need to have really frontier technologies to be able to point out whether or not there is anything that doesn't seem kosher.
Asaf, let's talk about the disruption aspect of this, and let's start in sort of the sports gaming and betting aspect of it, because as you, I think, just said, the liquidity and things are closer in that aspect, and it also seems to be an area maybe a little bit more ripe for disruption, in the sense that the traditional, let's say, against the spread line on, pick your sports book, onshore, offshore, wherever, -110, there's that embedded spread where these exchange-listed, essentially, prediction markets are, penny wide if the liquidity is there. How do you think this is going to play out? Do you see those type of companies adopting this model? Or do you think it's one of those situations where things just get tighter and the consumer in the end is the winner?
I would vote for the latter. I think that also both markets you mentioned betting markets, and not to be confused with prediction markets, which are contract-based, peer-to-peer. You're not betting against the house or against the booker that has an incentive to avoid any insider trading, right? Basically, they actively seek against that. I think that what we end up seeing is people that are opening markets on one side of the coin here are, they can observe the environment, make conclusion, and be able to make, knowledgeable bets about or predictions about what might happen in the world, whether that's politics, whether that's all type of pop events, culture pop events, and so that's really where I think we're seeing a new emerging asset class. And by the way, it's something that we've seen this movie before. This happened already with crypto and digital assets. It was an emerging, exciting new asset class that moved faster than regulation could keep up. And with that, you needed not to necessarily curtail participation from users as much as being able to make sure that there are proper guardrails, as you mentioned earlier in the segment, to make sure that you can welcome in new users into this exciting new asset class and expanding the market, while making sure that there's a level playing field. Ultimately, by the way, the main majors, the bigger players in this market, one of them is already a CFTC licensed exchange, and they've been first on kind of think about compliance and developing very, very sophisticated tools to detect market manipulation. And the other players took a very different approach, a decentralized on-chain deployment. And for both, ultimately, what you want to have is a level playing field in order to attract significant capital from institutional investors. Otherwise, you wouldn't really see this, right? If there's no good price discovery and deep liquidity, you really won't be able to kind of welcome in really, really mainstream adoption from both retail and institutions. And I think that's the end goal for both.
Okay, and as unfortunately what is just a fact with like growing technology and like growing abilities, frankly, bad actors typically can adapt their behavior to avoid these various thresholds. And you mentioned right now increased security and technology that's trying to ramp up to obviously match this growing need. But how are these detection systems evolving to therefore then stay ahead?
So, the legacy way of doing things is usually to try and focus on a centralized order book, which is really false in this case. You need to have a view into multiple either data feeds that are usually siloed. That has to do with open source intelligence, social and sentiment data, deep and dark web, different forums online. You need to be able to kind of have an eye on all of that. And then if you're talking about the on-chain decentralized platforms, also an eye into wallet activity and then user behavioral, and understand all that in real time, match that against the order book to understand whether or not something manipulative is taking place. So I think that there's a very different approach, a multidimensional data approach that needs to be employed here in order to really point out market abuse in prediction markets. By the way, that also has to do with cross-product, cross-venue. Most of those contracts are very much intercorrelated and have kind of cascading effects, and so you have to also factor that into your kind of surveillance program and measures to make sure that there's proper guardrails.
Yeah, and I think that definitely a space we will continue to observe as it's really just rapidly evolving in real time. So we so appreciate your time today, Asaf Mier, CEO of Solidus Labs. Now, coming up next, last but not least, it's time for Under 30. We were talking Nintendo. Good follow-up from our Take-Two conversation earlier in the show, but seeing about a 3% contraction today, we'll dive into their expectations for AI, as well as just really right now the overall reset as we approach, of course, the expectations for 2026.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
I'm Nicole Pedalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for Under 30, and today we are talking Nintendo, a name we do not frequently discuss, but it's ticker symbol NTDOY. Joining us now is George Tillis, New Markets correspondent for the network. So George, we're down about 3% today, and I know that these names, obviously have an ADR nature to them, but I mean, walk us through the results and maybe some of the overall expectations for a further build into AI. Is right now that's the tagline for every company with tech or non-tech exposure, frankly.
Yeah, I think AI has certainly, created some problems for software companies and also the game developers. I noticed that, companies like Nintendo, which essentially is a legacy business, it's a well-renowned global franchise in home entertainment, gaming. They have their signature Nintendo game consoles and their franchises. But they also have quite a bit of other, applications like mobile applications in gaming, game development, publishing, as well as theme parks and films. The stock has actually been down. If you look at the chart going back to September of last year, forgive me, it was trading around $23. They did post earnings and sales. They did beat the estimates on the EPS, 22 cents versus the 20-cent estimate. It slightly missed on sales. They also guided just a little bit lower for next fiscal year's guidance in terms of the full year sales by about $300 million, about 14.6 versus 14.9 billion. But nonetheless, this is a situation where I think artificial intelligence and this whole aspect of virtual games and software development that has accelerated some competitive challenges to traditional software and gaming companies. It's not just Nintendo that is actually falling by the wayside. I did notice that a lot of the game developers like Take-Two Interactive, Unity Software, Roblox, if you will, and AppLovin, which is a big mobile app game development company. All these names have been down significantly alongside the software names, but this is an interesting situation where, if you look at Nintendo itself as a business, it's basically got this business that has incremental innovation, but they also have this franchise and customer loyalty that may not necessarily be replicated or could be replicated by competitors. So again, a lot of these names are down significantly as of late, especially with these software names, but nonetheless, this is a legacy franchise that is still making money, still profitable, $14 billion in terms of sales. And the company actually generated around $2.5 billion in net income last year, no debt, and essentially sort of being sold off with the rest of the AI competitive landscape-based businesses in software and gaming.
George, this company seems to take a very different approach, almost Apple-like in some ways, where it's like fully vertically integrated and kind of closed off. Where the Xboxes, the PlayStations, they sort of have the same options for games. Maybe there's some that are unique to those platforms. It kind of seems like Nintendo exists as its own infrastructure, its own IP, and it's kind of been that way for the last 30 years.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that's an excellent point to bring up. Again, that may create a competitive moat against competitors. These are franchise-based businesses, and these brands have very large marketing power and loyalty, if you will. So again, for what it's worth, I think the technology itself can be replicated, especially using some of these game development software technologies that companies like Google have presented, as well as Anthropic in the software space. So the landscape is becoming competitive. The barriers to entry from a programming standpoint are essentially less than what they were, let's say, go back 6 months or a year ago. But again, you have to consider the moats that these businesses have, like Nintendo, which is essentially a franchise and legacy brand, versus, again, some of these newer technologies, which again may have new games that are developed very quickly, but doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be anchored in with large customer loyalty going forward.
Yeah, and I think a good point, a good place to leave it is Nintendo has also been able to, continue to generate like these loyalists, these enthusiasts that haven't waned, but of course, seeing a bit of a pullback today, down about 3%. So appreciate it, George Tillis, for all of that breakdown on Nintendo. That will also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this Wednesday. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it. To leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange on the corner of Wall and Broad. So glad you're with us. We have a big show for you today. Of course, Schwab's President and CEO, Rick Wurster, will join us and recap the company's most recent record earnings report, talk about the trading volumes and the outlook for 2026. Really looking forward to that interview. Also, we'll take a closer look at some of the lessons that we can take away from earnings season thus far. Of course, we'll have Alphabet, Google after the bell today, Amazon tomorrow. And we'll dive into the very latest moves in weight loss drug stocks. Have you seen Eli Lilly? That stock has been jumping. It's up about 10% right now. Different story for Novo Nordisk, right? Here's a look at the stock market right now. So it's interesting because we tried to give it a go in the early morning. It was only tech that was down. The other 10 sectors had up arrows. But things have turned now south, led by tech. In fact, if you look at tech, this group is down 2.5% almost. But consumer discretionary and communication services, industrials, all to the downside. 68.66 where the S&P 500 is sitting. It's down 51 points. The NASDAQ is down 519 points at 24,811. And the Dow is gaining 17 points. Did hit a record, intraday record, yesterday morning. The Dow Jones Transports also have hit a record this week. Small caps pulling back almost 2%. This is the 10-year bond yield is sitting at 4.27. In the meantime, taking a look here at gold, which is up $14 right now at 49.48 a troy ounce and 65.02 the barrel on oil at this point. So we're up $1.79 there. Bitcoin 73,605. We've seen that down big time, right? For Bitcoin, we're seeing the lowest levels in probably 16 months. Kevin Hanks is with me. He's live at the CBOE trying to make some sense of what's going on here. In the meantime, we're taking a look at these tech stocks. I was mentioning names like AMD, which is down 17%. Apple and SanDisk, Boston Scientific, Palantir, Micron are the names that are down double digits in percentage terms, leading the S&P to the downside. So what's behind this all? What are people saying?
Well, I think, Nicole, this is a day where a down market doesn't always mean the same thing. What do I mean by that? You're right. The S&P 500 is down. 5 of the segments of the 11 are lower, but 6 are higher. The problem is that some of the segments that are lower, like you mentioned, information technology, communication services, consumer discretionary, those are such a big, heavily weighted part of the S&P that it's weighing down the overall number. That said, if you look at the S&P equal weight, it's up 0.5%. So this is certainly a rotation out of the names you talked about. Tech is getting absolutely destroyed today. If you look on the Thinkorswim heat map, it's NVIDIA, it's Micron, it's Broadcom, it's AMD down big that we're going to talk about in a moment. It's Google Alphabet that's coming out with earnings. It's Meta Platforms. But Microsoft and Apple are higher on the day, and there's that right side of the heat map that's actually doing quite well today. So it's more than just a down day. It's down in some parts, but stronger in others.
Yeah, understood. So at this point now, we're taking a look at Alphabet Google after the bell. Some of your thoughts?
Google, this is going to be interesting because a lot of it, remember, Google Alphabet has rallied incredibly. Remember, last April it was $140, Nicole, so it's rallied incredibly into the end of the year when a lot of regulations came up, when it started to be evident that Gemini is not stumbling and actually is one of the stronger AI platforms. That combined with cloud and with search has Google set up pretty well going forward. But it's a couple things. If you look at some of the estimates for Google Alphabet, they're all over the board. Sure, they expect about $111.4 billion in revenue, but some of the individual estimates, like cloud, the revenue for cloud is all over the board. The ranges from 1.9 billion in revenue to 4.4 billion in revenue. And why? It's two things. It is the overall expenses plus the overall margins on the cloud. That relationship that is, if expenses go up and margins hold steady, they'll struggle. If margins are getting better and expenses are in line, it's going to fly on the upside in terms of their ability to put up the revenue. So this is going to be, a company like Google Alphabet has so many different segments. It's going to be digital advertising. It's going to be cloud growth. It's going to be everything around AI and Gemini and search. It's such a big company. It'll take you a while to get through, but Google Alphabet after the bell will be an amazing statement on the overall U.S. economy and AI in general, Nicole.
Yeah, and they have a pretty good balance sheet too, so I can't wait to hear what comes of it later. Maybe it can turn things around a bit. Kevin Hanks, great to see you. Thank you so much. All right, we take a look here at the bigger picture. Joining me right now here on set, Simeon Hyman, Global Investment Strategist of ProShares. And so we're talking first, Simeon, about this big tech sell-off. Why do you think it's happening the way it's happening?
The bar is high. The news so far this year is pretty solid. First, let's take the macro picture as an example. This week we had, I dare say, a blowout ISM manufacturing number. The economy looks good. Soft landing has been acquired. Now we're in earnings season. S&P 500 earnings are up so far. Look, we're not quite halfway through, but 9% year over year, that's pretty good. But for some of these mega cap tech companies, the bar is high, and that's the challenge.
Yeah, but as you said, the fundamentals are looking pretty good when you look at earnings, right? Overall.
That's 100% correct, and not only that, quality is good too. The mega cap companies crank out cash, but there are opportunities in this broadening that we've seen. For example, so far year to date, today's a little risk off, but year to date, small caps are outperforming substantially.
Sure.
But the fundamentals are there too, because those earnings are up 25% year over year so far, with about a third of the earnings season through.
Are you still looking at small caps as a possibility, a good investment?
We absolutely are, and in fact, one of the ideas that we have that's worth looking at is a vehicle we have, ticker ITWO, that's ProShares High Income ETF on the Russell 2000. And the notion here is we've got this curve steepener in there. We've got maybe some haircuts to market money returns, but perhaps a little sell-off on the long end of the curve. Your income from fixed income is a little bit challenged. Why not generate some income from equity? I too runs a very unique daily covered call strategy on the Russell 2000, and is a nice way to get income from equity and exposure to small cap stocks.
Right, understood. What about when we look at what's going on with silver in particular? I was just looking at silver. I mean, it went up to about $120, right? And meantime, 1 year, it's still up 161%. But wow, what a big sell-off we've seen and volatility. And you have a couple of silver ETFs.
We do AGQ, which is ultra silver, and ZSL, ultra short silver. Let's frame it. So we have the toolbox for it. We have the toolkit.
Right.
But let's frame it a little bit for a second, because indeed we've seen this volatility. We saw the big sell-off over the weekend, and then a big rebound the last couple of days. The key to silver is to remember that it has both industrial uses and the precious metal safe haven debasement thing. So it's got two very important levels.
There are some people who are not interested in silver, but we think about silver. You use it in solar panels and other industrial uses. So when silver pulls back, is that a buy in your opinion?
The bulls will say yes, that the fact that it has those industrial uses, particularly when we started off our conversation by saying the economy is in a pretty good place, that's an important point of stability. But you can get a sell-off when you think that the dollar isn't going to debase and the balance sheet's going to be shrunk and Warsh is going to do all this stuff. Folks can look at the debasement side as well.
Well, Simeon Hyman, great to see you, Global Investment Strategist at ProShares. Thank you so much. Well, quickly, what's the name of your ticker, your new one?
I'm sneaking one in. We did a launch today of KRYP CRYP. It's the ProShares CoinDesk 20 ETF. This is the 20 largest of the largest cryptocurrencies. It goes beyond Bitcoin and Ether, so keep an eye out. Launch today.
Good. I'm glad we got that in, Simeon. Nice to see you. Simeon Hyman of ProShares.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. All right, coming up, we have Charles Schwab's president and CEO, Rick Wooster, is standing by. He'll join me to discuss the company's recent earnings, really blowout record numbers for the quarter, for the full year, and what's ahead, the explosions that we've seen in trading volumes and new customers. We'll be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live. Subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full-service wealth management, and anything in between.
Think I'm gonna be sick.
We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange, and it's our pleasure to bring in Rick Wurster, President and CEO of Charles Schwab, to talk about an amazing quarter, record fourth quarter, record full year results. I have so much to ask you, Rick. Welcome back to the show. It's nice to see you. Nice to have you here, you know, with our Schwab signage and everything. So tell us about what stood out about the last quarter.
Well, it was a record year for us. We grew well. We had $519 billion of net new assets that clients brought to the firm. One of the things that we loved about it was we saw growth across every one of our retail investor segments, age groups, wealth groups. So we really are helping clients across the board, which is exciting to see. And it was a year in which we really deepened our client relationships as well. We did more in trading, we did more in wealth, lending. We're rounding out what we can do for clients, and that accelerated our growth as well. And you know, the final thing I'd say about the year is we really delivered on the basics. We handled 10% of the notional equity market volume in our country last year, and we did so with outstanding execution. We handled 30 million client calls. We had 2.2 billion logins, and I think we did all those things really well for clients.
I love that you threw that in. I didn't even know those stats. You know, when I think about what has gone on, you and I had a great interview during your transition with Walt Bettinger as you were making that transition into your new role January 1st, 2025 as CEO and president here. So now you've had an incredible year of trading volume. What has driven all of this? I mean, it's just been a culmination of so much. You had a great bull market, but as you noted, Charles Schwab is where people are counting and believing in the company and all the customer service. I saw Forbes, in fact, and want to get this in here, best customer service, Forbes 2026 for Charles Schwab. It just shows, as you noted, you know, you're answering people's questions.
I think at Schwab, there's no trade-offs. We think we have the best platform in Thinkorswim, and then our mobile app and our web, or you can trade on the web. You can trade in any different way you want. In addition to that, you have service, you have our coaching, you have the network. There's lots of ways to learn, to get ideas, and to participate here at Schwab. So we don't ask clients to make trade-offs. We have it all, and I think that's why we've been doing so well.
And I'd like to know about the clients themselves. I mean, we talk about, you know, you had record total client assets up 18% at $11.9 trillion. Record revenue, which was up 22%. It's just every single part, anything you look at, these metrics, like strong across the board. And you've been paying down debt. I mean, it's, you know, it's just, now what? You know, the retail trader, the client mentality. What are you seeing as far as how the evolution of the retail trader and the client behavior?
Well, I think
invite.
Behavior, the number one thing we see is engagement.
Yeah.
Retail trading activity last year was up 30%
But did you go to sleep?
over 2024. And it's already in what was reported in the first couple weeks of the year, up another 20%.
Tired as
Retail
fuck.
clients are engaged. They're looking to us.
I just went to the Stokes to get some Rellos and
our active traders are
Splash.
coming to us and saying, hey, I need help with my wealth, or I want to borrow. I have borrowing needs and I'd love for you to help us. So we're seeing a desire for
you know what I'm saying? With no herbal.
in one place, and we want to be the place to help our clients.
Bro, did I tell you what the bank told me today?
Client is engaged, generally optimistic.
Bro, they said they're not gonna give me my money back till April 10th.
I also have been fascinated how age has been going down over the last
bro.
People are, you know, so educated and they're investing earlier, and that's been one
This
trend.
dude that gave me some money, bro, this nigga thought I owed him $2,000, bro. I had to show that nigga the receipt. I slapped the hell out that nigga too for saying that. I said, bro, what are you talking about, bro? I was like, you the reason why you making this shit the way it is. You keep giving me $50 here and there, they keep doing something. $100 here and there. I said, yeah, that's all I be having sometimes. That shit. Got the money, go ahead and send a band.
We engage clients. We have financial consultants all over our country, and many
playing about that shit.
And we can't serve every client. We don't have enough people. to be able to have that one-to-one relationship. AI will allow us
That's
to
what I
bridge
told
that
my
gap.
girl. I said we gotta be
I think on
trading
digital
with a couple
assets,
bands,
the
bro.
story is
Like,
very much unwritten on
A
digital
couple
assets. We'll
bands
see how
on
that
our
plays out.
heads,
And
on our
we, of course,
assets.
will make
we're
our
not trading with enough
Bitcoin and
money.
Ethereum spot launch
Hey,
sometime in the
last
first
in
half
there,
of
but
2026, we expect. So that's a big factor. And then this gambling versus
because the
investing,
same
I
way I
do
could be
think that
doing one contract
we
here
want
and
to
there or
allow
whatever it
traders
is,
to trade in any way they want.
I'm feeling the
We
whole
want that to be
market out
focused
and
on
missing
things
a
that we
lot of
think over
money,
the
bro.
long run
Just not having the
generally
money
will
to
allow
force
clients
it.
to grow their wealth.
Yeah.
And gambling's been shown to detract from clients' wealth. So we're a little more cautious on making
Bro, I
gambling
didn't use
available
their
as
amount
well.
too.
And you talked about how you just have new,
You talking about them puts?
all these different new,
Yes.
you know,
I don't know. I
people
was in the
coming in
puts since
over a
I was in the
million
puts since
in
yesterday,
just
and
this
that put got
round, the
fucked
fifth
up. That
quarter
put
in
was
a
getting
row.
fucked around, bro.
It's pretty unbelievable. You did mention what's going on
That
in the
put was
digital
like
world and the world of
on one of them
right now. We're
rodeo
seeing, for
bulls.
example, Bitcoin, you know, went to 73,000,
Gee,
and
bro.
plenty of folks come on here and they talk about the
So when
fact
that
that
shit went near
they
my
still
shit, I
think
was just
it
like,
has
bro, is that shit
stored
gonna go
value,
down
it still
lower?
has a
He was
place.
like, nah, it
You know,
should
we're
come
seeing
down from
metals
here,
going up
chop
and down, and
around.
gold and silver
So
still
I was
just
just
great
like,
over 1 year, even though
no,
we're seeing
I feel like
volatility.
the overall
What do you think
trend
about
is
the
gonna go
metals
down, but I
and
ain't like seeing my
crypto? Do you
money
have a thought
fluctuate.
on what's been going on
I
the
wanted
That's
to
what I
just,
volatility and
said.
how
I
I,
told you,
people
man.
may be
I
viewing
wanted
I
to
said it
come
could
out.
chop here.
A couple
I
thoughts
said it
about
could
digital
chop here, but I
assets.
think
First,
it could chop a
I
little
do
bit
think the
more.
idea
It's
behind
probably gonna chop a little
Bitcoin
bit,
that
but I
people
think
said the reason I invest
That's what I'm saying.
is
That's
for
why I
the
need the money to
store of
reload
value.
up, reposition.
And I
Because I
do
was just like,
think
but let
the
me just get
experience
out and
we've seen over
reposition
the
at the
last year
top.
has to have pressured that
I feel like they
market.
gotta go up and
You know,
come
last
down.
year the dollar
And
has
I think
gone
that's probably what
down.
they did
said
too.
it
Gold
about to
and
drop.
silver have gone up as you would
Feds to the
expect.
pitch.
But
Bruh, I could have had just stayed in the put I was in. That shit damn near went 200% still.
Bitcoin has come down
So
40%.
I'm just like,
So
bruh,
the idea
I
that
can't
the
win
store
for
of value
losing
is
sometimes. My luck
being
just be,
tested.
you
And I think that's
know what I'm
what's
saying?
reflected in the price action that
It's
you're
there,
seeing.
but it ain't all the way there
You know,
yet.
we're seeing a lot
So
of
that's why
clients
I just sold some data
at
votes. I'm just gonna
8.5%
try to
on
get them
option
all. I
volume
just gotta
last
keep
week
trying.
as silver
The
went
Apple and Microsoft
up.
positions that I bought, I
That's
just put a
a
little time on
dramatic
them.
increase from
They
typical.
swings.
There's
And
tremendous retail
I
interest
just
in the space.
might
See
get
how Bitcoin
liquidated on
plays
them.
out, but
Thank you,
you
last.
know, I guess the last thing I'd say about Bitcoin is its volatility
That sound like a
is
tough
50%
juice
on
right
an
there.
annualized
No,
basis.
you a
So
trader, bro.
you would expect
How you say that?
2/3 of
You
the
know
time
what the hell? You know
you're
why I
going to
said
have a
it.
move that's
You a
in your
gastronaut.
favor, but it's not out of the
I'm a
range
what?
that it
You a
happened before.
A
So
gastronaut.
if it's down
gastronaut.
15,
I'm a gastronaut, nigga.
seeing some volatility.
I'm liquid.
I love
I'm a
Mr.
liquid
Jackson,
metal.
bro.
I'm a liquid metal.
All this shit happened, right?
All that shit happened, nigga. Beats. You know what I mean?
I don't know what's going
I
on,
never
bro.
do
I
no
just be here,
numbers.
bro.
I don't do no numbers. They at the fans their motherfucker. I don't worry about that.
Bro, them niggas is beefing, and we ain't even in the beef,
Listen,
though. You know what I'm saying? I
we
don't
got
know.
drunk into the
Our
motherfucker.
mission at Schwab is to make clients better
Yeah.
We
off
just in
every
a
day.
beef
And
somehow,
we'll do
bro.
everything we
Two
can to
months.
help them do that, whether it's our trading
You
applications,
I
didn't
told
even
her
do
that.
that.
I
tools
told her
and
this.
coaching and the education and the network that we
I said,
provide so
Max.
that clients can
I
make
said, bro.
their best
I said, we
decisions.
gotta establish the
We
fucking
bring a
food
lot of
chain again. I
advice
said, I
around
want to play you by
diversification.
yourself in the
Ah!
505. I said, I don't want to be on your team either. I said, and I'm watching TV.
Fundamentally a
Bro,
product
you
Yeah,
that
did
like
we
you,
not.
provide.
it's like you
Oh
just
So
my
when
showing
you
me.
go on
God.
our website, hey,
You
you
did
guys
not
are
tell
investing
him that. You
in a
did not
game
tell him
tomorrow.
that,
I
though.
did
You
tell
make
him
money,
that.
but it's counter to our mission.
So from there, what he
Providing
do?
hedging for
He
clients
just
so that
said
they
he
have
dropped.
hedging
He
against
dropped that shit. It was
volatility.
just like,
They
nah.
provide that to
That's my
FanDuel's,
nigga.
to
I
Robinhood's,
wasn't
to
talking about him. I just, I
those
was
kinds
talking
of
about
firms
fucking
that are more
investing.
gambling oriented.
Yeah,
We want
squared
to
it
stay
up.
behind our
I'm
clients
good
and
as
help them
fuck.
grow their wealth.
I ain't played him yet, so let
niggas don't know. They think that Nice is good, but like I said in class, I said, bro, I taught y'all how to dunk. I taught y'all how to dribble. I said, see, people don't know this. Yes, I did. I said, if you help me with shooting, I said, but dribbling and dunking and shit, that's me. I said, 2K was never a point guard. It's either me or no point guard. 2K can't play point guard.
Yeah, he had that shooting guard. He was fucked around at first, didn't he?
Bro, 2K they say, bro, I get all my points. I average so many points because you and Mills.
That's because they shooting guards and they have the ball the whole time too. But when I said that, when he went from power forward that year to shooting guard, he was not the shooting guard he is today.
No, yeah, no, he good. They good. 2K ain't no point. He can run it. He can run it.
I told him last year he wasn't no damn point guard.
Nah, me as a coach, like I told him, me as a coach, I'm not putting him there because he can shoot. He might be one of the best shooters on the fucking team. If I was him, you know what I'm saying?
He's a two guard, bro.
Choice. Yeah, exactly. They had a choice. They could have
point guard that should be the smallest, but.
That's all. You know what I'm saying? And then you put Poole, you want your best shooter. That's to me. I want my best shooter at the shooting guard. That's who's living with the title.
Yeah, you here to get points. I need you to get some buckets
That's your job.
and pass seconds, secondary. Yeah. Like DeBell, Front Revis.
Yo, man, that's what they gonna call me when I'm like, I'm like, alright. I'm thinking of this bullshit. I said, these niggas really don't fuck with each other. That's crazy.
Bro, it was Nova's just, I don't know.
So many things like Vern, like, you know, y'all go, Vern just estranged by itself. That's what I nigga, you know.
Because everybody abandoned that nigga.
Yeah, they just abandoned Vern.
And Vern got mad at me out of nowhere, so.
You feel like we all something, probably.
Yeah, I just was trying to win, man. You didn't have a shooting big.
That's all it needed.
Or one shooting big. Bro, I was in there having fun with Vern. Me too. I wasn't there. That's when Vern told me he was a rapper, bro.
Exactly. I was gonna say, some motherfuckers I play with when I'm like trying to win, some motherfuckers I play with could be free.
That's always why I was over there. They was trying to take us serious. I said, bro, we gotta go into the damn pro-am on the proving grounds. I like y'all damn good. All y'all do is pass the ball to me night. Nah. Guys, you go in here and get his buckets. Everybody go in here and get their buckets. They ain't really trying to play as a team for real. No, that was all Nova, bro. It's all Nova, bro. It wasn't nothing we even did, bro. Like, be nice, gaslight up, bro. Like, you know I'm streaming all the time. So I'm playing with y'all. And Kiva and Nice is over. It's just like, man, y'all trash. Like, y'all might have a bad game, or y'all might be doing something in real life or whatever. Like, we just playing. We've been playing like 6-7 games straight. They done hopped in, whenever period, and we having a bad game, and we losing, or we lost, and they want to talk shit. Yeah, so they might hop on my party, but man, we watch the game, y'all trash. You know, you cool as fuck. You know what I'm saying? You like my other side. You know what I'm saying? You cool as shit. No, but I took offense. You know, that hell did that shit, came back months later. It's just like, alright, I'm putting y'all one-on-one. Fuck you, casual. Like, he just came in all that time. Like, it's just like, what? Then he left. Then he sent me a message talking about 5v5. My 5 versus y'all 5 right now. I was just like, alright, bro. But these toxic niggas I'm with, be nice to these niggas is like, but they like, well shit, you go play with them, we'll beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? We gonna whoop Nova, what you over here are over there. Like, that's what I said. Like I said, bro, what? This ain't nothing new right here. Right after that happened, bro, the niggas didn't even play, but it's just been a long ass beef where, you know, Nova just stopped fucking with niggas, and Casual just been over here, cause like, so it happened around when Casual just got his Xbox, like the new Series X, the Series S. He was playing with us. Yeah, he was playing with us. He was playing with us. That's what I'm saying. So. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Soon as everybody was gone, bro.
I'm like, damn. And then I'm like, Polo hopped in this weird, and then I hopped in the party with Polo, talked about Polo. I didn't even know.
They just took some basketball bullshit serious, and now everybody don't fuck with each other. Everybody know each other for years. That's all it is, bro.
Yeah, bro, we've been playing with each other. I've been playing with you before. First of all, I was playing with you. Like I told Nice, I said, bro, he was like, no, it's fun, it's fun. I said, Nice. I was playing with Fro, bro. Any of y'all
it might have been like 2K16 or some shit. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, oh my god, bro. Yeah, oh my god. They killed PUBG with that shit. That was the death of PUBG because that. I was in Sunset Beach. I was in River, but I went to Sunset for the pool. I was like over 10 years, at least 10 years. Good. Y'all just going kid for kid. I only had 3. Yeah. Trey, you heard him, bro? Bro, what's he even talking about? Nah, I'm just trolling Trey. No! Okay, I already know it. You a breeder, you a king, you a 1,000 in it now. Last is one of my oldest friends on here. So, all the shit, he my therapist. I couldn't find last be on here 3 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't find last. I'm like, bro, my girl's tripping, bro. He be like, oh yeah, shit. I'm like, bro, you gotta hear this shit, bro. Bro, I was in there by myself, eating somebody Trey. What nobody there, bro. Bro, I needed somebody to talk to, bro. Last was there, bro. Ashley was putting me through it when I was with Ashley, bro. I can't stand lawyers, bro. I gotta call my lawyers today. But that girl said it had to me too, though, Trey. She trying to reach back out, bro. I didn't even know what to say for real, bro.
So what she say?
She trying to reach back out.
What she say?
Am I okay?
Alexa.
Yeah, bro. They always do that to me, bro. Like, they try to hurt me, and then when they, you know what I'm saying? They try to check and see if I'm dead and shit. Motherfuckers come back asking am I okay? Yeah. Man! See, there you go, bro. There goes somebody else saying it right there.
I just asked Alexa. Alexa said Apex Legends came out in 2018.
Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. I said 2016 is 10 years. It probably was like a touch before that.
I'm telling you, bro.
That's all.
Hey, Alexa. When did PUBG release?
I was about to say, stupid ass PUBG been out for at least 10 years. We played that dumbass map for years, bro. Just one map, bro. We mastered one map, bro.
When did the beta come out?
Yeah, and then we had the beta before the full game, which was crazy. And the beta was sometimes better than the actual game. They was over putting matching new guns on that shit. I can't stand PUBG. I can't stand PUBG, bro. They ruined that shit just taking so long, bro. But the market ain't get no volume, but they finna go lower tomorrow, bro. They're gonna do what they did yesterday. They're gonna come all the way down here and try to bounce up and shit. It might go lower today still. But I'm out of the trade, folks. Unless I'm ready. I was trying to get tucked in here. Stand down. People should be listening to me sometimes, though, bro.
The last few days.
If anything, I learned anything from my bad relationship with Ashley and toxic shit. You know what it was though, bro, that started the trade. I'm gonna keep it 100, bro. People don't believe me when I say this shit about relationships. It's just when niggas just start doing that disrespectful shit. Motherfuckers get to talking shit to each other, to your woman though. And you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you might be playing, sometimes you might be serious. You know, being too hard on your lady and shit. And your lady being too hard on you, like that's those words stick, bro. They be somewhere remembering that shit for years, bro. Can't stand your ass type shit. You know what I mean? That shit, man. Why ain't y'all sub to my channel, bro? Y'all the same two dudes that ain't even sub yet.
Who? I definitely said. For real. Listen, I made people up here.
What? I'm not playing this game no more.
Tripping.
Man,
15 mil, man.
I need a damn donation so they can make bills and shit.
Super Bowl 36 cash and 99 too, bro. In the corner. He can't miss now.
I know that's how my bill is.
Yeah.
If you got a great jump shot, bro, fuck
Yes,
that
I
shit.
do. Yes,
You
I do.
open when you ain't
You
open.
better get it.
Not this year, though.
What happened?
Not this year, though, bro. Can't stand these dudes. I was playing with yesterday, bro. But they had my new crew.
All right, so look.
I could have been playing a game of chat waiting on y'all. That's what I'm gonna do is play a game of chat. Crazy.
I got 175 90 mil free. You know what I'm saying? This
What I sacrifice? I got 33 standing don't, 28 purse control, 37 block, no offensive rebound, 40, 47.
So, do y'all want to get in?
I'm in here. Tell me what I got. I'm right here,
Let me
Frost.
come to the door. We ain't got time to do this whole shit. We don't start till like 30 minutes.
Yeah. Let me show you what I'm about, nigga.
We're trying to release my whole shit. Alright, so you got 9. Why you gotta tell me defense?
What you say?
Why you got interior defense?
Cause that's why niggas be getting beat, bro. When they get drove to the hole and niggas score on them, cause they don't got no interior. You gotta have interior defense. You gotta have some what of interior defense, bro.
Bro, Oga has at least got 92 perimeter defense. Just so you can
Bro,
catch all the threes.
watch. I lock niggas down. Ain't nobody doing nothing to me.
That's the thing. 92 perimeter D give you gold challenger.
I got gold challenger already. I got matter of fact. Let me see. You know you can cheat with the code. Matter of fact, I got Hall of Fame challenger. Gold off ball minutes. We at the door, man. Let's go.
Got all these batteries and stuff. You not have no look. What this sound just say, chat? You be lying to me, boy.
Let's go. Who, me?
Look, I'm like, go ahead, don't lie to me. You lie to Bill, that ain't lie to me.
Nah, bro. I just wanted to make a 99-3 to see what it was like, bro. And if I knew it was like this, bro, I'd have been made this, bro.
You don't even need it. I don't think it probably need to be this high this year.
Probably like 96, huh? Like the highest you need to go,
You
huh?
can rhythm shoot everything, bro. These bigs is hitting everything still with 93.
I got a 92 guy. He hits them pretty good, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. The 99 is different, bro. Like contested, all that dead eye. Oh, I got a 6'4" shooting guard. Let's go. Oh, he's nice. He got 96 perimeter defense, 94 steal, 92 strength, 90 speed, 90 agility. 93-point ball. Okay, I see you, bro.
I need Microsoft to hold up here so we can rip higher. I should be up on my Microsoft positions too.
I gotta shoot wide open shots on him, bro, because he gonna try to cook me, but he ain't fast as me either. I got a 99 speed, especially when I heat up. What you doing? What you doing?
That's all.
He hit everything, bro.
Everything?
Everything. As long as he open, he hit everything.
Oh shit! I ain't know you started. That's what I.
Hey, yo, right here.
Hold on, there we go. Let's get it.
I might get that boy. Anyway.
Right. Here we go, attack. Here we go. Get a good look, Margo. Good look.
He no dipped that joint. That was quick.
They did. I wasn't over there. He good. I wasn't over there. I didn't know y'all started. I went to the bathroom.
Niggas just gotta play defense, bro. I didn't mean to shoot that.
Yes.
I tried to do a bailout. I went up to see I got contested. Bro, he hit that?
He hit that motherfucker. Get the fuck out. What the fuck was that? Hell no, bullshit.
Pass it.
Good moves.
Good boy, good boy. Give me that demo.
Okay.
Oh shit.
He waited till the nigga got in his face.
All that for that, bro. And I was open. He could have
That's
just hit me
crazy.
with the joint, bro. He could have just hit me, bro.
Hey, if you wasn't gonna shoot, right? Fucking did all that dribbling and then shoot it.
Let's go. Locking this nigga down, bro. He ain't scored a point yet. Quit playing with me, little niggas. What are you doing? All that for what? All that for that. All that for that. Trying to show off. He ain't scored a point yet, nigga. Go. Let's go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Get that rhythm.
That's all it is.
That's all it is, bro. And niggas stop playing ISO ball and they'll be playing on the team. I got him. Get it, grab it. Niggas are suckers, always trying to hide behind that screen. Good shot. He got 95 perimeter defense, you know what I mean? So I gotta get my shots off when I can. Get him, bro.
Hey, who's back here? Take that, baby.
Good shot. Boy, hitting. Get it. Take it. Oh, he missed that? Oh, he about to hit it wide open three. Oh, no, he ain't. He is.
Get to him. Downstream. I'm through. Hey, swing it.
Okay, last bully them boys.
Yes, sir. See how little that green was, and I hit that motherfucker. I was a slither.
Here we go. Get on this.
Careful, buddy.
Keep shooting now. Get to him. Downstream. I'm through. Yep. Hey, yo, right here. Get this. Pop it. Yo, look at the clock, B. Hey, yo, right here. Yo. Shut up. Yeah, baby.
What up, nigga? You just. What's up? Come on, baby.
He hitting everything. He's open.
I was supposed to hit that. My fucking son jumped right in my motherfucking lap. And jump right out. Like, what the fuck? Hold on, buddy.
Oh, he gotta hit. He gotta see me on the cuts, bro. Like, he's doing too much. Let's go, baby.
I got your help side. Keep coming. That's all you. Shot.
See Frost.
Kick it out. Out. I'm back.
5% contested. That's crazy. Ooh, got him. See me. Here he come with that screen again. Don't let. Why you too little, bro?
Screen coming! Shoot it!
Good shot.
Get through. Down screen. I'm through. Hey, yo, right here, baby.
Bad pass how to hit that shot.
That felt good. Hey, watch it.
Okay.
Watch that shooter. Hold it. Back up. Oh, get back. I got to go. I'm back. Right on top.
That's what you get, bum.
Good boy.
Oh, Brad, give me that joint.
Come to me. Too easy.
Oh, defense. Screen. Here he comes.
Frost. He dumped right on the back of his head. Come on,
Right
Frost.
on the back of his head. Hey, buddy, I miss you. Next thing. And one. Ooh.
Nice with it, bro. That
What's
nigga
up,
is
buddy?
nice with it.
What you so happy for today? Hold on, wait. I gotta get up in a minute. Your food is done. I'm about to. Ooh, missed me. Good shot.
Go! There you go.
This nigga is blocking. How I get blocking foul behind him?
Damn. They keep setting me up with that screen, bro.
Hey, yo, right here. Switch.
Dang, bro. Bro, come on, bro.
Why the fuck would they make me shoot that nut ass shit like that? I try to fucking quick stop. Crazy.
Come get it, ball coming. Oh, give me that. Yeah. Stay with me. Out. Oh, shoot that. Come on, man. Who got it?
Come on, bro.
Oh, hit now.
Killing me.
What's up, baby?
Right here. Stay there. Take that. I got him. Yo, someone help me out.
Come on, dick.
Yo.
What's up, buddy?
I'm about to go switch up this shot. Shot was
That
from
shit
my
crazy. You
last
can tell them. Yeah, take that, then hit me in the mouth. They fucking up the fucking shot. You can't have no rhythm. Yeah. You shoot it.
Switch, step out. Screen coming. Hey, yo, right here. Automatic.
Oh, now he hits.
Right here. Ball.
Motherfuckers, I fucked my fucking gold up. Nah, I'm not even cool.
Get it. That's all done. We're coming.
Yo, Frost really out here with a white boy with a mullet, bro. Can't get over that.
Yeah, that's funny as hell.
I'm about to say, nigga, quit playing.
Rebound! Oh, I know you like that one. Crash the board! Crash the board!
Damn. Man, niggas was wide open, bro. Now this was a slaughter.
Yo,
Bro,
what's up, bro?
them dudes sold me and left, bro.
What?
Them dudes sold me and left.
What y'all lost?
Yeah, they ain't no good.
I thought that was your hobby.
I know, but I'm playing with these other people.
Man, forget 2K, nigga. Forget 2K, nigga. What we doing in this market, nigga? Niggas want to play video games. Like, I'm trying to make some money.
I'm watching these gorillas fight this lion, bro. This lion swung on this gorilla swung on the lion. Bro, look at this shit ain't real, boy.
What you laughing at, man? Nigga Lil John dipped, didn't he? So how was today trading? Was today a green day for you or a red day for you?
A real one.
Red one.
Yeah.
What'd you lose on? Apple puts.
On spy puts, selling too
Wait,
early.
how'd you lose on? Wait, so you lost on spy puts?
Yeah.
When did you buy?
Yesterday.
And they expired today?
Yeah, they was expired today. I was getting chopped around.
And when
It
did
was
you get out?
basically on a bounce up and it was breaking back up like around 11 something. Yeah, bounce back up again before it came back down.
Oh no.
Before
See,
that,
that's the.
before
I don't
that,
know why you be buying time on your
before that,
contracts,
I
bro.
sold too early on Apple. My Apple
You
shit
be
was
holding your
crazy.
trades too long, cuz. You be holding them hoes, bruh. Too
No,
long.
it wasn't even that. It was just getting stopped out the trades before that. Like we was at calls, and then the calls was should have been puts.
No, the calls was supposed to be calls. We was supposed to take profit at 50%. Nigga, 50% is a great trade. We just held it too long.
That shit came back. I ended up taking a small loss on that.
You should have got out and break even, because I told you get out and break even.
I couldn't. This shit was moving too fast, bro. This shit was very hard to manage. I was just
For
trying to
dinner?
sell all together, but I couldn't even do a trailing stop loss. I couldn't
Who
put.
asked who asked at your mama?
I couldn't put those orders in.
Oh, I don't
Trying
care.
not
Tell I
to
said
risk
maybe
it.
my Wingstop chicken though. Yeah, for right now. Uh, nah. See, if you would have waited yesterday, and then you disappeared on the mic, right?
No, I didn't, bro.
Cause
That was
listen,
like
cause Kahiba and his friend was in here, right?
I
So
was about
yesterday
to
we
end
took
the
the
play, man.
hold on, bro. You just talking over me. You're not listening. The play we took went 50%, but we didn't get out, and we ended up getting out at break even, and you ended up losing. I didn't take puts. Wait until at 222. I took puts, but you wasn't here. It was just me and that dude,
I was
cause he
already
was
out there.
homie.
That's why I was saying I wanted the market to come down. He's saying he wanted to come up. That shit came down, then dropped
Yeah, and
back.
I caught a 100% trade right there. And market's about to drop again. Good
That's
God.
what I'm saying. I couldn't sell that shit.
Or actually, it might pump one. Goes back to the 5 EMA. You should have sold it though, bro. I don't know why you just. I don't know why you just held that, even though it validated good faith. You should have still just sold it, bro. You up $100? How much was you up?
I don't know, bro. You know how niggas be playing, bro. I got to
Who?
ask niggas if I could sell it when nobody saying nothing. I was just like, fuck, I
I
might as
didn't hear
well.
you say. You did not ask it, cause bro. You want me to tell you how I know
I
you
was talking to
lying,
Kahiba.
cuz?
You wasn't here at the time when I asked
I'm about to say, cause I asked you, cause are you still in that trade? You was
I was
like,
like,
no. I'm
yeah,
like, if
I
you
was gonna
are,
hold
bro,
that shit. I was gonna hold
no,
it.
you did not say that. I said, cause you need to sell your trade. You need to sell it. You need to
But
sell
it
it. Are
wasn't
you
even
still in
it
there?
wasn't even
And you
that.
said,
I was
nah,
gonna put
cuz. You said
before that
no.
though too though. I got out of because it was just a bad day, bro.
It wasn't
I
though.
was in
It was a
calls and
good
puts
day.
and getting.
You made money, cuz.
No, I
You
lost
just,
hella money, bro, because I was in the wrong direction. Some like I was in calls, and then I had to get out of that as a loss. And then I ended up getting in the puts when the puts was bouncing. I got out of the puts as a loss. The puts ended up
cause
breaking.
so you chased it.
I
Cause
got
you
back
chased the
out in the
puts then,
puts
right?
because the shit's just melting. So I was just like, bro, let me just hold this put for the next day.
Oh nah.
So then when
Yeah,
I was
well,
gonna reach the seller shit, I could not sell it. So I was just like, I gotta hold it. And
yeah.
then it bounced.
Well, that.
Then the very next day it went down there.
So you
So that's
catching
why
the
I was
falling
saying like,
knife.
no, bro. I'm
You
trading.
gotta be,
I
cuz.
literally was trading behind you that day. Like
Nigga,
I just didn't
right.
have a
No, you
stop
didn't.
loss.
Wait, hold on. Wait. You cannot say you were trading behind me because when we were in the trade, I said get out at break even. Did you get out at break even? No.
I
You
couldn't.
said,
I just said
hold
I
on.
couldn't
No,
do
no,
that.
listen, cuz I
I couldn't
remember
hit a break
exactly
even.
what you said. Hold on, bro. Let me talk, bro. You just keep talking on me because you're acting like Tucky right now.
No, I'm not.
Listen, you are. Listen, let me tell you how you were not trading behind me. Because when you trade behind somebody, you listen to what they say. I said, all right, because I'm getting out of break even. And what did you say? What did you say?
I could
You
not
said,
get out of break even
no, that's
because
not what you said.
that shit was
Go
going
back.
way too
Hey,
fast.
rewind Joe.
I
Hey,
said, bro,
rewind
I'm
Joe.
about to take profits on these calls,
Hey,
but
listen. How about this? Go watch your stream for yesterday. You did not say that. You said, I'm going to hold on to these a little longer. That's exactly what you said.
yeah, but I was trying to put a
Right.
stop
So
loss
don't,
order
you
on
can't
calls
lie.
though.
So you
I'm
can't,
I'm
hold
trying
on.
to get
So you
out
can't.
of the calls though, bro. Like
Cuz that's not what you said though, bro. What you said, what came out of your mouth was, I'ma hold these a little longer. That's exactly what you said. You didn't say I'm trying to
I
get
was
out.
only up
You said
$15 though. I bought them at
it doesn't matter.
53. They only went
Right.
up to $75. I was trying to get 100%, bro. Once I see that they wasn't even going, I was trying to do a trailing stop loss. So that's what I was trying to
Cuz
do. But
that's
from
not what you
there,
said though,
I know,
cuz you said you're
I
gonna
mean, you
hold
know,
them
I'm
longer,
talking
is
and
what you
literally
said,
trying to get
cuz.
out of the trade though at the same time because I'm just like, bro,
I'm about to go back and watch your stream
I have to
yesterday,
like
bro.
try to manage this at the same time. So
What's your
it's like
let me see.
fluctuating. So I'm just like, shit. Let me
I'm
hold
gonna
this.
actively go back. I'm about to actively go back. All right, go back 23 hours ago. I'm about to actively go back to this trade. All right, let's set back up 33%. I'm gonna listen to exactly what you said, bro. This nigga cuz be.
No, like, bro, I'm telling you though, like I'm trying to like get out of that trade. I'm trying to
That's not
adjust.
what.
I know what I'm saying, but like, bro,
That's like yesterday, cuz. When I said, cuz, are you in this trade? You said no, but you were, cuz that's a lie. That's lying,
no,
cuz.
I'm telling you what I'm doing, bro. I was waiting for us to get in that shit, but once that shit was up, I'm seeing green. I'm just like, let me try to put on a stop loss order. Like that shit was moving so fast. It went from 75 to 60, and I'm just like, oh, bro, stop. This thing's getting out. I paid 54. It's like I don't want to go into the red. I end up like you say, go break even, and get out. But that shit was already into the red, boy. Before I even can, I gotta cancel orders, re-enter orders and shit. That shit was going fast as fuck. While holding conversation, so I only lost like a couple dollars on it. The big loss came from just holding, just couldn't where I couldn't sell it. But I mean,
And then,
I guess I
and
could
then
sell
you said,
afterwards, but
I just put my stop loss at 0.69, which means it would have stopped you out in the green.
yeah, I
That's
couldn't
what you
do
just
it.
said.
That shit was moving so fucking fast. As soon as I went to set that order, that shit went way past. Boy, I need to sell it all together. just couldn't. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get more. This is the whole problem with trading with $100, bro. I'm trying to get way more to catch up.
I get what you're saying, cuz, but you still shouldn't have seen even yesterday, cuz you saying you saying that the puss that we told you to get out of yesterday was before. No, nigga, the puss that we told you to get out of was around 1330. Nigga, that was right before price switched directions and went up. So it couldn't have been more puts after that, cuz didn't no more puts after that come. You get what I'm saying?
Market
I'm trying to
fell.
tell you,
Market
cuz
fell
I
like
remember.
hell yesterday. I was up like 150%, bro.
I'm just saying, cuz can't you can't be like, oh, I was trading with you, but not listen to what I tell you to do, and then you get into other trades that you want to get into, and then you lose those trades, nigga. You didn't trade with me yesterday because I was green. I got out of my first trade at break
Bro, you
even,
got
and
more
then my
money,
second trade
bro.
went
I'm not
100%.
trading with all that money, bro.
It's not about how much money you trade with,
And I'm
cuz
in a cash
if
account, bro.
it doesn't matter, so am I. What are you saying? Who am I?
I was already in the trade. When you went back and got 100%, bro,
Right, you were already in a
I
trade
was already
because
in
you
a
were
trade I could not get out of. From
that you.
that point, I'm not even trading with you no more. I already had took the L's
There
already.
you go. That's what I'm saying. So you can't say you were trading with me and you were taking your own trades. You're not trading with me. You're just
I
trading.
ended
You're
up getting
taking
out of
whatever
those
you want to
positions.
take. You because you can't. Y'all don't think you understand what I'm saying. Cause
They ain't been them bangers yet.
there has been
I was
bangers.
up 20. I
Cause
was up $20 and ended up going red. So I was like, damn, fuck.
right. So that means wait for a next setup. And you just took your own trade
The
and then you
very
lost
next setup,
again.
I lost again.
Right. But if you wouldn't have taken that
I
setup,
started getting chopped on puts,
listen,
bro.
listen. If you wouldn't have taken the second setup and you would have just sat red and just waited for my next trade,
The very next day,
which went 100%, which went
no, that
100%.
one, that was the third one. You took like
No,
three
I
or
what
four
nigga, I took
trades,
two.
bro.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I took two trades yesterday. I took two. One went break even, one went 100%. The third trade that I even took, you wouldn't. Matter of fact, I did take three trades, but the second trade that I took,
That's what
you
I'm
wasn't even in it.
saying. So the second
Listen, I
trade,
didn't even call it. I didn't call it because I wasn't even there. I went to Qdoba when I took that trade. You wasn't. I didn't even.
I
You
took
didn't even
that
know.
trade with you, bro. You came back.
How?
You came back and was just like, bro, I just take puts at the top. I'm
No,
shaking about this
cause
trade, but it's one of them trades I ain't
cause
confident in.
cause
I'm
you're
in it
lying.
though,
Cause
when you
this
say
nigga
that.
be lying, bro.
I swear to God, that's verbatim what you said. So I was just like, okay, I'm in it too at the top. So I started getting chopped around. So I ended up getting out of that put. That put ended up printing. That's the put that I had bought for $50. That went to 250. So then that's when I was like, bro, I got some unsettled money. I ended up getting the put. But I didn't know it was unsettled money because it's saying buy power. So that's when I ended up getting into the last put. The last put printed.
Right,
That
but
was
you
all
saying
the money back.
But you're saying you took the second trade with me. You couldn't have taken it with me because I didn't tell you when I was in the trade. Nigga, when I came back, I was already out of the trade. I told you I took a play while I was at Qdoba. That's what I said. So you didn't take that play with me because I didn't even let you know that I was in it. I told you after I had already gotten out of it. Right? The second trade that I called out were some puts at 222, but you wasn't here to take them. So that's the first trade you took with me. You didn't get out when I tell you to get out, but you took it with me. Your second trade that you took yesterday was your own trade. You took that by yourself. So you can't say that you took, and even here, I'm literally just hurt. Both of your trades here, I don't know what it lost it. Go back and listen to your stream from yesterday. Were at 25.09. I said, because I'm getting out of this trade, I gotta break even. You said, nah, cuz I'm almost in right here. That's exactly what you said.
Cause it came down to it already, bro, and then
Right, it
bounced.
doesn't matter. That means get out. That means get out. I'm gonna hold it longer. That means get out immediately. You can't sit here and say that the bangers aren't coming when you're not listening. You're not
No,
listening.
no,
I said
no,
get out.
bro.
You're not listening. I
They
said
all
get
them
out.
trades, those two trades reversed on me, bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh shit. Hold on. This is about to print. Apple's going. My shit just switched.
You want me to get out?
Yeah, I've been in that post since the whole time. Since morning. My shit jumped. I ain't never seen it jump.
It's good cuz it's crazy as hell, bro.
Nah, bro, it ain't nothing, bro.
No, I know it's not nothing, but what I'm saying is you can't say things are hurting you if you're not missing taking your own trades, you doing other stuff. That's not how you shadow stuff.
Nah, they just wasn't like I
You
didn't
gotta think
catch
about
them,
it.
bro.
It was one trade yesterday, and it went 50%, right? And then it went back to zero when I told you to get out. You said I'm gonna hang on to this. So any bread after I told you to get out is on you because I told you to get out. So you lost your own bread on that trade. You did, not me. You did.
Right.
And
Cause it was at I bought at 54, so I was just trying to at least get $1.
exactly.
That
So
shit was
when it went red,
that shit
that
didn't
wasn't
even
your fault. That wasn't nobody's fault but you.
that
I
shit went
always
from
said
70
I did
that
it.
shit went from 54 to like 70 something, and I'm just like, bro, I'm trying to do a stop. Bro, all this is fluctuating so fast. I ain't even put another order in. I'm talking before I put anything in. So I'm just like, oh my god. Once it got back to break even, I'm just like, bro, let me at least get $5. That mother went too good. So that's the shit I'm talking about.
No, that's dumb trading.
All the plays, bro,
That's dumb trading because when
that
you
I
decide to
missed.
get out, bro, you get out.
I know. I mean, I literally got out like a second later, but
And then your second trade that you said was beneficial. I didn't call that. You took that on your own.
yeah, I
You
thought
see that?
you was in there that game.
No,
That trend was down. I'm not.
I never caught that trade. How did you get into a trade that I'm looking at home at the mic? How did you get? How did you know when I was in it?
We was talking about it, bro. I don't know if Tucky came in. I don't know if I asked you, bro.
You couldn't have. You couldn't have asked me because I wasn't at home. I'm looking at the mic. I'm looking at the
No,
computer.
I'm talking about when you was here, though, bro.
Right, and I said I was gonna wait for the price to pull back to the 90 MA. That's what I told you. Price didn't pull back to the 90 MA until 222 is when the price pulled back. That's when I took a 6 minute play on the receipts. When you got in, I have no idea. That was that it was completely
Oh, it's literally
in my
it was
discretion.
yesterday, bro. Like
Yes, in
that's
my
why I didn't want to
discretion.
do with him. I ended up doing with somebody else. I don't know, but like all I do is try and follow, and it's not working right now. That's all I do know. And I done missed tons of opportunities. Like I don't know. You know what I mean?
Even today, when I was paying my
Don't do that to me.
no, look, you can't say you can't be like that.
I am, but I am.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
The hell?
No, you're not.
I just took a loss on my lead just so I can be sitting here doing this shit, bro.
Right. So listen.
I am listening. Ain't none of this shit's going 100%. You just said 50%. You just said a confident you didn't take. You just said it was two, now it's three. Then you just go back on the second one. Then you said this is a confident. Then you just said you wasn't here, but now we are going backtrack what I recorded. To me, it's not even that serious.
It's because you're not. How you just
I'm
saying
there
that?
experiencing the shit and recording the shit, and I'm talking like I'm literally waiting and missing everything. So I am too. Like okay, bro.
If you were waiting, you would have took your second trade yesterday. You would have waited for the price to pull back to where I said to pull back to, and then you would have took your trade. So you getting in push yesterday and losing was because you fumbled it.
I don't even know when I got into puss.
Because the market was dropping, and you was like, "Oh, push because the market's dropping," and then you caught the falling dollar and you pulled back on it and you lost. That's what didn't lose. I didn't lose because I didn't take that trade.
Alright, bro.
So you can't say your trades is meaningless and you're not waiting nobody's calls because you're not. You only took one trade in the
No,
weekend.
they really wasn't dangerous. The ones that we got in these past few days. The
Are you
only
at your debt? Are you at your? Are you out of
no,
your
I'm
debts?
serious. Bro, I didn't miss a whole bunch of money on the table while I've been in these shits. The only trade I missed was yesterday.
Let me ask you this then.
Only traded like 4 times with you, bro.
Let me ask you this then, right? How often are you in that market for years?
The whole day.
Okay, so where were you at yesterday at 222?
You talking about when I was in the trade and couldn't get out of the trade?
I'm talking about the trade that I took when I called it out. Where was he at then?
Already in the puts. I
Oh,
was,
yeah, okay,
I was probably in that last put. I was in the put the whole day, bro.
okay, so let me break it down to you like a kid would do, right? Did you take Apple yesterday? Did you take Apple
Oh
puts
my
yesterday?
god, bro.
Did you take Apple puts
No,
yesterday?
I never took any Apple puts.
So you weren't in Apple puts yesterday.
No, I got Apple calls.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I sold out the Apple call today.
Okay, so you were in Apple calls yesterday. Did I take Apple calls yesterday?
No.
Okay, so how are you trading with me then? Because I didn't take Apple calls yesterday. So how are you trading with me? You're
No,
taking every
I
trade.
took those calls obviously by myself,
Exactly.
bro.
Okay, right.
I'm seeing stuff
Exactly right.
move. I
So
see
I'm saying,
stuff
let's get it
move.
right for it.
No. I done saw something move and then I done moved by myself. Like you
Right.
wasn't you're waiting for the spy to do a setup. I'm waiting for that too.
Right. Okay. All right, let me ask you this then. So I called the SPY calls yesterday, right? They went 50%. You took that with me, right? I said I'm getting out. You clearly said, well, I don't want to. You even just said when it went back to break even zero, you said, well, I'm just worried about $1. But instead of getting out when I said get out, you stayed in. That's on you. That's not me. That's on you. Right? Okay, cool. I left to go get Russo while I was wrong. You took puts at the bottom and then prices pulled back up against me and reversed them. Whose fault is that? Did I say get in the puts? Or did you say, oh my God, my market's falling, so I'm going to take some puts? You did that.
No, again, I was asking you about the
Not
puts,
me.
bro.
I wasn't. Because how? Because,
No,
okay,
you
so
literally was back at the time, bro. I wasn't talking to myself. It was me, you, and Austin and Keith Barry.
what did I say? You said, bro, the funny thing about all of this is guess what? You have it recorded. And you have all of this recorded. You can literally go back to your
I know I
text
literally said I didn't want to talk about it,
and
and here
say,
we is talking about it. I
no,
did
because
say that
my
part.
nigga,
I said that with one other person.
because you're saying, wait a second, they have to.
No, they didn't go over 100% the ones we didn't get, bro. They just didn't.
Right. And yesterday went 50%, and then the second trade that you weren't here for went 100%. And you weren't here. So, nigga, there had to be better ones. You weren't here. That means
I
the
took
top
3
three.
trades. Like the third one, I couldn't get out of it though.
Right, but listen to what I'm telling you, cuz. Are you done, cuz?
No, I'm telling you, the first trade was a call. We got chopped out of, right? You got out as a
Right. I got
profit.
out of
I
it.
got it.
I
Right.
didn't get out of the profit. I got out of it break even.
That's what I'm saying. So
Okay.
and then there was a
Because
put I got in. That put
right.
wasn't a good put. I got out at like $20 negative on that.
Right. So
So
guess what that put did? Guess what that put did? That put used up your buying power, did it or did it not?
that's what I'm telling you. And then after that, I'm just like, bro, the direction is down. So that's when I got into a put again. You wasn't there wasn't nobody here when I got into that put. I'm gonna put for myself because I'm just like, bro, the market is going down a bunch. Let me just go and get into a
So
put.
no, that means out of 3 trades yesterday, you took 2 of them by yourself. Because the only
Oh,
only one
okay.
I called out was calls. Nigga, go watch your video. You would have
I
been
mean, I
mad
just
at
said
me.
okay. I just said okay. I just said
That's not
okay.
insane, cuz.
I'm not insane because I didn't. I said I didn't want to talk about it. And you want a random ballot. I didn't say that. I'm not insane because I'm
Saying
not
they're
saying
not, because it
anything.
seems there are.
Just said okay.
Because you're lying. Because what you're doing is lying. Because you're
I'm
saying
not
there are no
lying by
bankers.
saying
Yes, you
okay.
are.
No, they didn't.
Because you're saying there are no bankers, right? But at the same
Since we've
time,
been
you're saying
trading,
there
we
are
have
no bankers.
they didn't
Nigga,
go.
listen to what I'm saying.
I
Listen.
am listening.
The reason I keep raising my voice because you're not listening. You're just listening to. Have you ever heard somebody listening to respond? That's what you're doing. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just listening to talk back. That's what you're doing. If you wouldn't have taken the second trade yesterday that I did not call out because I was not here, I wasn't even at my mic to say, hey, cuz, I'm in SPY, see such and such puts 8.5. I wasn't here, so I couldn't even call that out. If you wouldn't have taken those other 2 trades, you would have had buying power to buy the puts that I was in, and you would have been able to sell them. You wouldn't have used up your buying power and went against your good faith rule if you wouldn't have taken those trades. That's what I'm saying.
Now do you understand?
That's what I'm
So
saying.
when I asked you about the put, now we in the put. I get chopped out of the put. Now I'm just like okay. Then you go into your whatever meeting and you gone. So I'm just down here by myself with them. So then I get into a third put. No, you never told, we never had a conversation when you came back. No, you never told me to get in the puts. You never told me to get in the puts. You was in puts, I got the puts with you. That's what happened. When you came back with your food, I put the money in when I know you was in the puts. It don't have to be recorded. I'm talking to you. You don't remember. I remember. That's crazy. Oh my god. Bro, I don't know how to find that shit, bro. But I ain't never. No, I said I don't know where that shit is, bro. Like that is a past contract, and you want me to see when it was, like when it was sold. But no, but listen, like soon as you came back and you was saying that you was in the risky trade that you wasn't confident in, I'm just like, all right, I'm in it too. That's all I did, bro. You saying that you didn't tell me to get in. Oh well, I did then. I might have been in puss before or after that, bro. No, I'm sitting. No, listen though, bro. I'm sitting in the put, and all I did was just like, bro, how far you think this is? You know, you know. I got to talk to you about this put that I was in. So that put that wasn't good until it was good. So yeah, then you gone. I already had said that from the beginning. I ain't been taking no trades with you. But now that I got the money with you, like got the money now, like I haven't been getting all these moves yet, though, bro. I've been missing them. I've been mistiming them. Like I'm trying, bro. I am, bro. I gotta wait. I just gotta wait. I gotta wait till everything is aligned, bro. That's what I mean. That's what I said. I have to wait for you. Well, I have to wait for, bro. I have to wait till my money settled. I gotta wait till I have money here. I gotta wait till you ready. I gotta wait. I just gotta wait. That's all I've been doing. Yeah, I ain't had no money to do that. I heard you say that. I don't know, cause I didn't have no money in it. I didn't look at it. I mean, the market went down. Sure, yeah, it went down. It went down and bounced. No, dog.
Just
No
add
one,
some water
no
in it,
one,
bro.
no one, no one saying nothing like that, bro.
I know, but what I said is you said the brothers be open, bro. Like nigga, yes they have, bro.
No, I'm talking about the ones I've been in, bro. I ain't been in those that you just called out.
I know, cause you've only been in one, and that one was 50%. You just held it too long. You just held it too long. You probably should have sold it up earlier. But the last one was at 60-20. But like I said, bro, just look at it. That's all I'm saying, cuz. Just take the trades, cuz if I call trades, take it. Cuz I don't know why you not taking it. I just listen to my brother. I'm calling them all out. He was like, yeah, them Chargers ain't gonna last because I wasn't hearing that. I was hearing the Falcons, blah blah blah. Right? What's the point of getting either trades to make money on if you're gonna take something else? I get it, cuz. Yeah, you get the money.
I don't know, but I sold out this other position, so I just gotta wait till tomorrow.
I mean, you fine, cuz, you know, it's Lil John is making money off his game.
We both off.
Huh?
So we both off. Everybody is.
Shit, everybody where everybody is, cuz. But yeah, you gotta take it tomorrow.
I know, that's why, like, why do I have to be the only one to hear this and not this nigga that's giving me this fucking money? You know what I mean? That nigga can be hearing this and be giving me this money so we can be making money. But, like, I have to go and just suffer through it until I get some money. Like,
Bitch, you ain't gotta do all that, cuz.
well, it's just
You
stop.
make money with your little money, and it's gonna take longer to make those, cuz.
I am listening. That's all I do. That's all I do is listen.
But you be taking your own trades at the same time.
Yeah, because this shit be moving, bro. You gotta take
Yeah,
it.
but you gonna be what you eating, cuz.
I make some money here and there, stay afloat.
Right, but what about to be like consistently making money to not stay afloat, to stay above though? You need more money.
I need more money. That's why I said I need to put more money into this. Instead of paying my damn bills, I need to just do this first. That shit is stupid.
It's a dumb dollar.
I had said that from the beginning too, but well, my checks are short, and I'm just sitting here like, bro, what the fuck? But they about to take the loan out of my check, and that's all my check was the loan money. So I had to pay the loan back. Then when my other check came, I had to do the rent. So I'm just gonna die. I'm gonna do what I can do. I'll take those small losses and just gotta repossess my money. So I said there's no reason to even talk about it. Like, it is what it is. I take small hits. It's a long month. It's a long year. It'll be a shorter motherfucking time. Motherfuckers just would just up the cheese and stop being scared.
Yeah, true.
Tucky talking about sending it through whatever he was talking about. I told him yesterday that Zelle and Cash App it. He wanted to send through Bitcoin wallet because he was trying to get out his Bitcoin note, wherever he was at. I said, bro, if you do it like that, it might settle. Like, it might have to settle into my stuff like that. If I get it in my, I have to move it from my crypto wallet, move it to my, I mean from my Mumu. That's what it was. Like, once I get into my Mumu crypto, it have to settle, I think, just to get into my cash account. That's what I was talking.
was also saying, like, with that much money, like, you can just have like a safe position. You know, he was just complaining that he couldn't stare at the market. But best believe that shit gets us both out of trouble. That's
We are out of the oversold area, but heading into the earnings momentum is a little dicey to interpret here. I wouldn't make too much of that because we have a major potential catalyst in matter of minutes at this point here, or tens of minutes, I guess. So now we can see here as well. Finally,
Apple Shop popped and it stopped. It's really filling up the gas though. But it's filling the gas.
Right now trading about 150.35 for Bob on there, higher on
I'm
day.
made up.
But as we take a look at the options in action, are we seeing outsized activity because of the earnings event, because of the setup they have going into earnings?
We are seeing no more than normal activity. The sizzle, which is the options volume,
Oh,
see that for the 5-day moving average, comes in at about 2.5. So heavier days to be sure here. When we look out, our February 20th month is one of the most active in terms of open interest here. February 20th, 15 days out. That's this area right here. It's of course possible. Plus or minus a little under 9% of expected move here. We can see as well there's one big notable trade today, a big opening trade. The biggest one I found was plus 1,497. February 20th, 167.5 calls at 350 debit. So a bullish opening trade, 16 days out, looking for a move beyond that level near about 161 or so.
Plus they took one of my bank account when my payments hit. They take money out of my bank account. I had to pay for everything with no money, boy. It's rough until I get out of that shit. I don't know how to get out of it without getting a loan, bro. It really won't, bro. Bro, maybe a couple of thousand, bro. At least 1,000 at least. That shit is crazy. I'm stuck on this shit. Because I have little money to try to fix it each and every time I'm trying to fix this shit. I can't fix it. To make extra money, actually. I never need the loan in the beginning. I took the loan out to get my kids because I was just like, bro, I got the money to go pick them up. I didn't have the grocery money at the time. So I was like, let me just go get this and make some money with it or whatever. I didn't make too much money with it. So I just ended up being underneath this shit. That's what it was. Just trying to get these damn kids. Now I'm just sitting here just trying to get through. Each time I find myself needing a couple dollars, I have to take something out. I can't take out another loan. I need a real loan to take care of the other one, the small one. Once I have enough money to trade with, I can just, be able to do better. But it really takes a long time, bro. I'm sitting here with unsettled funds, boy. So even if I do buy something, I should gotta be sold tomorrow. Damn, bro, I be doing that. Damn, Apple bounced that fast. I was like, Apple bounced fast as hell. I try to wait for it to come down. Apple might break out. I was trying to wait for it to bounce right here. It bounced right here. It's 276. The 277 contracts was like 26 cents. They just doubled. In a second, too. Damn, motherfuckers just doubled in a second, boy. From 2 candles.
Interesting in the context is that
I
Apple
hold it to
belongs to that
$1,000 for you, bro.
segment. Cirrus Logic is
I only got
another
one
company.
contract.
It's really an overlooked
When I
name
think
as
about, I
well.
want to
It
just buy. I want to just
manufactures
load this shit up with
essentially
this
what are called mixed signal
silver
chips. They're low
funds.
power, high precision technologies that are
I do
used
that
for
shit like I
managing
did
power
silver and come
over
back. That shit
communication
be
chips that are used
that motherfucker be
for
270
vehicles.
in the
So
morning.
things like audio amplifiers that are used in smartphones and tablets, theater systems. But the other thing is audio infotainment systems that are used in
Cause this would
automotive
be the time
markets as
they
well.
won't
And
even break out.
VR and AR headsets utilize Cirrus Logic's technologies embedded in them
Same
as
with the
well.
spy.
So
Look at the
this is a
spy. I did
company
the
that
same
is
thing it
really
did
tied to
yesterday, just so it
Apple.
can
And if
come
you
down
look
tomorrow.
at the company overall from the sales
Should
standpoint,
buy a
it
put for
posted
tomorrow
yesterday
at the
some
top.
EPS numbers that were
That's
quite
what
a
I
bit higher
should
than
do.
the estimates. They posted $2.97.
Somebody's earnings might take this to the
That
roof
was
to
about 18% higher
694
versus
again.
the 244 estimate. They were expected to actually be down in terms of earnings because last year they
I
did post
think Amazon got
$1.58
earnings.
in terms of earnings. So it was
Yeah,
quite a big
that's what it
margin
is.
beat
Amazon
from
got
loss
earnings.
expected or decline in earnings
And they probably
expected
gonna blow
versus
up too.
it
The
posting earnings
RSI
numbers.
way at the bottom below
Sales
50.
did come in ahead of estimates at 580 million, up about 4.5%
And they look good on the
compared to the
hourly
same
too
quarter last
breakout.
year. The other
Last
thing
time
to
they had
put
earnings though, I
within the
think they fucking
context
went
of their
down.
business is one of the things about them
Let
is
me
they have
see.
a large concentration of their end revenues
All these earnings,
tied to
yeah, they
Apple.
did, boy.
Apple's been a
Fucking
mainstay
around, boy.
customer of Cirrus Logic
Keep
for
playing
a
with them
very long
earnings.
time. Since actually the inception of the iPhone, it's a legacy partnership, and it looks like this is a partnership that is going to continue going forward for both
Yeah,
companies.
last time they
One
had
of the things
earnings,
about
bro,
the
they actually
business is
broke
that
out.
their core revenues were up 4.5%, but they did post some numbers
When
associated
the
with
RSI was
year-over-year
below
numbers
52,
for
they
Apple
broke out
up 8%,
on
and
earnings.
even quarter-over-quarter
Woo!
numbers were only
That'll be a
down
risky gamble
0.5%,
play, a
right?
lotto
So
play, and I'm
the
on it
audience
too.
has
I ain't
always
gonna
had some
lie.
concern about
But I
Cirrus
know them
Logic
contracts are
because of their
expensive.
concentration of revenues tied to Apple. There are some merits to that concern because around
I can't
94% of
afford
their
to
sales
lose
come
no
from one
more
customer, which is
money.
Apple. But one of the things we talked about last week when we covered Apple's earnings is how the handset revenues and the product revenues were very robust. Some of the challenges were the services revenues, which came in line, but that again trickles down to the end market customers that supply
The ninth.
into Apple's products, including Cirrus Logic. So maybe that was very telling from last week in terms of what Apple provided in terms of information for product sales, and that's manifested into some nice revenues and EPS for Cirrus Logic. Hitting some you to me, guys. It's nearly back to the levels it posted back in August of 2024, around $145 per share. And with that said, many analysts are still bullish on the name and increase their targets. Steve will increase their target to the street high of 163 and even benchmark to 160. And this comes on the back of also increased guidance for next quarter. The midpoint guidance was around $385 million. They increased that to 440 at the midpoint, which is a meaningful increase relative to previous expectations.
Okay, so some upside surprise here. I see you've mentioned obviously the ties with Apple, which seems to be a big component here. I'm seeing also that some of its competitors include Qualcomm, which is obviously a company we're going to be hearing. We're just minutes away actually from that report card. Just wondering, how it's differentiated from that, and how it sort of sets itself apart from the rest. Something I also noticed beyond just smartphones is that some of the analysts have actually identified PC growth too here. We're talking a lot about, the hardware, the memory prices. I know that's going to be a factor, no doubt, in some of the names we hear from this afternoon as well. Is there any sort of link to that, and what are you seeing on that front?
Yeah, I think, compared to Qualcomm, Qualcomm does supply,
Man, I wanted
some
this
chips like
277 strike
Cirrus.
again. That
That's
motherfucker
not
slipped
necessarily
from
their
me.
core
So he gonna
business. In fact,
look away a
licensing of
second.
CDMA technologies represents around 45% of Qualcomm sales. So that's a licensing-based business and royalties alongside, mobile chips, and of course, 5G chips for mobile devices. So that both these companies supply the mobile architecture. I think Cirrus really is focused on what they're good at, which is audio amplifier chips and mixed signal chips that are high precision technologies to enhance audio. Again, that means that they may be subject to
That's what
competition
you're
from
gonna do.
larger
You get a
players,
fucking breakdown
but maybe
right
the
there.
larger players seem to,
That's what
back
you're
off
gonna do.
to concentration risk that Cirrus has.
Breakdown
So
right
again,
there.
Cirrus Logic is very concentrated in the audio chips, which again is a good thing,
This
but it
thing
also
look like it's
presents
gonna
some
be
challenges
bullish.
just in
Microsoft is an effing joke.
But I think what's important with Cirrus is that they're always been meaningfully attempting to diversify their product mix. In fact, they talk about, some of the architecture associated with PCs and artificial intelligence, as well as the automotive end markets, which they're trying to enhance their total top line sales into. So again, Apple revenues have really helped the company, but at the same time, that can be a hindrance at some point in the future. So again, so goes the handset sales for Apple, so goes the challenges, and of course the benefits that Cirrus Logic will garner from Apple. So right now, based on what we talked about with Apple and some of the price action in Apple, that's being passed through to product component companies like Cirrus Logic.
Yeah, makes sense. And obviously, record revenue sales there for Apple as well with the iPhone. George, appreciate it. Thanks so much for getting us across this today and helping us out today. I'll send things back over to Marley in Chicago now. Thanks so much to Sam and George. We are nearing the end of our market session. Kevin Green will be joining us to break down the levels he's watching on the S&P 500. Plus, we'll have earnings with reports from Google, Qualcomm, ARM Holdings, and Snap. All of that is next on Market on Close. Stay with us.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis.
They don't snap? What the fuck? Man, y'all must have been wishing death on Snap.
Opportunities don't stop
I don't know what Snap did to y'all.
so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock
Who
access
Snap?
to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Damn, bro.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumers, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment.
Oh yeah, this one expired on the same day. That's why Apple jumped like that. And everybody sold on the same day on that contract. That's why Apple just did that. That's why it just sold off like this. These zero DTEs made Apple do this.
Sometimes, you could have done better.
For real. That's what just happened.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day. From volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst call. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning movers only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Last year, my dad had a stroke, a big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in my family be vulnerable.
Wait, that stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the garden almost daily. I started to realize what I picked up from my dad. He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, like financial consulting.
I programmed that 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge
My
difference.
guy's bleeding at the last second, bro.
Oh my God. Bro, that happened at the goddamn Apple retarded crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, how could I say that?
We are still making higher lows at this point. So this is a very volatile business. So their guidance moving forward, I would say, take it with a grain of salt. And even for analysts, it's really been hard to kind of pinpoint what their production is going to be because these licensing agreements, as well as the royalties, are very flexible as well as very volatile. I'm not sure if it's that big of a deal when you're kind of looking at the numbers themselves. You obviously don't want to see these prices. The royalty revenue that's already in place, that's already being produced, so that's where they're making that. It's like an annuitized business, if you will. When you're looking at more of the licensing side of their business, that's kind of the new business that they want to be able to generate here. And you get a little bit concerned that CapEx spend for a lot of these companies or enterprise spend might be drying up, and maybe we are not getting as many orders, or the companies are not getting as many orders for new designs, new builds when it comes to these chips. So that's a concern here in the near term. This is a very volatile space, very volatile when it comes to their business. Just you can have massive beats some quarters, but you can also have some misses like this. Well, pull that to the downside, not too surprising.
Yeah, Sam, this is such an interesting company. They had a negative setup for the year. They were down about 4%, I think, before this increased move to the downside here. But a very different setup than a lot of the companies we talk about, and also a very different reaction because they met many analysts' expectations. They just didn't meet the loftiest expectations here.
Yeah, that's right. And we've seen just even the slightest disappointment has been punished in this earnings quarter. But I mean, look, this is a company, as KG said, that doesn't actually manufacture the physical chips. It very much makes the money from the royalties and the licensing. So, whether that's enough to offset the other begs the question. Obviously, we're seeing the reaction right now, but I suppose just when you take a look at the entire chip industry as a whole, as you say, interesting moves going into this, and certainly has come off the high since, I believe, October here. I mean, investors are just looking for any update from any part of the chip business, at a time when we have seen money moving out of technology into other parts of the area, and particularly looking at chips today. I mean, they got absolutely clobbered. But, also what they have to say around memories as well, because obviously this is crippling for the industry, as we very well know.
And I want to move on to Snap now. We've also got Snap coming across the wire. We are seeing a move to the downside here. Certainly not as big as could be expected. The move expected up to 14.8%, only down about 2% right now. Snap posting 3 cents a share in terms of EPS. They had 1 cent a share a year earlier. Analysts were looking for flat to a loss here. Revenue up 10% to $1.72 billion. That is slightly better than the expectations here. We also are getting some notes here that the Perplexity deal would be delayed. It would be starting here in early 2026. They agreed to pay Snap $4 over the course of the year. That's